in, or do you want me to bring it? I can bring this in if you want.
Doesn't matter. I'm good either way.
Okay. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to live coverage of the 2024 Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by the Florida region of the SCCA here on DriversEye Live. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski live here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, and we're getting ready for our very first race of the morning. Sorry for the late join there. We had a little technical issue here to start the morning off, but good morning, Brian.
Good morning. Just sipping a cup of coffee here, looking at this beautiful racetrack. I see blue skies, puffy white clouds. It is fantastic, and let's get going. That's a green flag we've got for our first race of the day. This first race of the day, SMX, STU, T2, T3, and T4. Our cars launching themselves down into the first corner here. This is a split start, so these are all your touring cars up front in STU. The second group's going to be Spec MX5, and there they are. That looks like about 8 cars, all negotiating this first set of corners really cleanly. Here comes our front group right through there without any problems. And we are getting ready and getting started, Greg.
There we go. And so, Brian, we do have the starting grids for these drivers here. Big story, Max Opolsky, our pole sitter. If you remember from yesterday's race, he had some issues on the very last lap in his Ford Mustang. He started to come down the pit lane to go out for the pace lap, decided to bring the car in. And you'll notice that our leader right now, Tyler Delgado, in his T2 BMW M2, as Opolsky did not take the start. So it was Delgado on pole, Garrett Adams in his T2 BMW, Oscar Hernandez in his T2 Porsche 911, then Jose Osiris Pena, our STU winner from yesterday in his Honda CRX, Paul Azon in his STU BMW, then Michael Kuna in his STU Porsche, and then Chris DeShong, our T3 winner from yesterday in his BMW 330i, as our drivers are coming out of the hairpin for the very first time. And we'll go through some of our T4 drivers in a little bit. In SMX, Michael Borden, who was our winner yesterday, was not our pole sitter at SMX. That was Mark Cefalo, who had a faster lap time by all of 6 1/1000ths of a second yesterday. So Borden started on the outside of the front row. Harbir Das, who was yesterday's pole sitter, started third with Max Schweid fourth, Will Robinson fifth.
And unlike yesterday, we've got longer races today. Yesterday's races were 25-minute races. Today's races should be 35-minute races, or 22 laps, I believe. Yes, 22 laps for 35 races. So more racing action for you today because we're getting an earlier start. No qualifying sessions this morning. And the qualifying order for this race is a combination of all of what happened yesterday and the day before. And that's how they set today's grids.
All right, and well, we got some updates from Jim Daniels. I want to thank Jim for giving that information about Max Opolsky and his Mustang there. And there is the Opolsky Mustang just coming through turn number 4, that they were going to send him out at the rear of the pack as they were testing some different restrictor plates for that motor. And apparently, definitely, Brian, yesterday afternoon, ABS issue with that Ford Mustang at the end of the race that Opolsky had run so well for about 24 minutes.
And we got a car there on the side of the track, spun, looking the wrong direction, waiting for a clear moment to flip back around. Hopefully that car didn't hit anything, waiting for the next car to slide by there. Not sure which it is, but we'll be able to see here when it comes by the next time. Looks like that car is going to be able to continue as we try to stay green here. 21 laps to go here. Christopher DeShong, your T3 class leader right now. Jasper Drengler second. Otis Voigtman is in third. Looking at T4 right now, Jared Lander, Jeremy Butts, Steve Shelton, Dirk Strasfield. That's how that class lines up at this moment.
And in SMX, we got Cefalo and Borden, those two drivers now, and they're just coming into turn 1 right now. Brian heading down into turn number 2. Cefalo in that green and I would call it greenish Planet Miata, green and blue Planet Miata machine, pardon me, with about a 3-car length advantage now over Michael Borden. Those two racers were locked, and here they come through turn number 5 locked more or less nose to tail yesterday, whereas Cephalo is broken out to a little bit of an advantage right now. Borden having to hold off Max Schweid and Harbier Das for second as they make the run down the double right-hand turns, turns 6 and 7. Here in these very equally matched Spec MX-5 machines, these NC Miatas.
Oh, and that might be the car that originally spun there off driver's right. You can see it off there in the distance about halfway from the turn. So they're probably, I don't know if they'll let that car stay there. So keep an eye on that. They may try to go scoop that thing up, especially since we have a little bit of a longer race. And there's also, it looks like, is that a yellow flag being held right at this flag station to the left there?
And we're going to full course caution, Brian,
yeah,
and that's the story there. So full course caution here at Miami Homestead Speedway. And I was going to break out my little joke about "Help me, Will Robinson."
Was it Will Robinson?
Because he is showing as being down 1 lap. That's the driver of the number 115 Spec MX-5 out of Wilson, Wyoming. And we'll see if that is indeed the car, as our drivers now starting to complete lap number 3 here at Homestead.
So yellow flag here with 19 to go. That car is pointing in the right direction off the track, so it shouldn't be a long cleanup, Greg. They should be able to scoop that thing up and get us back to green flag racing pretty quickly.
Yeah, indeed.
So bright and early on the East Coast right now. Of course, I'm out here in California, so it's not bright, but it is early. I'm told by our producer on site this morning that it is extremely humid in southern Florida. Not surprising. Also, I heard, we talked about it, there was a tornado in Fort. Just getting ourselves together. We can see the off in the distance there. I can actually see a tow truck right there beyond. You can see the cars going by in the background, and I can see the lights for the tow trucks. There they are. And they should be able to make quick work of this. Kind of surprised that they're not taking them around the big oval here like they did yesterday a couple of times. But it does look like the emergency service vehicles are now moving, I should say. I'll bet you they're going to try to tuck this car in right here on drivers right here at the end of this straightaway. We'll see how that works out. But I like all the paddock space off there in the center, Greg. Beautiful green grass. We don't get much of that out here on the West Coast.
No, of course not.
But it's nice and lush this morning. You can see a little dampness on the apron there. So it's going to be a little treacherous as we get these early races going. But this will dry up pretty quickly as there's no more rain.
Yeah, indeed. And this is very much like what we saw yesterday morning for the start of qualifying, Brian, where the oval was quite damp, and it made for some challenging times going down into turn 1, coming off the oval straight, and then having to get under braking hard into turn 2. That there was still some of that dampness there, and we saw some lower speeds in the morning entering turn 1, but certainly by the end of the day, and I point back and look to the very last race yesterday in that wonderful battle between Osiris Pena and Danny Stain. The speed that Danny Stain was carrying down into turn 1 yesterday was fully impressive, very impressive, and I'm sure that we'll see that up again as things start to dry out here.
Impressive, especially considering the fact that we saw at least twice yesterday late race incidents where people in either the leader or in the top pack of cars had a moment in that turn 1-2 complex and went off driver's right. And unfortunately, it's as much rain as they've had. Once you get off there, even late in the day, it's slick and it's hard to get back on the racetrack. So that's really important to not go off between 1 and 2 because you won't get stuck, but you won't get back on the racing surface quickly.
Right, exactly. And so we've got the field working their way around. I'm suspecting, Brian, we haven't gotten word yet from race control that we should be going back to green flag racing this next time by. Remember, these races a little bit different than yesterday. Yesterday was a timed 25-minute race. Today they are 22 laps or 35 minutes, whichever comes first. And so you'll see there up on the ticker on the left-hand side of the screen, we've got the lap countdown, and we've got the timer running for you as well. So you've got a good idea of which way the race may go.
Yeah, and looking at my, I pulled out my calculator, and at this point we're probably going to be a timed race.
Right.
17 laps would be about 25 minutes, and that's obviously we have 21 minutes left on the clock. So we'll keep on tabs with that, and it's great that we see those the laps and the timer in the top corner. I don't think we were able to do that last year, so that's an upgrade on our pylon for 2024. And of course, what you're seeing here this weekend will be what you see a preview starting next weekend with our Super Tour races. We're at Sebring next weekend for the start of the 2024 Super Tour, and a lot of fun stuff here on the live stream that we're going to bring to you this year. And frankly, Greg, I can't wait to get this whole thing going.
Yeah, I'm very excited about heading down to Sebring, and let's pull the shades back. I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina today, but we've got our spotters down at Homestead for us. But Brian and I will both be at Sebring International next weekend for the Super Tour. We look forward to meeting all of our racers and crew members and family members, what have you, as we come onto the front straight. And Brian, we are back to racing here. And look at the jump from Osiris Pena in the Honda CRX as he works his way around both Garrett Adams and Tyler Delgado to take the overall lead. Adams and Delgado side by side through turn one as they try to get things straightened out there with then Michael Kuna running second in STU. Just a little bit further back, he's trying to make up some ground. And look at that bright red BMW from Chris DeShong. DeShong having some issues navigating through turn number 4, but he gets the car back underway. We'll see if that hurts him as they make the run down into turn 6. And still, we're looking at 2 and now 3 cars wide going under braking into turn 6.
Yeah, that CRX front drive up front could have a slight advantage on a little bit of a slick racetrack, although it looks really dry here going through this section.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, we just saw a huge wiggle. I believe it was from Garrett Adams in the 54 machine coming through turn 6 in that rear-wheel drive BMW, so it may certainly be drying out. But these BMW Club Sport, M2 Club Sports, apparently they've got enough torque to break the rear wheels loose. But yeah, the front wheel drive machine able to take advantage of maybe the slightly lower grip levels and move away from that rear drive pack directly behind him.
Right. The hope for him will be that he can get enough of a gap in the twisty bits and take advantage of the front drive there, that he won't get scooped up in the oval area. And it looks like right now that's all working well. Irwin's in the chat. Joey Greenwood's in the chat from Ireland. So we got an international flair in our chat this morning. And as you can see, the BMW was able to make up ground on the oval, but not enough to be giving any big issues to Pena at the moment. And if it's the same thing this lap, Osiris Pena will be able to move forward here and make up some more room. And then we'll see where the gap is when they get back onto the oval here in about a half a lap.
All right, so Brian, one of the things that the full course caution did is it brought the SMX field much closer together, and we saw early on where Mark Cefalo had, who was our pole sitter today, jumped to the early lead. He was able to open up a bit of a gap to Michael Borden. Well, that gap now is gone. And we'll see that SMX field filing into there. They are caught up in a lot of traffic now, making their way down into turn 6. As a matter of fact, they're sitting right in the middle of all of it. And I think Max Schweid in the number 98 machine has managed to get around Michael Borden in the 42. We'll see the next time they come by, but we can see as they're working their way into the hairpin with Max Opolsky working his way from the back of the field. Remember, Opolsky is a lap down right now as that SMX field gets bottled up a little bit behind that white Mustang coming through the hairpin. And yeah, it looks like Michael Borden now falling back to third in SMX with Harbir Das and Ayrton Grimm. Grimm is in that kind of like red and white, I don't know how to explain that it's a multicolored car, obviously, but Ayrton Grimm, I believe 14 years old, and obviously his first race weekend in a brand new car to him, as those SMX drivers coming onto the front straight here now.
It's cool to see that the region's able to utilize the lighted panels that are on the oval from the NASCAR systems that they have there. It's kind of a preview of what you're going to see next weekend with the Flagtronics at every corner at Sebring. There's going to be lighted panels at all of the flag stations for 2024 on the Super Tour and the runoffs. And those lighted panels will do something very similar to that coming up on our broadcast starting next weekend. Oh, we have another car around. That's a 74 car. That's Michael Kuna there, spun around, needing to wait for the cars to come through here. Good news for him is that the pack is still pretty packed up after the full course yellow. So right after this car goes by, he's waiting for a point from the corner workers, and he'll be able to spin the car around here very, very quickly. And now we've got a waving yellow here. I think that's for the car that's off. He's now flipping it around.
And back underway. And so Kuna was running second in STU, Brian, and had been running fourth overall. So obviously that's going to drop him back to the back of the pack. Kuna finished eighth this year at the National Championship runoffs in that BMW M3, and I'm sure not the way he wants to start the 2024 season off.
Yeah, definitely that is the case. Delgado is your race leader in T2 car. Then you've got Osiris Pena, the leader in STU, followed by Garrett Adams, another T2 car. And then your leader in T3 right now, Christopher Deschamps, your leader in SMX5, Mark Cephalo. He is in sixth place right now.
As the field starts to stretch out a little bit, if we take a look here now by class, and we'll try to lock in on them at some point, because it's a little hard to pick them out from the SMX field, but the battle for the lead in T4 right now, Jaden Lander and Jeremy Butts, and those two machines locked nose to tail the last time I saw them go by. Matter of fact, I think that this may be them now coming down. No, actually, that's the SMX field coming down into turn 6, because both of the T4 drivers also in NC MX5s. Jeremy Butts, our winner yesterday, and Jaden Lander actually finished fourth in class, and he was 3 laps down. So had some mechanical issues with the 04 machine, and it looks like he's gotten back, figured out exactly what ailed him yesterday to move to the lead.
$12 laps to go, which will not get in. It'll be 14 minutes left in this race, and then we're going to move right on to our next race of the day. Our next race up, that's also going to be a good one. Spec Racer Ford 3, one of our showcase classes here in the SCCA. That's up next year, so don't go away, folks. We just started a long day of racing here from Homestead-Miami Speedway.
And we just had Nicole Cooper Cephalo check in on the chat, basically telling us how good the SMX race looks. And my, look at this, as Michael Borden has worked his way back up to second behind Mark Cephalo. As they come through turns 2 now, setting up for 3. Oh, big wiggle from Borden as they set up for turn 3. Wow, or turn 4, pardon me. And we can see there's still a lot of dampness around the track here, Brian. But look, this is the close, tight racing that I think everybody was hoping for in SMX, as we see Borden going side by side now down into turn 6. He has Max Schweig side by side with him in the 98 machine, and we'll see how things play out after this race.
Yeah, it was very obvious there. You put a wheel off on some of these areas, you're going to be some puddling there on the inside or on the outside, depending on where you're at. So got to keep those cars between the white lines, especially early this morning. And look at this SMX field, just all packed up together there, and it is still very unclear who's going to end up with the win in this particular group as we get to the final laps of this race.
Brian, and I was going to point out, I just saw something on Facebook last night, the Honda Civic that we saw following that entire SMX field through. That is Jasper Drengler driving the car this year in Touring 3, currently running second in class, and his car is for sale. So if you're watching and you like the look, and I think that's a former World Challenge touring car, it's currently for sale. You reach out to Jasper Drengler. Price on it about $35,000.
Tyler Delgado, your race leader in T2, and he is also your overall leader. But the real race on the track right now, there's not a whole lot of racing in those other classes. Right coming into our screen right now, SMX5, and we've got someone who is going to join us here in the booth from Miami, and I'm hoping he's got his headset on. Wes Ducek. Drives the Spec Miata number 32. Wes, good morning from Miami. How are you today?
Pretty good. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. We're enjoying the Spec MX-5 field here, watching this race. It seems to me like the Spec MX-5 class races very similarly to Spec Miata. What are you seeing here when you watch this?
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously a bit faster cars. There's a bit less people in the field, but I think overall the racing is very similar. I think the racing might be a bit more mature because a lot of these drivers have come up from Spec Miata, so they already have that experience jumping into the Spec MX-5. So I think overall, it's very similar, but a little bit more mature racing.
I like how you said that, more mature. Spec Miata sometimes gets a bad rap because there's a bit of bumping and banging going on. But I like the terminology, more mature. How's your weekend going?
Honestly, could be going a little bit better. Beginning of the weekend, we were already on the back foot. We missed the first two sessions on Thursday because we had some bad fuel. There was some water in the fuel, so we had to get that taken care of. And then qualifying went pretty well. I mean, this is my first big race. I only started racing these cars 3 months ago. So it was, really to get a feel for it and, to get used to racing in these bigger fields. So qualified, I believe 24th. We were doing all right in the race, and then had a bit of a transmission issue that took me out of contention. So had to come in, and now we're kind of starting on the back foot. But I've always been pretty decent at starting from the back and working my way up, so we'll just see how it goes from there today in the main race.
So this is a home race for you. You're from Jupiter, Florida.
Yes, sir.
A lot of family and friends at the track this weekend?
Yeah, my dad's here. I'm here with 3P Logistics with Frank Rodriguez and his whole crew, so it's really nice being here with them. I think actually my boss from work is coming down later to watch the race, so that'll be nice.
Very cool, very cool. Any sponsors you want to thank before we let you go and get back to race action?
Yeah, huge thank you to Mazda, Hoosier Tires, Hawk Performance Brakes. They've all been, fantastic putting on this show, with these fantastic cars and the fantastic tires that Hoosier provides. Also like to shout out 3P Logistics. They've been amazing to me, getting me up and going these past couple months, really teaching me about the car and getting me all prepared for this. And I also like to shout out, some of the karting teams over at the kart track, most notably RPG. Love those guys. They've got me where I am today, so huge thank you to everyone.
All right, that's Wes Ducek, Spec Miata driver, number 32. Finished 47th yesterday in a very big field, obviously looking to have a little better day today. Thanks, Wes. Good luck in your race. All right, getting back to race action here. Mark Cephalo, still your leader in Spec MX-5, and that is the best race on the racetrack right now. We've got gaps between the T2 and T leaders there. We've also got a big gap between the STU first place and second place there. So really keeping an eye on this Spec MX-5 field. Mark Cephalo, Max Schwein, and Michael Borden There's your top 3 in Spec MX-5, and there's that group of cars right now, still 6 deep in the pack. A little gap between 3rd and 4th place, though, Greg.
Yeah, a little bit of a gap now is starting to open up between those few drivers up at the front of that field. As we're starting to see here, and a lot of it, Brian, as you see, side-by-side action as they come through the oval, and that is certainly not going to be the fast way around if they're fighting. If they're working in the draft together, they'd be in a little bit better shape, likely there, as that is Ayrton Grimm and Harbier Das. Harbier was your pole sitter for yesterday's race, and he now jumps ahead of Grimm in that red and white number 55 machine, and we can see as they were battling it out together, that's allowed Jillian Fichter in the number 12 to pull up right behind as well. She made up a ton of ground there just in the draft. The 2 cars side by side around that oval puts a much bigger hole in the air than just 2 cars in line.
Yeah, Harbier Das just graduated to the big cars after 5 years of karting. He's been 6 months into his big car career here, and showing really well today with this group of cars. About 6.5 minutes to go, Greg. That's going to be 4 laps, I'm guessing, maybe, before we get to where it gets to be important here. And 3 cars up front, Cephalo, Schweid, and Borden here, and 3 cars right behind him, hoping to not lose touch with the front cars. Those 3 cars behind them are Ayrton Grimm and Harbier Das. We were just talking about it. So, but it looks like the front 3 are starting to make a gap here. And if that's the case, it's going to be a 3-car battle for victory here in Spec MX-5.
And we still see that battle for the lead at SMX. Now side by side is Cephalo taking the high line, coming out of turn 4, Brian, and now side by side directly behind them, it is Borden and Schweid, and in a bit of a diamond formation there, going down into turn 1. Good defensive move coming into 1 as Cephalo holds those 2 racers off, but I'm sure at this point Borden, yesterday's winner, and Schweid realizing that either time or laps are running down, and there aren't going to be very many chances left to take a swing at Cephalo.
Yeah, they've got to have. There's going to be just a couple of spots here each lap. That going into turn 1 is the main one. We have seen some passing going into the hairpin. That doesn't happen often, but that is also a potential place for a move here in the closing laps. Another one of these situations, Greg, where I feel that the place you don't want to be going into the last lap is the leader. That proved to be the case a couple times yesterday. So we will see if that is if that's the case as well today.
All right, Brian, it looks like Max Opolsky's day, it may be not done, but the Mustang of Opolsky, pardon me, the T2 machine, coming down the apron and going into the pit lane, as, again, we've learned that they're doing a lot of testing, a lot of swapping of parts in and out to get a chassis ready for a little bit later this season based on the brand new Mustang Dark Horse.
Correct. While we're watching the SMX-5 race, let me just tell you, Tyler Delgado is your race leader in T2, followed by Garrett Adams and Oscar Hernandez. Osiris Pena, your STU race leader. And second place there is Michael Kuna, but way back in the field there. Third place would be Raymond Filbert. In T3, your race leader is Chris Deschamps, followed by Chris Deschamps, then Jasper Drengler. T4, your race leader is Jaden Lander, followed by Jeremy Butts. So that's where they stand right now with 3 minutes and 40 seconds of racing left here in our first race of the day.
And we can see here that pack still now closing back up once again. These cars, these MX-5 cars, are working very well in the draft with the hardtop on them. Of course, what we see in the Global MX-5 Cup with the ND Miatas is where they're running without the hardtop, and creates, I think, quite a bit more turbulence and makes drafting very easy. But these NC Miatas, much like the earlier NA and MB Miatas, really susceptible to the draft, and and we have a number of drivers, Brian, pretty clearly from around the country that are very, very close together in talent and capability in these cars. Many of them racing these cars for the very first time this weekend. Oh, Brian, it looks like we've got a car that may have gone off. Yeah, and wow, and we can see the waving yellow flag. If our viewers can take a look right at the, we've got the flagger right out just as cars are coming onto the oval. We had a driver run and loop the car into, we think, into the wall there just around the corner.
You can see the flagger there waving the yellow flag. If that is an impact with 2 minutes left to go, it's a good chance that this race could go full course and checkered at the same exact time.
And so as we determine whether or not that is going to be the case, as we see the starter looking over the field, and certainly as Osiris Pena crosses the start-finish line to start his 19th lap, we don't see the white flag, but again, likely either one or possibly two more laps if they decide to leave that car there.
Yeah, if they do decide to leave the car, it does appear that they'll get one more lap here, although you would have thought they would have flown the white flag here, unless they've decided to extend the race just a little bit longer here, past the clock, and give them another lap or two, which can happen, especially since we have an earlier end to the day today. They don't have to really worry too much about the clock. So the stewards have the ability to go deeper past the time here if in fact they choose to do so. You know, and the effort here really is to get these guys as much green flag racing time as possible, and all of the drivers know that, they plan for that. So it's at the well, the clock is always at the steward's direct discretion here, and that's part of what the deal is here. It's also possible that that car is so far off the racing surface that if the driver's fine, they can just leave it here till the end of the race, Greg.
And Brian, it looks like here we go, last lap here at Miami Homestead for this race, for our touring cars, for our SMX cars, and STU drivers. First driver to see that white flag, Osiris Pena, your leader in STU. Or pardon me, right now, I believe running second overall. I think we missed Tyler Delgado, who is our T2 leader in his BMW. I believe he is actually our overall leader at the moment. But here's that Spec MX-5 battle that we've been watching, as they're going to make the run down to turns 6 and 7. And it is still very, very close there, as we've got Mark Cefalo trying to hold off yesterday's winner. And they now know they have very few turns to do as they're coming into the hairpin for the very last time. As Cefalo holds the point, then it is Mark Bowden, or probably Michael Borden, and then Max Schweid in the Flat Out Motorsports number 98 machine. And Ayrton Grimm, who's worked his way up the fourth, he's not that far back. He's still within shooting distance for a podium, only about a half a car length off of the back of Max Schweid, as they're going to now come around the oval. We'll catch up on some of these other classes here in just a moment, as the SMX drivers come for the very last time onto the banking at Homestead.
Did they catch the white flag, Greg, or are they going to get one more lap? I don't know if they caught the white flag. Did they?
Okay, SMX. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. SMX now is on the tail end of the laps, so they're getting the white flag. And now you see the checker come out, and the checkered flag comes out for Tyler Delgado. He is your winner in Touring 2. Jose Osiris Pena in his Honda CRX will come home in second overall. There he is. There's the CRX, and he takes the win in Super Touring under. Garrett Adams runs his fastest lap of the race on the last lap, and ran a 132.6. He is going to finish second in Touring 2, third overall.
Let's get back to our SMX battle here. We've got a half a lap to go here with that SMX field, and that is the tightest battle. Here they are. Look at that, side by side, going into our final few corners here. They're coming straight at us now. 3 corners to go here on the infield course, and then the oval. Who is going to be the win here? Mark Cefalo.
It's Borden in the lead now, Brian. As Borden got around Cefalo coming through turn 6, going into 7, but Cefalo tries to come underneath them going into the hairpin, not quite close enough. And I think Cephalo probably realized if they went through their side-by-side, that would be opening up the door for Max Schweid running in third, as they are now in line coming through NASCAR, coming into NASCAR 3. And we'll see where they stand on this last run to the checkered flag. There they are, our top four. Borden,
Cephalo's coming. Let's see where they come here, Greg. He was on the move. Is he going to make the pass here at the end? He pops out.
And as they come to the line, taking the win for the second day in a row in SMX, Michael Borden. Last lap pass over Mark Cephalo, takes the win. Cephalo will finish second. Max Schweid will finish third. And Ayrton Grimm, 61 thousandths of a second off of his first podium in SCCA Racing. He will finish fourth. Jillian Fichter will finish fifth. And Whitfield Gregg will finish sixth in SMX. But let's go to these other classes. We talked about Touring 2 with Tyro Delgado taking the win and Garrett Adams finishing second. Oscar Hernandez will come home in third. In Touring 3, Chris DeShong takes the sweep. He wins both days in his Spec E46 BMW, the number 41 car. Jasper Drengler will finish second. In Touring 4, Jaden Lander holds off Jeremy Butts for the win, and Steve Schelt will finish in third. And then finally in STU, we talked about Osiris Pena taking the win for the second day in a row. Michael Kuna will finish second. Ray Philibert will finish in third.
Greg, I got to tell you, I sorry to jump in on you there, but when they were coming through NASCAR 3, Mark Cephalo was just flying and coming up onto the back bumper of Michael Borden, and it really looked like he was going to be able to make that move there, and Borden was able to find a way to hold him off at the line, but that was a remarkable finish to this race.
All right, so there you go. That is race number 1, Brian, of 7 today. We're planning to have 3 more races before we break for lunch today. Next up is going to be, and this is a big one, it's going to be Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, 45 cars deep. And as we saw yesterday, we had, I think, 10 cars all in a row going into the last lap, all with a chance to take the win. We'll see how things play out today. That will be up here in just a few minutes from Homestead-Miami Speedway, where you're watching the Palm Tree Winter Majors, presented by the Florida region of the SCCA, the first stop on the U.S. Majors Tour, and we'll be right back.
Super sub. Yeah.
Oh. Sorry.
No question. our second race of today, so we've missed nothing. Except for maybe the rundown of the starting order, which is going to be irrelevant here in about 15 seconds because we're going to get a green flag and everything's going to change. Right, Greg?
That is absolutely correct. So yesterday our winner was Russ Turner. He's going to be starting on the front row with our pole sitter, Denny Stripling. Then Todd Vanacore and Brian Schofield, last year's winner, will make up row number 2. James Goffrey and Grant Vogel will start row number 3 as the starter is looking over the field as they're going to be coming out of NASCAR turn 4 here momentarily, and we'll have some we'll be going racing here in just a moment. Brian, I could run down this 40-plus car field, but as you mentioned, it's probably going to be changing in about 20 seconds as the pace car now is on the pit lane and turning the field over, we believe, to Denny Stripling. We may see John Dunches in his number 63 machine out there because he actually had the fastest time yesterday, Brian, but that's because he didn't run the whole course, and it looks as though there we go. Green flag is in the air. You'll look for a moment like they were going to have another pace lap as they come down, and Denny Stripling taking the point going into turn 1. But we're going 5 wide into turn 2.
Wow. I don't know how we got through that. It sounds like at least one car went off. Not a surprise at the moment. Here comes the field coming through here. One for the first time here. And nice big one. Look at that, 2-3 wide all the way in the back there. Just a crazy amount of cars here at Spec Racer Ford 3 making its way through the twisty bits here. And everyone doing a great job of staying between the white lines. Still wet and off course here. So that's going to be real important for the opening laps of this race.
All right, Brian, so it's Denny Stripling. He did take the point with Russ Turner, yesterday's winner, sliding in the second. Then we had Brian Schofield in as we've got a driver off over on the outside of turn 6
that's
here.
That's car number 65.
65. We'll get the driver of that in just a moment as Schofield running in third, then Todd Vanacore and James Goffrey now coming out onto the back straight onto the oval here, and still too wide coming out. And I believe that's Arvid Albanese in the 77 machine and possibly Chris Windsor in the 38 that were side by side coming out of the oval, but they're still going 2 by 2 towards the back of the pack as well.
Yeah, that car that went off is Walter, car number 65, Walter Fernandez, but he was able to keep it together and get back on the racetrack, and so we're still green, no issues to go here on the opening lap of Spec Racer Ford 3.
All right, as our leaders now coming across the stripe to start lap number 2, it is Stripling and Turner, your leaders. Grant Vogel, then Schofield, then Todd Vanacore, Trey Ayers working back up in the blue and the yellow number 7 machine. Sandy Satullo in the white 07, a little bit further back. There's Trey Ayers leading that second pack with Satullo, and then slightly behind them, Ben Jacobs and Arvid Albanese. And you can see there as drivers are hitting that curbing, drivers left. Still a lot of dampness there, Brian.
Yes, so much so that the guy behind the guy who went off the curbing got a shower. I'm sure he's wiping his visor right now because a big bunch of water got kicked up there into the face of the car behind you. Wow, that was pretty impressive. Stripling, Russ Turner, Grant Vogel, Brian Schofield, Todd Vanacore. That's your top 5 right now, right there coming at you right into your living room.
All right, so, Brian, we've got a car that's gone off and sliding through the grass.
Oh, and it takes out another car.
As we try to get the number.
That's the 77 car that went off. That black and yellow car is the 77 car, and I believe maybe that's 138 or something. It's a 3-digit car that went off and was taken out, and he is giving a wave.
It's Ben Jacobs in the 171 machine there, and they had been running at one point. They've been running 8th and 9th. Albanese had obviously fallen back a couple of spots there, but well, we can see that they're not. Drivers aren't getting any grip in the grass there, Brian. Yeah,
no grip in the grass. It's a minor miracle that car didn't take out more cars when it came back out of the racetrack. But thankfully, only one other car involved there. And I see the lights on the pace car, so they might be waiting to possibly come back and get that car. That car cannot stay where it is, by the way, if it doesn't get moving.
No, certainly not, as it's right off the pavement, or at least it was right off the pavement, but in an impact zone there over at the hairpin, as we have Stripling your leader with Russ Turner. Brian Schofield now sitting in third in that silver and blue machine. He just ran the fastest lap of anyone here. Then Grant Vogel in the number 46 machine. He is running in third. One driver that we did not, we had a couple drivers that did not take the green: Morgan Burkhardt, Mark Eaton, Chad Galloway, Brian Yates. Remember, Morgan Burkhardt was running in the top 5 yesterday when his car went dead stick right here at the hairpin, and had some electrical issues with that car, some electrical gremlins that have been haunting it pretty much all weekend long, and it looks like the 102 machine not able to take the green for today's race.
It looks like both of those cars from that incident parked in NASCAR too, so good for them being able to get out of the way so that we can stay green here. They'll clean them up between sessions here. Stripling, Turner, Schofield, Vogel, Vanacore still your top 5 here. 4 cars, and there's a move for third place there. That is Vogel trying to make a move on Denny Stripling. We'll see if he can make that stick.
And as they come out of turn 3, it is Schofield, your leader, then Russ Turner, and indeed he did. Grant Vogel gets around the 4 machine of Denny Stripling, so move Stripling back into 4th. That was your pole sitter. Then Todd Vanacore and Trey Ayers. That is your next group, and Vanacore looks like he's in pretty good shape here. Might be able to catch up to the lead pack in that red number 19 machine with Trey Ayers and Sandy Satulo still locked nose to tail, with Satulo now taking the point, moving up to 6th position, moving Trey Ayers, the number 7 car, back to 7th.
Here come your leaders again into turn 8 here with 19 laps to go. And you're right, Vanacore has been able to close the gap pretty much to the lead 4 cars. And that 5th and 6th place, or 6th and 7th place car, that would be Ayers and Sandy Satulo. They're not far from being able to close that gap as well. So we could have a 7-lap race here, or 7-car race here at any moment.
And Brian, we should also note that there is still a local caution leading into the hairpin there. Even though those 2 cars in the earlier incident moved up towards the NASCAR oval, we still have a no passing area in that area, but certainly a passing area going into turn 1 where Russ Turner takes the point. He passes Brian Schofield going into turn number 1 with Vogel, Stripling, and we were just talking about Todd Vanacore. Certainly within the draft, Vanacore just runs the fastest lap of the race, and he's now part of that first group.
And every time that first 4 pack starts to do something, trying to look out to maybe make a pass, cars in 5th, 6th, and 7th place are able to get just a little bit closer. So if that continues, we're going to have a 7-car race here in no time. Joining us right now in the booth, Ethan Goulart, Spec Miata driver, ST something. I think you're all over the place, Ethan. Welcome. How you doing? We've lost Ethan for a moment. Oh, sorry. We'll get Ethan here just a moment. We're putting the headset on him right now, and we'll get to talking to him for a few minutes. He just got done in the SMX race here earlier, so it'll be fun to talk with him about that. We'll get him for just a couple of laps here. We'll chat with him. 18 to go here. Russ Turner's now your leader. Schofield 2nd, Vogel 3rd, Stripling in 4th.
All right, Brian, it looks like we've got Ethan all rigged up and ready to go. Let's bring him in. Ethan Goulart, driver of the number 80 Spec Miata.
How you doing, Ethan?
Good. How are you guys?
Doing real well. Before we get to you, we just had 2 cars go off. I believe that was Denny Stripling, wasn't it?
That was Stripling, and that was Russ Turner, who had been leading the race. Those are the 2 teammates getting together going into turn 1, and we can see there's Stripling taking the oval, trying to join up. But that is a big change there. Is I think we're going to see Grant Vogel as your new leader with Brian Schofield and Todd Vanacore in tow. Is indeed there it is. Grant Vogel, driver of the number 46, your new leader, with Schofield, Vanacore now your top 3.
That was Denny and one fast guy not working as well together as they should have here. All right, back to Ethan Goulart. Ethan, welcome to the show. Sorry we had to interrupt you for a second.
No
much
worries.
action going on at a racetrack. You just got done with the XM-X5 race, correct?
No, actually, I'm only in SM this weekend.
Okay. So what are you thinking right now getting ready for your SM race? What's your thought process?
Honestly, just to keep it clean. The runoffs had a great qualifying, but we got spun on the start. So this is really my first race with the big guys. I qualified 6th next to my dad, which was in 5th, which was happened same thing at the runoffs, which is pretty special. And I dropped back to 12th with making a couple mistakes. It's a huge learning curve here. It's a huge drafting track. Once you lose the draft, you're kind of out of the game. And these guys are so great without making mistakes. So I think today we roll off P8, so we'll try to move forward instead of going back this time.
So is this your first race with a Roval type racetrack?
Yeah, that's correct. This is my first time.
Yeah, how's that working out for you? How hard is it to learn that?
You know, it's very difficult because you got to be able to carry the speed in the corners, but coming out of turn 8, you got to make sure you get a great run because it leads on to the longest straight at the track, which is about, I think, almost half a mile, maybe even more. So you got to make sure if there's a guy behind you, you got to drag the brakes a little bit before you can get connected and bump draft down the whole straight, and that's like at least 8 miles an hour there.
Yeah, it's definitely, this is one of those racetracks where racecraft is extremely important.
For sure.
And to get here as essentially a rookie and learn that fast and be 8th or up front on the grid is pretty impressive.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's definitely pretty cool, but like I said earlier, it's a huge learning curve, and I mean, I'm still in my first year of racing. I'm only 14 years old. So we're trying to get as much experience as possible. So when I do try to move up into the pro ranks, I have that experience already. This Spec Miata is one of the best classes to learn all of that.
What's your racing plan for this season?
For right now, I think we're going to stick to Spec Miata. We're looking for some other opportunities. We kind of kept our eye on that GR86 Cup series, just trying to find the funding to do that. But I think for right now, we're going to stick to Spec Miata.
All right, any sponsors you want to thank before we get back to racing action?
First off, I'd like to thank my dad with all the coaching this weekend and congratulate him on the win yesterday. He played that really smart and strategic. Quick Speed Racing, Kessler Engineering, Sports Car Driving Association, all the guys I was back at the 10, Alex Krugman, Evan, Rob, D, Jaden, Richard Stasio for bringing the car down, Anthony Stone Gallery, and honestly, everybody that's helped me get here, Rosemont Racing, Mountain Motorsports, Hoosier Racing Tire, and yeah.
All right, that's Ethan Goulart, 14 years old, here for his Majors Tour debut. Thanks for joining us, and we are going to get back to the racing action. It is fast and furious.
All right, thanks so much, Ethan. Really appreciate it. And, you know, Ethan, I don't think he mentioned it, but he was also part of the part of Mazda's Spec MX-5 shootout this fall at Carolina Motorsports Park, and was one of the finalists there. Kid's got a ton of talent, and I'll tell you, for 14 years old, he carries himself well. Great to hear him here, and thanks for joining us as we jump back to the Spec Racer Ford action, Brian.
So while we were talking with Ethan, we saw Denny Stripling, after going through the NASCAR Turn 1 and 2, basically pulled into the pits, realizing that his day was done as far as racing for a lead, and probably saving the car. Did he come back out?
Yeah, he did. He did come back out. He made a very quick run down the pit lane, and he is currently lying back in 38th position, whereas his teammate, who was involved in that incident, Russ Turner, we can see him. He is leading that second group right now. He's in that blue number 23 machine, now heading through turn number 2. He's got Sandy Satullo and Trey Ayers in tow, but that group of 3, they've got a long way to go to get up to Schofield, Vogel, and Vanacore. Currently about 2 seconds of gap between the two trios there.
There's also a car parked in the island infield. You can see in our Cam 6.
All right, I'm getting word, Brian, that we do have another car that is
right
off.
there.
Yeah, we can see him. He's parked there in the infield behind the wall, and we'll try and get a number on him. Here we shouldn't. Believe that might be. Well, no, I was going to say it's not Wade White. We'll know soon enough who that driver is, but it looks like he's out of the car and all is safe.
Middle of nowhere.
Looked like, given where he was, Brian, looked like he might be looking to, I don't know, maybe take a swim in the pond over there. But he's got a nice view from the infield.
Yeah, absolutely. But he's got a good spectator space if you can get there. But when you're supposed to be on the track, that's not where you want to be.
No, definitely not.
So we've got Schofield, Vogel, Vanacore. Russ Turner was able to recover from that little moment that sent Stripling around the outside of 1 and 2 to get back into 4th place. Looking at the distance, he's still 2.5 seconds back from the front 3 with 13 laps to go here. And does that? No, that's the second
3
group
wide
here.
into 1.
So it's this group of 3 right now that we're following.
Yeah, and well, in that group of 3, I believe, Brian, and we'll check, I believe that's actually just ahead of our leaders. We'll see here as they're coming out of 3.
Right, so that's not our lead group. It's the next pack that we're coming
Right.
in. So
Here,
right there
here
is
are our leaders now coming out of 3 going into 4. And that might really complicate things for Schofield, who's our new leader, and Vogel right behind, and Vanacore as well, because there's a long train there. And given the gap right now, I don't know if they're going to be able to get to them on the oval. They may find themselves mired in quite a bit of traffic the next time they come down into the infield.
Well, and that would be really good news for Russ Turner and Sandy Satullo, because and Trey Ayers, because if they were to have to slow down to get around that,
leaders are NASCAR.
that's going to allow those cars to come together here, and we'll be back to a 4 or 5 car battle for the lead here.
These are leaders here.
All right. Well, here are your leaders now, Brian, coming through NASCAR turn 4. And we see Schofield taking a very wide line with Vogel and Vanacore down low. And there you go, Russ Turner, he has broken away from Sandy Satullo. He is now up with that lead pack as Satullo and Trey Ayers, they're going to have to get back together and try and use that draft to get up to the top 4. Russ Turner, fastest lap of the race that time by. And actually look at that, Sandy Satullo now has locked in behind the top 4. So it is a 5-car train, and Trey Ayers, he's going to make it 6 here probably by the time they get to the hairpin.
Pedro Leal back in the chat with us. He's watching from the French Alps this morning. That sounds fantastic, but he's interested in what these cars are. He's not a aficionado of the SCCA. This is Spec Racer Ford 3. It is a Spec chassis with a Ford-powered motor and a sequential transmission. So all the cars are identical. This is a driver class. So, and here are your leaders, some of the best drivers in the country in this class.
All right, and so, Brian, I think I can confirm it was indeed Wade White, the number 59 machine, who's got the front row seat to his race. They're sitting up on the side pod over by the lake in the middle of Homestead-Miami Speedway. He is showing now as a lap down as we see our leaders coming onto the oval once again.
12 laps to go here, and we are gonna, looks like we're gonna get those 12 laps in if we can keep this thing green, which is awesome. And we've got Vogel, Schofield, Vanacore, and Turner giving us a show here here this afternoon, or this morning, I guess. And this has been, and this class, Greg, as we all know, is always this tight pack racing like we've got it right now.
Yeah, and so Pedro, as we mentioned, checking in from the Alps, was wondering what class this is. Pedro, this is what is known as Spec Racer Ford. This is a class that has been around since the early 80s. With we're in the 3rd generation right now, with very tightly controlled spec class. They use a 1.6-liter Ford motor in the rear. Most of these cars up the front of the field will use a Sato 6-speed sequential transmission. There may be still some cars in the field that are using an H-pattern box as well. They went to this one point, and Brian, I think we're starting to see some rain come down here at Homestead. So we will definitely, and I'm getting word from producer Brendan that it is definitely raining at Homestead now.
Yeah, that's not digital artifact on your screen. No. That is actual rain falling.
So that may really shake things up here And so, yeah, Pedro, we went from 1.9 liter motors from the old Ford Escort motor about 6 years ago to these 1.6 liter aluminum block motors from the Ford Ford Focus, pardon me. And the class actually started off in the 80s using Renault motors. And when Renault left the United States market, the change was made to a Ford drivetrain. But yeah, we're starting to see down here at the west end of the course certainly some rain, Brian. And I'm not sure if it's moved all the way over to the east side where the oval is, but it's definitely starting to come down.
Yeah, I was going to say, just to agree with you, Greg. When my family owned a Spec Renault, it was a Renault. So it was a lot of evolution in this car, but the exact same chassis that hasn't changed. So it's been a pretty good platform, a very popular platform here in the SCCA. You can see cars starting to slow down. They're appreciably slower going through the hairpin now than they were earlier in the race, and
it's getting damn fast.
It's really going to start to wetten this racetrack very, very quickly, and we'll see how long. The question, Greg, is, and we just don't know how much heat is in this racetrack. You can see a car right here coming in. I wonder if they're going to try to make a quick switch to rain tires and be the first on rain tires. If they can do it fast, they could really take advantage of that for the last 10 laps of this race.
I mean, it is a possibility. You know, the Spec Racer Fords, they do run on, and we're seeing a couple of cars come down the pit lane now. They do run on Spec Hoosier tires. There is a dry weather tire and there is a wet weather tire that they can run, but you know, it's not going to be a quick change, Brian, with these cars. These cars, they don't have like center lugs. They are 4 lug nuts that they would have to change or to pull to get each tire changed here. But certainly it doesn't look like the drivers at the front of the pack are considering making that change, as it's Schofield and Vogel still your leaders, and they are starting to come up on some slower traffic. There's that yellow machine and the blue machine. Those are what will be lap cars. Grant Vogel, though, is your leader. He's gotten around Schofield. Vanacore still running third with Russ Turner, Sandy Satullo, and Trey Ayers trailing behind. And I did notice on the last lap, Brian, and we should watch this as the drivers come down towards the hairpin. I had noticed where Grant Vogel was trying to open this hairpin up quite a bit, and certainly not go down to the apex, but try to open the wheel, try to put as little load on this car as possible. And we're starting to see more of the drivers in that group do that, so that they're not fighting understeer through the hairpin.
Yeah, no question. And it looked as though all of those cars that went to pit lane just decided to call it a day. And if you were at 20th or back, or even 10th and back, you're not going to win this race, especially with the rain. So
got a race next weekend too.
Get that car into the pits, get out of the rain. Many of them going up north to Sebring next weekend. So better not to ball up your car here and be ready for next weekend.
All right, Brian, let's jump over here as our leaders now side by side behind that lap traffic going into one, as we had Schofield and Vogel battling it out. And it looks like Vogel, who had the inside position, may have been able to hold Brian Schofield off. You know, remember, Schofield, he's from the area here. He has many times taken the win. Last year, he swept the weekend in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Of course, yesterday gave up the win to Russ Turner. Schofield finishing second on the podium, and Stripling, who, as we know, is trying to fight his way back after that early contact, finished third here yesterday with Goffrey and Albanese. And Goffrey, we haven't seen anything from Goffrey. Goffrey's been mired back in 13th position, Brian, here all day, and not part of this lead pack that is, stretching out once again, as it looks like Russ Turner feels that he's maybe being held up a little bit by Todd Vanacore, as the conditions are getting more wet here at Homestead.
Yeah, and I'm surprised, honestly, that the cars are sticking as well as they are. Must be a lot of heat in the track. They are obviously much slower through this corner here, but they're really able to keep it under control. I'm not seeing a lot of fishtailing, and Not a lot of drifting coming through here.
Tires
So
aren't full slicks.
everyone's putting it on. And our producer makes a great point. These are not full slick tires. They do have, even on dry tires, there is a little bit of tread on those tires. So that's absolutely helpful in this situation as well.
All right, as our leaders now heading into one, and we're seeing that now that Vogel and Schofield starting to break away from the rest of that pack, but Russ Turner did manage to get around Vanacore, and wow, now we're seeing the car start to move around. Sandy Satullo, he's in the white 07 machine. He also was able to make his way around the 19 of Vanacore. For Vanacore, who was third just a lap ago, finds himself in 5th position. But look at this, and you can see now Grant Vogel coming down under braking, going into 6th. You'll notice how he shifted over, Brian, about a car width and maybe a car width and a half, going into 6th under. That's a hard braking corner, and by moving over and moving more towards the center of the track, that is an area of the pavement that's going to be less polished down from all the braking that we've seen there over the years, and maybe a little bit more grip than staying on the traditional line all the way drivers left. And I think we'll start to see more to experiment and move over that way going into that corner.
Yeah, definitely. And the other thing that they're doing is they're staying off the curbs. Those painted curbs get really, really slick when it gets wet. So all of the drivers now staying away from the apexes, staying off the curbs, because that is the kiss of death when it gets wet here.
Yeah, and I should mention, we said that these Hoosier tires, the dry tires, that they do have treads, and that's just a blue flag letting the driver in that white car know that there's some faster traffic coming ahead, and you can see where he's trying to stay offline. And wow, look, you can see the rooster tails now coming up off the back of these cars as the rain, Brian, has certainly now, just within the last couple of seconds, really picked up. You know, these tires, they do have tread, but they are just 2 little sipes, and only 2 down the center of the tire. They will not really do much in the way of water evacuation. These are tires that are known as being DOT approved for road use, and those 2 little sipes are what give you that DOT approval. They are certainly not very good in conditions like this.
6 laps to go here, and the rain has really, really picked up on the NASCAR turn 1-2 side of the track, and now it looks like it's pretty hard, pretty much all over the racetrack here. And you can see this is kind of like pure tiptoe through the tulips here. They are really, really taking their time here. You can see now rooster tails coming off the backs of the car. And look at this camera, folks. That is the rain coming down. Look at the dark clouds. We had a picture of the radar just a little bit ago. It doesn't look like there's a lot. This is going to last long, but it is here now, and it will wet this racetrack down for at least the next couple of sessions, if nothing else.
Oh, no, so we've got Chris Picola out and a Spec Racer Ford racer in the chat telling me that the Hoosiers have been shredded. I will say that they have little slots in them that I would consider treads there, but he's a Spec Racer. I'm not going to argue the point here today, but there we go. They're called wear indicators. Okay. I think that goes to my point that they're not very good for evacuating water. And looks like, Brian, we're probably going to see an early end to this race as the checkered flag is now being displayed, and we'll have to see the lead pack here, which is just now coming through 3 and 4. Did they take the checkered flag? And producer Brendan, can you give us order? Looks like they did. All right. Okay. So apparently the lead pack here, which is now coming down into turn 6, they have already taken the checkered flag. So taking the win today in our second Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 race of the weekend, Brian Schofield. Grant Vogel, who had a number of laps here, will finish in second. Russ Turner, who had that early incident with his teammate, will finish in third. Sandy Satullo finishes just off the podium in fourth. Todd Vanacore will finish fifth. James Goffrey, wow. You know, Brian, just a couple of laps ago when the rain was starting, I was talking about Goffrey and how he was mired back in 13th position. and how that was a big surprise after he finished 4th yesterday. Goffrey, in just the last, I'd say, 3 laps, worked his way from 13th up to 6th. So great run there, and we could see how strong he was in the wet. Jace Petty finishes in the 7th position. Josh Hansen finishes in 8th. Dave Spitzer finishes 9th. And Jean-Luc Liverato works his way up to 10th. That's where he finishes this race. But that is a great finish there. And we saw a lot of changes there just outside that top 5, Brian, here, as soon as the track got wet.
Well, I think we can call James Goffrey our rain meister, who made that big move up to the 6th place spot there. So big move for him. But guess what, Greg? This is not going to be a shock to anybody. Brian Schofield with another win at Homestead.
Yeah, surprise, surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
And
right.
hey, and we were talking about Goffrey. So and I just had it there. So Goffrey finished up, I think, right where he started, but Jace Petty, who finished in 7th, made up 9 positions. Josh Hansen made up 7. Dave Spitzer made up 9, as did Jean-Luc Liverato, and Mark Grieb, who finished just out of the top 10, picked up 9 positions as well. And if we look a little further back, I think our hard charger of the race, as best I can tell, our hard charger, Stephen Greenhill, he finished 17th, but he made up 14 positions today.
Wow, that's pretty amazing. All right, when we come back, we've got Formula V, Formula 600, Formula Ford. There is our weather radar here. It looks like there is a cell that's pretty much, well, it looks like it's getting bigger. Well, we'll see how long, but there's not a lot behind it. So it's possible we can get this rain through here and get dried up here. But it does look like that cell's actually growing on that radar. But we'll hopefully keep it together here as we get to our final, our next race. Formula V, Formula F, and Formula 600. Is there also Formula Continental in that group?
We also have Formula Continental in that group this weekend. And Brian, I'm pretty sure we're going to have a special guest sitting in with us for the next race as well. Somebody who knows a lot about Formula V.
Go. All right, we come back. We'll do that. Stay with us. We'll take a short break.
And welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway and the 2024 Palm Tree Winter Majors, presented by the Florida region of the SCCA. After a little bit of a delay here, as we're letting the drivers of our next group that were on grid already go back to their paddock spots and change to those wet tires, Brian, because I'm sure when they were all lining up and getting ready for their race, they're probably almost all out on dry tires. So we can see now they're coming out behind the pit wall and getting ready for their pace lap.
Yeah, definitely. And while we're on this pace lap, we've got a little bit of video from yesterday. Bill Straczynski sent it to us. He's a Formula V driver of many, many, many decades. He sent us a little video of his race yesterday. So we're going to look at that while we are doing our grids. So take away with the grids. Then we have a special guest commentator for the entire race with us.
That's right.
So we'll talk with Steve Whitson here in just a few minutes.
All right. Well, tell you what, I'm gonna mix it up a little bit, Brian. I'm gonna start at the front, work my way back, and we'll start with our first of two groups because we are going to have the Formula V's starting in a second group a little bit further back. Your pole sitter today, finishing second at this year's National Championship runoffs in Formula Continental, and your winner yesterday, it's Robert Aller. Starting on the outside of the front row in his Van Diemen RF01 is Chris Charnow, and then we've got Paul Farmer starting on the inside of row number 2 in his 2010 Radon RN10, and Robert Wright in the number 90 machine. He's in an Elan DP08, and then finally starting in 5th is Mark Deffer in his Van Diemen RF02. All of those drivers in Formula Continental. Starting 6th, and you're driving the number 108 Miguel. It is Jonathan Kotek, multi-time national champion, with Keith Jocelyn, our sole driver in Formula 600, starting 7th. Then we've got John Robinson driving the number 19 machine, and that is a Swift DB06. He starts 8th, with James Morgan in a Formula F Swift DB6 starting in 9th. Then Dan Thorogood starting 10th. He is driving the number 79 Formula F Swift LR23. And then we have our second pack, Formula V. Start off with our winner from yesterday. Our pole sitter in the class is Donnie Isley, driving the number 30 Agitator. And then we've got Ray Carmody, who finished second yesterday. He is in the number 81 Mysterian. He'll start on the outside of the second row. And then we've got Bill Straczynski, who we're watching on camera right now from yesterday's race. Remember, Straczynski was part of that lead pack, fell back almost 3 seconds behind Isley, and Carmody was able to make up that ground. And Brian, we found out the reason why. He had issues with the car popping out of 4th gear and had to physically hold the car in gear for the remainder of the race. And he was able to hold on to 3rd, and he was part of those drivers. All 3 of them were within just a couple hundredths of a second of one another when they crossed the line. And so then starting 4th in Formula V is going to be the number 20 car. That is the Vortec of, that is the let's try it again, the Caruso DBR1 of Jeff Filipkowski. And then finally starting in 5th, driving the number 23 Caracal, it's Russ Fredericks.
All right, so this is the video we've got from yesterday. We're going to keep this up for the remainder of the pace lap so you can kind of see what this track is like. Brian Straczynski, Bill's son, just chimed in the chat. What a great statistic. Yesterday, 128 years of Formula V experience crossed the finish line within a quarter of a second yesterday. That is basically Formula V in a nutshell, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. And Brian, as the pace car now comes down onto the pit lane, I should mention, we'll bring him in just a few moments. We've got a special guest joining us. That is Steve Whitson. He's driving an FE2 car this weekend, but he and his entire family, his 2 brothers, his father, has been racing Formula V for years, and should be a great asset to us here this morning. We'll bring him in just a few moments as the green flag is in the air, and we've got a race here at Homestead Speedway as Rob Allaire, first of our Formula Continentals or Formula Fs to head down into turn 1.
Yeah, that's turn 1 is very, very treacherous even in the dry, so it's even worse here in the rain, and all of these cars really taking their time to figure out where the puddles are, where the deeper stuff is, and finding out also how they can go off the main line, because of course in most cases when it's wet, the regular racing line is so slick, so they start looking for places where they can get a little bit of grip. And Steve, you can tell us a little bit about that. What's it like, especially in a Formula V, when you've got this kind of a damp racetrack?
Well, it really depends on how much it's raining, right? If there's puddles on the track, it's a lot more difficult, where if it's a drying track, there's a lot more grip. But the Hoosier rain tires are pretty remarkable.
Yeah, so you've been in this Formula V class for a very, very long time. And like I said yesterday, 128 years of experience between a quarter of a second. It's a family in Formula V, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, most nights we all go out to dinner together and we spend time together. And, you know, when we put the helmets on and we start racing against each other, you know, kind of all bets off. But as soon as we get out of the car, it's all hugs again.
Yeah. So as we get going through this first lap, we're going to see our cars come across the start-finish line for the first lap. It looks like Robert Allaire, of course, not of course, but as he did yesterday, is our leader at this point in time, followed by John Kotek, Robert Wright, Mark Deffer, and then Keith Joslin in that Formula 600 car is in second place. You race with the Formula 600 and the Formula F's a lot. Is the 600 a pretty good platform in the rain like this?
Well, the 600 has a lot of torque. It doesn't have a ton of tire, so I think they have a lot of wheel spin, which doesn't favor the wet.
Sure.
So I would say no.
Got it.
All right, Brian should mention that Paul Farmer, driver of the number 11 Formula Continental Radon, did not make the grid today, nor did John Robinson from Formula F, nor Jeff Felpkowski in Formula V. So it looks like a four-car field in Formula V today for Steve to help us out with.
Yeah, so Filipkowski had transmissions issues yesterday. He ended up pulling early in, and I think they need to do a full gearbox swap that they ended up not doing. It was pretty heavy rain last night, and they just weren't able to get the car back together, unfortunately.
Got it. So it looks to be, and maybe Brendan, our producer, can confirm for us, it looks like the rain has essentially stopped, and that's good news for definitely the later classes. How long do you think it will take for this track to dry, Steve?
Oh, I'm not really sure. You know, I think the banking with the steepness to it should help. It doesn't seem like there's a ton of wind today, which I don't think would be very favorable. I also don't think there's a whole lot of sun. And it is extremely humid out too, so I would say it's going to take some time.
Yeah, so we'll probably be pretty much wet for this entire race at least.
I would imagine. I see puddles into one, and I don't think those are going anywhere.
Yeah. All right, so Allaire, Kotek, Wright, Deffer, your top four here in Formula Continental. Top four in Formula F is Thorogood, Morgan, actually Jonathan Kotek's in the Formula F as well.
Yeah, he's quite a bit ahead of the rest of the Formula F field. Brian he's already got about a 25-second advantage on Thorogood, but let's not forget that bright yellow number 108 machine that we just saw going through the infield there. He's running a pretty strong race so far here in the wet.
Yeah, it's surprising also that Formula F car is doing so well in front of the three Formula Continental cars. They should be faster in theory, but he's doing a great job. He must like the rain.
Yeah, Kotek is a fantastic driver, especially in the rain.
Yeah, and Brian, as we were just talking to Steve, and he was mentioning about the torque and having trouble putting the power down. We had just seen Keith Joslin, who's coming into the hairpin now, our sole Formula 600 driver, get a whole bunch of wheel spin and the rear end step out on him coming through turn 5 before. And there you go, you can see it again at the hairpin. He just can't keep the rear wheels underneath him there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. Russell Fredericks is doing a really good job sticking with Donnie Isley. Donnie Isley's a really good driver in the rain.
Yeah, so you've got Isley, Fredericks, Carmody, and then Bill Straczynski, your four cars in Formula V. And are they all kind of in the same boat here as far as rain experience and trying to stay together here?
Well, I can't say for sure, but I suspect, Donnie is a BMW instructor driver, and he can't make NOLA this year because he's going over to Sweden to race BMWs on the ice with studded tires. So I would imagine that would translate to being good in the rain.
Well, and Bill's from Downers Grove, and they get a little bit of snow up there, so he probably knows how to drive on slick roads as well.
I would imagine, yes. He probably sees a lot of snow.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Brian, as we're watching drivers coming out of turn 3, going into the right-hander, at turn 4, it's interesting to watch how these drivers are adjusting their lines and how many of them are staying not only off of the curbing at the apex of turn 4, but they're actually staying about half a track width away from that curbing in order to set up for the left-hander at turn 5. And also trying to get the load. We saw yesterday in the dry how much of a load these drivers put on that outside, I guess it's not the outside, it's the left rear wheel as they transition from the exit of turn 3 going into turn 4. And certainly here today, you can see the drivers trying to minimize that load and trying to round off that second corner.
James Brookshire's back in the chat today, and today he put his entire 401k on Donnie Isley. So he is the betting man. I'm going to start calling him Jimmy the Greek.
That's right. After we already know that his daughter isn't going to be able to go to college this year because of Eric Cruz's performance yesterday. You'd think that Brookshire would learn. I just thought it was also interesting, Brian, as you asked Steve if all of these drivers are in the same boat today. And,
yes.
Yeah, I thought that was.
So I choose my words wisely, Greg.
I think you do. And oddly enough, we didn't get a response from one of our members in the chat here, the boat dude.
Look at that wiggle.
Yeah.
If you just were watching that going into turn 1, that Formula F car just got a huge wiggle and actually collected it and was able to move on. But there's still a lot of dampness going into turn 1.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that James Brookshire shares his bookie with me because I went on scoresandodds.com last night and I could not find any of these lines.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll put that in the chat for us.
Yes.
So, no question.
Great.
No question.
We know the NFL and the NHL, they all have their online betting service now.
When DraftKings starts putting up the SCCA races, that's when we know we've made it.
Yeah, exactly.
Good name for it, too.
DraftKings, absolutely. I didn't even think about that. So.
All right. So Brian, here real quick, as we see the field really starting to stretch out here on course, but I think we definitely want to move back over to the battle for the lead in Formula V. As Steve mentioned, Russ Fredericks holding very, very tight to Donnie Isley in the lead for Formula V, and here they come now down into turn 6. Isley in the blue number 30. Agitator Russ Fredericks directly behind, and we see that we've got I think Rob Aller trying to make his way through some slower traffic there through some of the Formula V traffic with Ray Carmody just getting past Ray Carmody coming through turn 7, and Bill Straczynski then in 4th, just a little bit further behind. But great fight here, and we'll see how these Formula Vs deal with the weather. And it looks like at least through the hairpin, Isley able to get the power down a little bit better than Russ Fredericks.
Yeah, and Team Carmody just popped in the chat. This is the first time Ray has been on Hoosier rain tires in 10 years. So that's an interesting little bit of information to see how he is able to keep up with Isley and Fredericks. They have them. We don't like the race in the rain, but when we have to do it, you got to have them. And sometimes you don't get to use them very often.
As long as it's not like when I use my rain tires and I pull them out of a bag after 10 years and they might as well be rocks.
There you go. There's your side-by-side battle for the lead. It looks like Russ Fredericks is probably going to be your leader next time by when they cross the line. I think he caught him just after the start-finish line. So it's showing Donnie Isley in first, but I believe it's actually now Russ Fredericks.
Yeah, and I'll say a 35-minute race feels like forever. A 35-minute race in the rain feels like an eternity. So, patience is going to be really key here.
Yeah, indeed. And, and I think my experience, I'm sure yours, is racing in the rain. Your heart rate goes up a little bit higher. Your level of expectation raises up, and you're just not sitting there, but you're pretty much hoping that you'll see that white flag come out the next time by. And it feels like the race goes on forever. here, especially, you know, and I'm sure as many of these drivers as they are, you know, not locked nose to tail with another racer, and they may feel that they're on the track by themselves. As we watch Jonathan Kotek come out of the hairpin right now, you know, you don't really have much reference except maybe your crew trying to calm you down over the course of this this long race, as we've got 16 laps, or I believe right around 25 minutes remaining. So we've only been through 10 minutes of this race so far.
Yeah, and it looks like, don't count out Ray Carmody. He's showing up now. It looks like he's tracking faster than both the first two cars, and he is catching up in a hurry.
Absolutely. So, question from the chat is, does the rain and the bankings make it easier because the water is streaming down off the track? Yes, definitely. The banking will probably drive faster than the infield road course, and you can see different lines through the banking. And honestly, these cars, compared to, you know, IndyCar, NASCAR, aren't going so fast that they really have to worry about the banking here. They can pretty much step on it, and even in the rain, they can hustle through the banking pretty well.
Yeah, the big challenge for them, and I'm sure you'll agree, Steve, is you can see as they come off the oval, and the front straight on the oval has a slight banking to it as well. And when you then have to drop down into turn one, as you do put much more load on those outside tires, as we can see here, as both Fredericks and Isley try to navigate that turn 3, 4, and 5 complex. The weight transfer there here in the damp on those very narrow tires certainly creates some issues.
Yeah, well, it looks like the front straight is really starting to dry out from where I'm standing from, but there are some big puddles in corner one. So, you know, you go from a drying track to puddles, and those guys are hydroplaning with the transition back onto the infield. So, yeah, that's very difficult to navigate. I'm sure they're looking to stay away from those puddles right now, but, you know, as the track continues to dry, they might be looking for puddles. So just, you know, with rain, you're just constantly analyzing the track. Every lap, you're looking at something different, and you're taking that information and you're remembering it the next lap, and you push it a little bit more. You say, you know, there's a puddle here and I hit that didn't feel good, and you move on the next lap, and it's just constantly changing. Every lap is completely different.
Yeah, it takes a real skill set. It's part of that racecraft we talked about in the last race when the rain started, to kind of learn how to learn the track. You know, when you're racing in the dry, you're racing the exact same racetrack every lap. When you're racing in the rain, you're racing a different racetrack every lap.
Yeah, absolutely.
So 14 to go here. Rob Allaire is your race leader in Formula Continental, followed by Robert Wright and Chris Sarnoff. Jonathan Kotek, your race leader in Formula F, followed by Daniel Thurgood. There we go, side by side for the lead again in Formula V. And it looks like the pass was made.
Indeed.
Which means that Russ Fredericks is now your leader in Formula V, followed by Donnie Isley.
That was actually Donnie Isley making a pass on Fredericks. Yeah,
got it.
The blue 30 Mysterian, Agitator, now getting ahead of Russ Fredericks, and carried a lot of speed through that corner. You can see he's opened up now about 5 car lengths. As and Steve mentioned it, Ray Carmody starting to make up some ground here. Although Isley just ran his personal best lap there at a 1:48.8. Ray Carmody, that last time around, was actually a touch faster than our lead cars, and he is starting to close things down.
Yeah, Donnie got a really good draft on Russell down the straightaway, too, so that time is a little bit skewed.
Steve, great question or great comment, but the question I have is, those cars don't look like they're punching a big hole in the air, but they really are, aren't they?
Yeah, draft is so important in this class. You know, if you don't have a drafting partner on a track like this, you're in trouble. You know, and that's why you really have to work together. And that's what's so surprising about, you know, yesterday when Bill Straczynski was able to catch the pack. You know, driving a V, it's kind of like being on an escalator. You know, you have to stay in that group. You have to stay on the escalator. You can't do anything to go faster, but you can sure step off the escalator. And once you do, it's hard to catch back up.
What a great analogy. Do you like tracks like Homestead with the NASCAR big corners, or is it just something different and different to school?
It depends what I'm driving. You know, for the FE2, it's exciting. It's a lot of fun. In a Formula V, it just depends on what your goal is. You know, I think the guys who are in the top, the peak of the class, you know, they would prefer the Mid-Ohios of the world. Get a track with less straightaways, less drafting. You know, when the best drivers in Formula V go to a track like Road America, you know, a 1 or 2 car pack turns into a 10 or 12 car pack, which they don't like. But again, if you're the 10th place car, you love tracks like that. So it just kind of depends on where you are. I think drafting makes it more exciting racing. I think, but if you're looking just to win races and you're the best driver out there, you would rather stay away from straightaways.
I did Daytona once in a Honda Civic ITC car, and I thought, man, this is going to be awesome, Daytona. But I got to tell you, going through the oval was just flat out boring. I was flat on the floor. Nothing was really happening. It was just like, let's get to turn 1.
Yeah, we often make jokes that when we race Road America in a Formula V that we have time to stop for lunch on the straightaways.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, especially when you're going uphill.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious. All right, so 12 to go here, Greg, and it seems like other than Formula V, the field's just kind of decided where it's going to be at the moment.
Yeah, well, you know, I was watching just ahead of our Formula V field. I was watching this battle for second in Formula F with Dan Thurgood and James Morgan. Thurgood in 79, Morgan in the 01 machine, and then I think that Morgan had a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
They were about separated by about 2 car lengths, and then Morgan had a lap that was almost 20 seconds off of Thurgood, and so probably had an issue there in the infield, and he's now trying to recover. But at least for the time being, like Dan Thurgood is thoroughly locked into P2 in Formula F.
There's your Formula V class there. It looks like we have had another swap for the lead. So Brian Straczynski is asking Steve, there's rumors that Zach and Andrew are going to jump up to FE2 with you this year. Is that what's going to happen?
I don't think it's going to be this year.
Okay.
Yeah, spoiler alert, Zach did buy a race car. So Zach is in possession of an FE2. Andy is not.
Okay.
And so, you know, I think just trying to work out the bugs and the kinks and, you know, it's difficult, right, to run 2 classes in SCCA. Obviously, it's a dream, but you know, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of preparation. It's a lot of travel. It's a lot of everything. And so, you know, I think Zach is going to drive the car some this year. I doubt you'll see him at any Super Tours this year, but I bet you see him next year.
All right.
Real quick,
Sorry, Brian,
James Brookshire says if all the brothers are going to FE2, he's going to go race a Miata.
Hey, so, Brian, that pass that we saw in Formula V was not the pass for the lead. That was the pass actually for second, as Ray Carmody has gotten around Russ Fredericks. So drop the 23 car now back in the third. Donnie Isley has managed to extend his lead on that pair, however. It looked to be almost about 10 car lengths when we saw them come out of 3 and 4 the last time, and we'll track that here the next time by.
I'm trying to figure out, Steve, am I seeing a dry line, or am I just seeing the regular race lines a different color from the non-race line? Because it doesn't look like these cars don't dissipate a ton of water, but it doesn't look like there's a big dry line forming just yet.
Yeah, it depends on what side of the track you're on. You know, it looks like conditions are varied everywhere.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we're certainly seeing, Brian, as the drivers come out of 7 and make their way to the hairpin. Still some big rooster tails, even when the drivers are on line. And I think a lot of that owes to the fact that, you know, as we talked about, you know, on a wet race, almost every single lap is an experiment. And as you know, we haven't seen where many of these drivers are taking that traditional line yet, and they just haven't had an opportunity to really try things out. As we watch here, there's that battle in Formula V as Donnie Isley leads this pack through turns 6 and 7, and there you go, Ray Carmody, and looks like the red 23 of Russ Fredericks starting to fall a bit off of Carmody's pace there. That last time by was almost 2 full seconds off of Ray Carmody's lap time.
Yeah, I gotta say, for me and from a lot of the other V community that I've talked to, we just want to give a shout out to Robert Allaire for just being so courteous to our guys here, you know, allowing them to race, and the amount of time that he backed up yesterday, and it looks like today as well, just allowing those guys to race is it's awesome. I'll just say he's earned a lot of points in the V community.
Yeah, how worried was the V community when they lumped Formula Continental into this race yesterday?
You know, I think we're all realistic, right? I think we know what the numbers are at this race. I don't think you can have 5 cars at a race and be making demands. And I think, the Continentals are very gracious, and they said that they were a guest in this class and that they were going to be courteous, and they've definitely held up their end of the bargain.
Yeah, really, really good for that as well. So, want to remind everybody we've got one more race before lunch coming up next. Spec Miata, always an exciting race, and it will be even more so with the damp conditions here. So, stay with us. We've got that one race before lunch, and then we're going to take a short break. And then when we come back after lunch, we've got our final 3 races of the weekend. 9 laps to go here. Rob Allaire is our leader. Second place is Robert Wright in Formula Continental. Third place in Formula Continental is Chris Charno. And then your first place car in Formula F, Jonathan Kotek, he has dropped down to 4th place overall. So you've got your 3 Continentals in order, but there's a good gap between all of them. So really no racing for position there in that class for the podium right now.
Oh, go ahead, Brian.
I was just saying the best race on the track, of course, like yesterday, Formula V, Donnie Isley, Ray Carmody, and Russ Fredericks, your top 3 cars there. Bill Straczynski's dropped back some, so he's not in the mix here for the podium in Formula V.
Yeah, it looks like a car just pulled off. I wonder if that's Ray Carmody. I didn't see him come around.
Well, we will look at
Yeah, I was actually just going to say that, Brian, as we watched the cars coming out of the hairpin. Just saw Donnie Isley, and then quite a bit further back was that red 23 of Russ Fredericks, and so that may
if we
indeed
could
be
go
Carmody.
back to that previous camera real quick, I think the car is on driver's left there in the little gap there.
At the cutout, yeah.
At the cutout, yep. That is where that car is pulled off, and once the cars start crossing the start-finish line, we'll probably see, we're going to see Ray Carmody drop down through the order here. So, very, very good eyes there, Mr. Whitston.
Yeah, what a shame. That was really shaping up to be a good race.
It was. Yeah, it was. Definitely. As Carmody was definitely closing things down on Isley the last couple of laps.
Well, so now it's going to be up to Russ Fredericks to be able to catch up. He's 4.5 seconds back from Donnie Isley last time across the line. If he's gonna get something done here, he's gonna have to do it pretty quickly with only 8 laps to go.
Yeah, that's a tall order. That's definitely a tall order.
At 4.5 seconds back, has he lost the draft, Steve?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you are in a winged car, the draft is definitely shows up longer. Maybe within 2 seconds or so, you can get a little bit of a sniff of a draft. But in a V, if you're more than a second, it starts going away very, very quickly. Obviously, the closer you are, if you're a tenth or 2 behind the car in front of you, that draft is significant. But when you start getting past a second, the draft might be there a little bit, but it's not much. And really, unfortunately, these other mixed cars in this group, like when the Continentals drive by, or even the Ford, the V's don't get much of a draft just because of the speed difference.
Yeah, they're probably going by so fast that you can't even tuck by.
You can get just a hair of a draft off the Ford, but those Continentals, when they come by, it's so quick, it just doesn't do anything.
No.
All right, so we've got 7 laps or 11 minutes remaining, and this is, again, I think another race that's probably going to end on time, Brian, based on how many minutes we have remaining. And again, go ahead.
I was saying, I know we have Team Carmody in the draft or in the chat here with us. Hopefully, they can let us know what happened to that car, to Ray's car. We'll wait to see if we can get some word on that.
Do you think this is like Spec MX-5 where all the drivers have their cell phones in the car with them and start sending text messages? No.
Well, if anyone would get that kind of information, it would be Trevor.
It'd be Trevor.
Yeah.
Exactly. Hey, wanted to welcome Brum Racing here. Had some questions, and he's checking in from the UK. And to answer your question, we are going to be at Sebring International Raceway. It's going to be broadcast right here on the SCCA official YouTube channel. It is the very first stop in the 10-weekend SCCA Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour, and definitely join us throughout the year and throughout the season for that.
So I was talking about two things. Ray Carmody blown motor. That's what I'm seeing here. And Russ Fredericks has closed the gap to 2.9 seconds behind Donnie Isley. So somehow he is bringing this thing back with 6 laps to go. He's going to have to take a half a second out of each lap to be able to get to the rear bumper by the last. So, and it looks like the rain is coming back here.
It also looks like Jonathan Kotek just pulled.
Kotek is just pulled. Yeah, I was just going to say the 108 machine of Kotek pulling down the pit lane. He was your Formula F leader, and yesterday Kotek was your winner in Formula F.
That's strange too, because he's under his own power and he had such a lead. You think if it wasn't something major, he would have stayed out and just kind of limped the car around.
Right.
Sure. Question in the chat about what kind of tires that the V's are on. They're really skinny tires on old VW Beetle wheels. Most of the drivers are either on Goodyears or Hoosiers, and this is not a spec tire class, so there is some choices to make there. But that is what those little cars are on right now.
So, Steve, here's a question, especially in damp conditions like this: disc brakes or drum brakes?
I think pretty much the entire field's on disc brakes at this point.
Are they?
I think for the Indy runoffs was the last year that we all ran the drum brakes. I think we were the last ones to switch over. There might be a couple people still in the field running those drum brakes. As far as I know, there's really no one running seriously in Super Tours that are running the disc brakes anymore. And really, I don't think it was as much of an advantage as people thought they were. We did very well on the run on the disc brakes. I mean, Andrew won the runoffs on drum brakes against everyone else that was on discs. But it is nice because it's a lot more maintenance free. You don't have to adjust the brakes, set the brakes every single session. You also have a more consistent pedal. With the drum brakes, you get brake fade. You get a long pedal by the end of the race, It is nice as a driver to be able to go to the brake and know that there's going to be a consistent brake.
I do remember in our 2 brief stints in Formula V, the pain in the tuchus it was to get those little spinners and adjust those brakes every session. So, and for those who don't know, for decades these cars ran stock VW Beetle drum brakes, and I think really the motivation to switch to the discs was because it was hard to get parts, right?
I don't know if that's true.
Okay.
As far as the brakes, I think there's an abundance of brakes. I think if you went to any V driver who's been doing this for 20, 25 years, he's got a pile of brakes in the corner that he doesn't use anymore. I think it was some of the other parts that are more difficult to get. Some of the other engine parts and some of the other components that way are, some of that stuff is more difficult to come by. But there are still a lot of Formula Vs that are racing around, so there are parts. You just gotta know who to find them. It seems like a lot of these V drivers kind of hoard parts in their garage, so you got to figure out who's got them. There's some.
It's like CRX races.
Bag and plead and keep asking, and eventually they come out.
Yeah.
All right, so Brian, we were just watching here, and they're coming down to the hairpin right now. As Russ Fredericks has now halved that gap to Donnie Isley, about 1.2, and I'm betting it's a lot closer than 1.2 seconds now as they come out of turn 8, out of the hairpin, and onto the oval as we have either 4 laps or 6 minutes remaining. And it's kind of now, I think, a toss-up as to whether it's going to be this race is going to finish on time or on laps.
Yeah, Russell Fredericks definitely in the draft at this point.
So that's going to make it very interesting. 4 laps to go with 5 minutes. I don't know that we're going to get all 4 laps in here. We may end up on the clock here because the cars have had to drive a little bit slower because of the wet conditions. But there is your Formula V lead, and yeah, you're right. Fredericks right there. Might even be able to try to make a move going into turn 1 here. And it looks like he's thinking about ducking out, but we'll see it all right there. Here they come right into our living room. Fredericks took a time this time by, kind of going to take the measure of Isley. Kind of now that he's right there, we can kind of learn where Isley is good and where he's good. And with the closing laps of this race, Steve, do you want to be in first place going into the last lap, or do you want to be in second?
No, if I was Russell Fredericks, I would sit right on the gearbox of Isley. I would wait to see a white flag, and I would cross him, around the banking, across the finish line. I would not want to be in first place right now.
Well, there you have it from a guy who knows how to drive these cars fast. Robert Allaire, still our race leader in Formula Continental. He's got a 10-second lead over Robert Wright, who has a 14-second lead over Chris Charnois. Keith Joslin, our only Formula 6 car, is in fourth. Then you've got your two Formula F cars, Daniel Thorogood and James Morgan, but Thorogood's got a 40-second lead over second place. So that's where it stands right now. The most important, most interesting battle on the racetrack coming right into our view. That's Donnie Isley in first, and then right behind him, Russell Fredericks. And this is the battle we're going to follow here for the last 3 laps of this race, Greg.
All right, here as they come out of the hairpin, and noticing the slight difference in exit coming out of the hairpin there is Donnie Isley certainly trying to diamond off that corner and get a straight run onto the oval, and it looks like Russ Fredericks maybe rounding the corner off just a little bit, but here we come once again through NASCAR 3 as some of our Formula Continental racers going around the outside of that Formula V races. The V's obviously trying to stick down to the very bottom of the oval and take up run as little ground as possible. And Donnie Isley, your leader, as they cross the stripe with 2 laps to go. And Brian, from looking at the clock, I think we might actually be able to get the full 22 laps in.
Yeah, it does look like the track's obviously getting faster. Chris Charnois just went purple, fastest lap of the day, 1:29.6. So they're definitely being able to get some better speeds here as we get a little deeper into this race. Rain may have came back a little bit, but nothing like it was before, and it looks like it may have actually slowed down again. I'm not seeing any of the puddles with raindrops in them right now.
Yeah, there was a question in the chat, or a supposition in the chat as to whether or not our next group of race car drivers are Spec Miata drivers. Oh, Russ Fredericks has an issue. Rear end comes around under braking going into turn number 6. And that may spell the end of that fight. And it's now given Donnie Isley about a 15 car length advantage as he comes into the hairpin for what will probably be the second to last time. And there you go, white flag in the air for Robert Allaire, your overall leader and leader in Formula Continental.
Well, that's a big mistake, or even getting caught out by the wet track there by Russell Fredericks. But just as easy as that happened to Russell Fredericks, the same thing could happen to Donnie Isley. So that's why we race all the way to the finish here.
That's it. Yeah. And so, Brian, I was going to say, I think the question in the chat and that there is for our Spec Miata drivers for our last race before lunch. Do they go with the dry tires, or do they go with the wet tires? And I immediately think back to the runoffs 2 years ago, the 2022 runoffs, where we had those mixed weather conditions over the course of the race, and I think the majority of the drivers went out on dry weather tires, and it made for some exciting racing.
Yeah, I think if you ever have a question as far as if I should go on dries or if you should go on wets, I usually tend towards the dries, especially these conditions right now. It looks like the sun's starting to come out. If you went out on wet tires right now for a 35-minute race, you're not going to have tires on the car unless it starts raining again.
Yeah, when we had the weather map up earlier, it looked as though the weather pattern was probably moving through. And there you go. You can see, yes, there are a number of clouds out there, but you can definitely see quite a bit of, grayish sky here at Homestead. Yeah, I think by the end of a 35-minute Spec Miata race, I think a lot of drivers would be looking for tires. As the checkered flag is out, and taking the win is Robert Allaire, driver the number 52 Formula Continental out of Grosse Pointe Woods, Michigan. 2-time national champion, runner-up this year to his son, Nolan, and he takes the sweep this weekend here in Formula Continental. Robert Wright will finish second. Chris Charnois third in Formula Continental. And we're checking to see as they cross the line, Keith Joslin, our sole racer in Formula 600. And he is going to finish fourth overall, runs his fastest lap on the final lap. Taking the win in Formula F is going to be Dan Thorogood. out of Lighthouse Point, probably out of Miami, Florida, James Morgan will finish second, and looks like Jonathan Kotek, who again had to retire early, will finish third. And then in Formula V, there he is crossing the line, taking the win in Formula V. Donnie Isley out of Fletcher, North Carolina in his agitator. Russ Fredericks, we should see him come across here momentarily, should finish second. And I believe, even though
I think he was only 3 seconds back, so I think he's already crossed the line.
Quite possibly, there we go.
Yeah, it looks like he crossed the line and pulled directly into the pits after crossing the finish line, so I'm wondering if he had a mechanical issue as well.
Yeah, quite possible there. And so finishing third in Formula V, although unfortunately he had to watch the last couple of laps from the sidelines, Ray Carmody out of Horseheads, New York.
All right, I'm looking at the radar real quick, and it does not look like we got any heavy rain in the area, and I think anything that is in the area will not bother us for the next race. I've got a little closer up version of this on my. Okay, I've got a little more close up version here on my computer in my studio, and I think we'll definitely be good for Spec Miata, but who knows what's going to happen later on this
There's
afternoon.
a lot of weather following through.
Yeah, so.
Oh, excellent. So I want to thank Steve Whitson. Now, Steve, of course, you're going to be on track a little bit later today, starting fourth in Formula Enterprises 2. What's your thought process going into this afternoon's race?
Well, it's obviously going to be weather dependent. You know, I'm kind of on the fence as far as if I want it to be dry or wet. But I think it's going to be a good race. We had a really good, clean race yesterday, which is really great. You know, the weather has been perfect, and other than this morning, obviously, but hopefully that continues for everyone. And you know, it's just really cool to be at the track. It's such a beautiful facility, and it's nice to be in Florida and not be in cold weather.
And I assume we're going to see you next weekend at Sebring as well?
You will. I will not be driving Formula V next weekend. I will be driving just the FE2, but we do plan on driving the Vs at NOLA, so hopefully we get some other V drivers to come.
All right, well, let's do this right now, Greg. Let's invite Steve. If you want to come up for Formula V next weekend at either of the races, you're welcome to come up and join us.
That sounds great. I'll do that.
Absolutely.
All right. Steve Whitson, thanks a lot. He's Gregg Ginsberg. I'm Brian Bielanski. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, Spec Miata. Don't go anywhere, folks. Welcome back.
Go for it, Brian.
No, you, Greg.
All right. Well, welcome back to Brian's and my just talking over one another. Welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway and the 2024 Winter Majors presented by the Florida region of the SCCA. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. And next up is Spec Miata, Brian. And, we talked a little bit at the end of the last race whether or not drivers would be going out on wet weather tires, on dry weather tires. I think we're going to find out soon enough as we had the track sweeper there. I think we had it on camera view the whole time as the track sweeper was trying to get rid of some of those big puddles going down into turn 2, and we'll see how wet the infield still is. Well, there he goes. We move over to the next camera. You can still see it's somewhat damp there. Let's do this, Brian. Let's run down the starting order, and then we'll get things underway for this 35-minute or 22-lap Spec Miata race. Your pole sitter today and your winner from yesterday's race, that is Jim Drago. Pardon me, I take that back. Elvin Goulart was your winner yesterday. Jim Drago, who finished 4th, is your pole sitter today as he had the fastest time of the weekend. Nick Leveroni will start on the outside of the front row. Preston Pardis and Nick Bruni, your reigning co-national champions in Spec Miata, will make up row number 2 with Preston Pardis to the inside starting 3rd, Nick Bruni starting 4th. Elvin Goulart, your winner from yesterday, following up on his win last year, will start on the inside of row number 3 and 5th with Frankie Barroso starting in 6th. Danny Stain will start 7th today with Elvin Goulart's son, Ethan. And we got to talk to Ethan a little bit earlier this morning. Wanted to thank him for stopping in. He's going to start 8th. Brett Kowalski will start 9th with Boris Said Jr. starting 10th in the 133 car. And then we've got Logan Stretch starting 11th with Jose Olfe starting 12th. Max Schweid will start 13th in the 198 car. We saw him a little bit earlier today in SMX. And Matt Stretch, that's Logan's brother, is going to start 14th. Then we've got Anthony Garacci from Krug Speed along with Mark Gibbons. They're going to start 15th and 16th. That's row number 8. John Raudat and Ethan Ayers will start 17th and 18th. That is row number 9. And then row 10, starting 19th and 20th, Alex Acosta in the number 24 car, John Hotz in the number 63 car. We're going to leave it right now with 20 cars. We had 50 cars, though, qualify over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, I think, Greg, yesterday we had 2 pace laps here. I'm not quite sure if we're going to do that again today, but there's a lot of cars to get packed up here. They took a second pace lap just on the oval yesterday.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the case because we see here going in the NASCAR 3, they are still pretty much single file and trying to scrub in tires and try to figure out whether there's grip there. If you'd like, I can go a little bit further down the grid.
Yeah, let's do a little further until we
All right, so yeah, let's not short shrift people like Mike LaMena, who I know quite well. Mike's driving the number 8 machine. He's out of New Jersey. He starts 21st. Cliff Brown's driving the 01 car. He starts 22nd. Alfredo Zidane is going to start 23rd in the Lucky 13 car with Jason Fichter starting 24th. We saw Jason's sister, Jillian, out in the SMX race earlier today. Matthias Ramirez will start 25th, driving the number 41 Spec Miata with Max Hewitt starting 26th. Lee Greenhill will start on the inside of row number 14 and 27th. Chris Clark will start 28th in the 109 machine. Then we've got Claude Senaretti. He's going to start 29th. He's driving the 51 car with Wes Duchek, and we talked to Wes a little bit earlier as well, and wanted to thank Wes for coming up to the box. He is going to start 30th, looking to improve upon his finish from yesterday. And then we've got Will Robinson. We saw him earlier today in Spec MX-5. He's going to start 31st in the 151 car. Jeremy Butts, who was racing earlier in Touring 4, we'll see him in a Spec Miata today. He starts 32nd, driving the number 69 car. Then we've got Andrew Charbonneau. He starts 33rd. And Jared Odrick, our reigning national champion in GT2, scheduled to start 34th in the 127 machine. And we can see here as they're taking the field, not through the infield for the second pace lap, Brian, but out onto the oval. Mike Cottrell and I believe this is the first weekend for Mike Cottrell's new Spec Miata, normally pink. This week, I think orange. The 99 car starts 35th. Mike Ryan starting 36th. Then we've got Norm Fuller. He's starting 37th in the number 82 machine. The aforementioned Jillian Fichter driving the number 12 Spec Miata. She starts 38th. Starting 39th will be Connor Thomas, and then Brad Childs will start on the outside of row number 20, starting 40th.
All right, well, there you see your pack there very nicely lined up as they go through NASCAR 4 there. They'll be coming onto the main straight here, and that is as good as you're going to see a Spec Miata field as they come down to the line. There is your pace car off on the apron. Next thing we're going to see, very likely, green flag from the starter stand. Here they come, Greg. And the big question we're going to be is how do they get through turn 1 and 2?
Hopefully well. They all managed yesterday as Jim Drago, our pole sitter, leads the field down into turn 1. Nick Leveroni to his right. Leveroni, like he did yesterday, had a great start. Gets around Drago from the outside. He's going to lead the field down into turn 2. And then we've got Preston Pardis, who has gotten around Nick Bruni and Frankie Barroso at the line, still 3 wide for most of the field going through turn 2. And now side by side, the two co-champions, Bruni and Pardis, going through turn number 4. Pardis to driver's right, Bruni to driver's left, with then Danny Stain trying to find his way through that pair as they make the run down into turn number 6 for the very first time.
Man, that trip through 1 and 2 looked like the 405 getaway traffic on the Friday before Christmas Eve, folks. That was some high driving there. No side-by-side contact from what I could tell. Everybody's been really being well here, getting through these first bunches of corners. And what a really great exhibition of driving here by this entire Spec Miata field here in the opening lap of this race.
Wow, and look at the the gap that we have Nick Leveroni having opened up already, and a lot of that owes to the fact that originally the two teammates, Pardis and Drago, were side by side through 6 and 7. Drago managed to get around them, but now it looks like Danny Stain has moved up into 3rd position directly behind the number 2 of Drago. But all that side by side battling has allowed Nick Leveroni again, much like he did for a while yesterday, open up a pretty good gap to the rest of the field.
And you could see on that last camera angle how slick those curbs are. Not only are they just slick because they're painted curbs with moisture on them, if you get just off the curb into the grass, lots of mud and water there. So they're going to learn those lessons pretty quick and stop doing that, I'm sure. Look at the lead, Nick Leveroni already with a 1.8 second lead over Jim Drago. And that's a big jump here in this first lap.
And you can see there's still a lot of standing water as they come off the oval, Brian. The front straight at Homestead is banked a little bit, and so a lot of that water that evacuates off of the oval just ends up running downhill into that turn 1 area. And it is definitely a challenge for those drivers to navigate as they are still, and interesting to see them still 2 wide through 4 and 5 on this second lap. And here trying to outbrake, I think that's trying to outbrake one of the Goulart cars going into turn number 4. I believe that was Borset Jr. in the 133 machine. Great run there. Oh, wow.
Oh, boy.
And yeah, we can see that.
Those curbs, young guys. Yeah. That is... Oh, and look at this. You can see Danny Stain already catching the back of Nick Leveroni. That was a good call by Rhino PB in the chat. And he mentioned that he was going to get reeled in pretty fast. But now look at the gap between 2nd and 3rd, Greg.
Yeah, well, they are sitting there between 2nd and 3rd. They are pretty much tied together right now, and that is Drago and Preston Pardis, the 2 E Street Racing teammates. And I'm starting to wonder, Brian, whether or not Leveroni and possibly Stain had gone out on wet weather tires. As we see them being able to really open up the gap over over Pardis and Drago, as those two drivers swapping positions going down into turn number 1.
And look at that, 3 wide there going down into turn 1, deeper into the pack. Everyone kind of gets a good idea to get back in line. Now we got 2 wide there going into turn 2. So everyone's doing a pretty good job of managing the wetness at the moment. And with these heavier cars on the racetrack, the track's going to dry out I don't know about fairly quickly, but more quickly in this group than it would have in the open wheel group that we had previous to this.
Wow, and look at that. Somebody shooting all the way down the inside, going into turn 4. 2 drivers doing it. Looks like they are definitely trusting the grip that they have along the inside of that corner there. And we'll see another driver coming down the inside here, trying to make up some ground under braking. And that is Mike LaMena going very deep down under the braking zone into turn 6. Look at he even 3 positions that last time by. LaMena, who is sitting all the way back at 26th place in the number 8 machine.
All right, we've got a guest joining us right now. Rob Radman is with a Formula Atlantic driver from Cedarburg, Wisconsin. That's between Milwaukee and Road America. Rob was 20th in the Super Tour last year, racing 2 races. He finished 6th at the sprints in both of the races there. Rob, welcome to the broadcast.
Thanks for having me, guys. This is amazing to be here down in Florida. This is a much needed change for myself coming from Wisconsin. You know, we got 4 inches of snow yesterday, so this is awesome. A little bit of rain's not going to make me upset.
So you were the 2023 Northern Conference Formula Atlantic champion. I've noticed, getting ready for this weekend and next weekend, a lot more Chicago, Wisconsin area drivers coming down for this race this weekend, this year. Is it because you're all kind of getting amped up to go to the sprints for the runoffs this year?
I think so. I think we all wanted to get our season started nice and early. And, I mean, personally for me, I was tired of the cold up there too. But, yeah, you know, we're running a couple new things on our car this year, and we're just trying to do some testing as early as we can. And we figured this would be one of the best ways to do it.
You know, I grew up around Lake Geneva, so I know exactly what you're talking about. But back in the day, we didn't have the opportunity. People just didn't come down south to do these early winter races from the north. But it's just a great way to get your season going and get the, knock off the dust and get going for your race season for those guys up north.
Oh, yeah, and I'm very, very thankful that my dad is so willing to do this with me and come down here. And we've got a great group of people, as you said, coming down from up north that want to do these races. So there's a whole bunch of people that we know. I've already met a number of new people down here. And, yeah, it's always great to build connections and to reinforce existing ones.
So tell us about your race yesterday, and what are you looking at for today?
Yeah, so yesterday was not too bad for me. So I'm running a Pro Mazda this weekend in Formula Atlantic, so it's not a true Atlantic car. So we're a little bit outgunned by the Swifts in a straight line, but you know, I'm trying to make it work as best as I can. And yesterday went all right. I finished 6th in class and 10th overall. I made up a couple spots overall, just because of some early retirements and whatnot. But today, the weather is going to make an interesting one. Currently, it looks like the track is starting to dry, so we might be going out on slicks, we might be going out on wets. I'm not quite sure yet, but we'll just have to watch as the weather progresses here. So today I'm hoping for maybe a little better finish, maybe not. We'll see. Again, we're down here trying to just do some early season testing. So if I can get qualified for the runoffs and get a couple of finishes, that would make me happy.
Yeah, Nick Leveroni, Danny Stain pulling away now from the 3rd place car. 4.8 seconds now the gap between 2nd and 3rd. And Rob, so you're going to be at Sebring next weekend. Are you looking forward to that?
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to that one.
All right, so Rob, appreciate you coming in and joining us. Do you have any sponsors you want to thank real quick before we let you go? Yeah,
I do. I want to thank number one guys, obviously my mom and dad for letting me come down here and doing this with me. I want to thank Chris Carter with Aproyo SAP for his continued support over the years, and Evan Hubchak with Palmerat Golf as well. We brought on a new sponsor this year, Ledrock Distillery. We worked with them briefly in the past, but they're full-time this season. They've got some great stuff, and they're local to me too, up in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin.
All right, Rob Radman, number 75, Formula Atlantic, joining us today. Number 15 here, will be number 75 next weekend. So joining us this weekend. Thanks, Rob. Good luck today, and good luck next weekend at Sebring.
Thank you, guys.
All right, back in the race action here, Greg. Not a lot of changes up front, except that there's a big change up front.
Well, yeah, I mean, we may say not a lot of changes here, but Danny Stain has taken the point. He's gotten around Nick Leveroni as those two drivers now, as they head down into turn 1, they have opened up a tremendous gap now back to Preston Pardus, almost 4.5 seconds. We also, and here they come now through turn 4, and there are the two co-champions as both Pardus and also Nick Bruni have dispatched Jim Drago. But you'll notice also that Logan Stretch now, driver, he's in that red, white, and blue number 98 machine. Logan started in 11th position. He now finds himself all the way up in the 5th with Frankie Barrasso very close behind. And then Jim Drago, our pole sitter, now in that green and white number 2 machine. He falls back to 7th position, and big fight right behind him with Borset Jr. in the 133 car and that yellow number 15 of Brett Kowalski battling it out for 8th.
One more guest joining us now. Brandon Schwarz is with us. He's one of the another Formula Atlantic driver, car number 48. He's out of St. Charles, Illinois. That's not far from Aurora. Brandon, welcome to the broadcast.
Hi, thank you for having me.
You also one of those northerners coming down here for your summer or your winter fun in Florida. How's your weekend going?
Yes, sir. Can't complain at all. It's been so nice coming down here from obviously, like Rob said earlier, it's been snowing up north. So definitely a welcome change of pace.
Absolutely. 7th place but in both races last year at the Sprints. Look like we have another potential change of position here going into turn 1. Nick Leveroni making a move on Danny Stain. They're at the point now where they can probably just switch back and forth for the next 18 laps, or 16 laps, and then we will see what happens here when we get into the final laps late in this race. As long as they don't make a mistake, they'll probably be able to start to continue to pull away. But they need to work together a little bit, because if they don't, Rudy and Logan Stretch will jump back up into this mix here. What are your expectations for the rest of today for you? Your race coming up a little later, Brandon.
Yeah, so hopefully it stays dry. We had a really good finish yesterday, finishing 2nd overall, both in our class and in the race overall against our other groups. But today, I think we're hoping to just keep it on track, make sure, we survive this one. It's going to be slick. It might rain still, so there's still that possibility. Yeah, but maybe it's 5 here.
So, you've got the Ligier in Formula Atlantic. How does that compare with the old school Atlantic Swifts?
Yeah, the Ligier is it's a much heavier car. We rolled the scales yesterday, just under 1,700 pounds with me in it. So it's got almost 300 pounds on the Swifts. It's definitely slower through the corners, but man, it's got a lot of horsepower. Over the oval section and in these straightaways, this thing is just a rocket ship. But yeah, once we come up on those corners, that's when I start seeing them in my mirrors, and it gets pretty uncomfortable.
Great. Any sponsors you want to thank before we get out of here?
Yeah, I'd love to thank Signature Production Group, who is the production company that I work for and sponsors this the race car and allows me to do all these fun weekends. Of course, my parents for always supporting me and being involved with all of that. And then Havoc Motorsports for servicing the car, setting up the car, fixing it, just doing everything that needs to be done behind the scenes to keep me on track.
Yeah, Havoc Motorsports is one of the best prep shops out of that Northern Conference there, so it's nice to see them come down for the winter break here. So, Brandon Schwarz, car number 48, Formula Atlantic, thanks for joining us today. Good luck on your race this afternoon.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, Brian. So big development here. We'd seen him start to fall back through the pack, but Jim Drago, driver of the number 2 machine, he was your pole sitter today. We just saw him take his car back behind the wall. His race is now done, and as we have a couple other drivers now heading on the pit lane as well. And so as we go back to the action now in our field, making their way around, Nick Leveroni has managed to get back ahead of Danny Stain, with Preston Pardus and Nick Bruni basically holding a pretty even gap, about 4 seconds back behind our leaders. As we jump on board right now, Brian, I believe this is the 109 machine of Chris Clark. And Chris is currently running in 21st position And just a few moments ago, he was right behind John Hawks in the 63 machine. It looks like he's fallen a little bit back from that field right now, but good view on board here with all the palm trees at Homestead.
Yeah. And you can see the drying conditions on the oval there, very much a dry line developing here as well, as we continue to work our way through this 22 lap race, 14 to go right now. And it looks as though, and you're seeing a dry line, I think in other parts, there's a dry line going into turn 1. So if we don't get any more rain, it's going to be really good news for the groups that follow after lunch.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to see these drivers as they're experimenting, Brian, and trying to get a better feel for that entrance into turn 1 going into turn 2. Great pass. Max Schweid in the number 108 machine gets around Jose Alfe in the 0-0 car. That is the battle for 9th there, and very, very good fight as we go and take a look at now coming through. We just saw I believe Logan Stretch, Frankie Barroso. Then we've got the Borset and Kowalski machine, and then here is that Alfe and Schweid battle with a number of cars trailing right behind.
Still about a 4-second gap between second and third, and they're able to keep that for the moment. And it does appear that's far enough back where there's probably no draft going to third place. So if Pardis, Bruni, and Stretch, or Pardis and Bruni, want to work together, they're going to have to do that to catch the front drivers. So that's going to have to be a lot of not being racy for those two cars if they want any chance. And you can see they've already pulled a second away. Preston Pardis just went purple, running a lap of 1:43.0. That's almost a full second faster than Nick Leveroni, your race leader. So they've taken a whole second out of that front group, and we'll check to see if that continues to go here. Here's your in-car camera, car number 109, Chris Clark. And we're going to try to see if we can keep this up for, well, it locked up on us there. Sometimes the in-car cameras are not very reliable, so we take them when we can, and welcome to technology, folks. That's the world that we live in.
That's the one we live in. And Brian, we talked about Jim Drago pulling off earlier. I think we also saw that that car that came in behind the number 2 machine was the 12 of Jillian Fichter. Now we do also have a car. We've had it in one of our shots, and I think it was over by turn 6. So we do have one car that is off on the side of the road, and doesn't appear to be affecting these battles out on track, as we just have another change for the lead as Danny Stain gets around Nick Leveroni for the moment. And Pardis and Bruni, they do seem to be making up a little bit of ground, but that last time by almost a half second faster than our 2 leaders.
Well, and the best thing that could happen for Preston Pardis and Nick Bruni is for Leveroni and Stain to keep racing each other. If they keep going back and forth, and even just to duck out to make a quick pass, that breaks their draft just enough to give the cars behind them a chance to catch up. And we see it again now, another 0.2 of a second taken out of the lead from the lead pack. So now it's 2.9 seconds back to third place. And every time they break that draft is just like, it's like you seeing Pardis and Bruni looking like a big old black lab going after a bone. So, and I know that because I've got a big old black lab sitting behind my chair right now.
I was going to say in your studio with you. And great, and we see there as Logan Stretch and Frankie Barroso working together as well, trying to make up some ground on the pack ahead. And they are running at this point. That pair, as they're just now coming out, we just saw them coming out of turn 5, running about 0.3 of a second off of the pace set by Pardis and Bruni ahead. But as you can see there, they've got a pretty big gap back to Borset, Brett Kowalski, the next trio. But here we go, coming down the inside, looking to the inside of Jose Alfe is Ethan Goulart. He's in that SCDA. The number 80 machine. Should mention that Elvin Goulart, Ethan's father, who won yesterday's race, did not take the green flag today. And so that leaves Ethan as the only Goulart out in the field, and he's looking to improve upon his, I think, 12th place finish yesterday. He's currently sitting in 10th.
Yeah, this is kind of played out as a classic Spec Miata kind of race. You've got cars that nobody need to work together, trying to work together, but you also are race car drivers. You don't want to be behind a car in front of you. So that really takes a level of discipline to say, okay, the only way we're going to get to the lead is if we work together. And now another 1/10 of a second off that lead. They're going to need to take more than 1/10 of a second chunks away from the lead pack. So when I say 1/10 of a second, that's the gap between 3rd place and 2nd place. With 11 laps to go and a 2.8 second gap between 2nd and 3rd, Greg, a 1/10 of a second per lap is not going to get it done at this point.
No, and you know, we just saw there very different lines coming through turn 3, going into 4 from Stain and Leveroni. Stain not using all the track width there, and maybe putting a little bit more load on the left front tire. We'll see how that plays out a little bit later in the race, but it appears as though Stain may be playing just a touch defensive on Leveroni, and that may play into Partis's and Bruni's hands as they try to get up into this battle.
11 laps to go here. Stain, Leveroni, Partis, Bruni, Stretch, Barroso, Sen Jr., Kowalski, Goulart, Ethan Goulart, and Matt Stretch. So Logan Stretch is in 5th, Matt Stretch is in 10th. That's your top 10 right now as we get into the final 10 laps of this race. And I will say, with 14 minutes to go on the clock and 11 laps, they're going to be really close to coming in on time here.
Yeah, indeed, Brian here, and we can see taking the high side around the oval. Nick Leveroni for a moment looking and trying to determine whether or not he wants to fight for position going into turn 1. This time by as they cross the stripe and complete lap number 12, starting lap number 13, and we can see Leveroni taking some quick looks to the inside on the leader on the 39 machine of Stain, as both Partis and Bruni seem to hold station through there. And you know, again, here we go, and you can see Stain definitely getting a little bit more defensive. It's either that or we may find that Leveroni just feels coming through turn 3 that he needs to open up that car a little bit more and not introduce more understeer, setting up for turn number 4. But once again, Partis and Bruni knocking about I'd say about 2/10 off of what our 2 leaders were running. And there's that car that we said was off and out of the way and off the racing line. As we can see, we don't even have a local yellow there. I believe that machine is possibly Max Hewitt in the 22 car.
Yeah, that car's been there for probably 5 or 6 laps now. Yeah. So my guess is that they're happy with the position. It's not in any danger, so they'll scoop it up during the lunch hour. Speaking of lunch, that's what's coming up next here. So we're going to get to that, and then we've got 3 more races afterwards. So don't go away, or if you do go away, come back afterwards. We'll give you all the details.
You're supposed to say, don't go away mad.
Well, yeah, exactly. But anyway, we'll give you all the timing so you know when to come back to get the action for the rest of the afternoon. So. You see a lot of cars are actually dipping down on the apron and going a little bit lower coming out of that turn there. I'm wondering if there's a puddle they're trying to avoid or whatever. Or it could be that some cars are on wet tires and are going down there to cool their tires and get a little bit of moisture that's down on the apron because nobody's been racing down there. I think that might actually be more likely what
I think that might be the situation. Either that or we still have drivers diamonding off that hairpin, and they're taking a straight line up to the oval, actually just going a shorter distance, as we've got Stain, and we see where Stain has moved in about a quarter of a car width. Maybe he's finding a little bit easier or a little bit better braking there than all the way over drivers left, whereas Leveroni was getting the edges of his car all the way up to the left-hand side, and we can see Leveroni taking a little peek to the inside now to drivers left as they make the run down into braking going into turn 8.
And the gap between second and third has kept pretty much the same here now, Greg, for the last maybe 3 laps or so, right at about 2.9 seconds, give or take a tenth here or there. So that second group is not really catching these guys right now. So Leveroni and Stain just need to keep their stuff together and get to that final lap, and then they can go elbows out and see who's going to take home the checkered flag.
And nice little fight as we go back on board with Chris Clark as he's continuing to try and make up some ground. Clark is currently sitting in 20th position. I think the last time we checked in with him, he was sitting, 23rd. So he's made up a couple of positions. I was watching just ahead, though, the battle for 10th with Matt Stretch, John Rodat, and Ethan Goulart. Goulart, who had been sitting in 10th position, has now seen both Matt Stretch in the 89 car and Rodat, who just turned the fastest lap of anyone in the session, currently running 11th. And then Ethan Goulart sitting back in 13th. And so Rodat, who is certainly in Matt Stretch's draft, turned a 1:41.826. And I mean, that's almost 0.8 of a second faster than our leaders, Stain and Leveroni, at this point. And there is that battle now, 3 wide, going down in turn 1 with Stretch, Rodat, and Goulart, I believe.
So 8 laps to go, 9.5 minutes on the clock. This one, and 1:40 seconds, so per lap. So we're definitely going to be done here on time here as we push into our the final laps into this race. But it has been fun to watch up front. The gap now between second and third widened to 3.7 seconds. So, and it looks like it's even wider now as they come out of. Unless I was seeing the wrong group. So that was I was looking at the groups in 4th and 5th. I'm sorry, 5th and 6th, which were a little further back. But yeah, not a lot of change at the moment. Everyone's just trying to get to that last lap and to figure out what the heck is going to happen there.
Well, both Stain and Leveroni, we'll say both of them have just gone purple as the track definitely starting to dry out. Nick Leveroni, who is still sitting second, he runs a 1:41.373. That is 1/1000th of a second faster than Danny Stain. And that is, more importantly, Brian, almost 1.5 seconds faster than Pardis and Bruni ran that last time by. So they have now started to expand the gap back to our pair back running 3rd and 4th at the moment.
And much like last lap when we talked with, or last race we talked with Steve Whitston, I think that the place to be going into that final lap is second place. Another 3 wide move going down the front straight with a pass going into turn 1 there. So turn 1's definitely dried out there because last session you could not have made that move.
No,
way too much water.
You would have been going sideways through the grass, I think, in the last session.
But these 4 cars here are having a blast. It's been a pretty fun battle to watch here. And there's another move to make a pass there coming out of turn 5, and now they're 2 wide going into turn 6. You know, inside that car, they're going, woohoo! They're just having a good time.
Now we're seeing one of the Stretch cars with the windshield wipers on, but he's the only one. It does not appear as though we've got more rain. I think that's more akin to like Jim Drago with the turn signal on halfway around the track. Here, as we take a look, and we'll try and get back to our lead pack. As Stain and Leveroni now once again, and so Pardis and Bruni have brought their times down. They that last time by picked up about a half second on what they had run the previous lap, but more importantly, Stain and Leveroni almost 0.8 of a second faster than the pair behind, and there are our leaders now going into turn 6 and 7, and you can see how that gap is opened, and it's now almost 6 seconds separating first and second from 3rd and 4th.
Let's run through our top 10 again. Stain, Lavaroni, Preston Pardis, Nick Bruni, and Logan Stretch, your top 5. Then Barroso, Sed Jr., Kowalski, Matt Stretch now up to 9th, and John Rodat is in 10th. Going through 15th, Ethan Goulart, Cliff Brown, Alex Acosta, John Holtz, and Max Schweid. There's your top 15 here as we push into the final 6 minutes of this race.
And so, Brian, I don't know if they're going to have enough time to get up there, but Stretch and Barroso, the red, white, blue 98, the 48 car trailing behind, that is the third pairing. The last time by, they were almost a half second faster than Pardis and Bruni. And it's a possibility by the end of, by the time we get to the last lap, they might be pretty close in a position to fight for third. But those two are going to probably have to find a couple more tenths in order to do it.
Well, and while we talk about the gap widening between second and third, let's not forget there's still a battle going on there for a podium spot. So Nick Bruni would definitely like to take that at the end. So they're going to probably at this point resign themselves to racing for the third step. And now their strategy shifts from how do we catch the leaders to now what do I do to come in third place? And once you start thinking about that, you almost start to forget about the two cars behind you, which is why Logan Stretch and Frankie Barrasso might be making up a little bit of time, although I think 8 seconds is really too much to get here.
It's a pretty big
with these, unless someone makes a mistake and has to check up or something. So a lot going on here as we get to our final few minutes of this race. And I think there's probably going to be about 3 laps to go here before we get this thing done. Big dry line. You can now see it now pretty prominently going into turn 1 here. It is really drying up fast. Hopefully the rain stays away for the rest of the afternoon. Here we're back with Chris Clark in the 109 car, and right in front of him is the 169 car. Let me scroll down. Oh, not in front of him anymore. Chris Clark just made the move.
That was Mark Gibbons, and bye, Mark.
Hello, goodbye. Yeah, that'd be a great song title. Hello, goodbye.
I think someone might have gotten to it first.
Yeah, maybe so. Chris Clark really making away, and he's actually making up a lot of time fast, even on the cars in front of him. He is flying.
He certainly is. So Clark started off, about 30th, if I remember correctly, thereabouts. Started 28th. And Chris Clark now up to 18th. He's made up 10 positions. And you can see I think he ran a 42 flat, which is actually getting pretty close to the pace of the cars 5 and 6 ahead of him. And he's starting to close things down now on the driver ahead. That is Matthias Ramirez in the 41 machine next up.
So we get those in-car cameras, folks, from drivers who provide them to us. So anybody who's out there streaming their races live, if you give us the information, we would love to put your in-cars up here 4 wide or 2 wide with a pass going here or an attempted pass going into turn 6. But yeah, anybody who's out there in any of our races this year, if you're going to stream your race live, get us the information. We would love to put your in-car camera up on these races. Also, before we get to lunch, if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, smash that subscribe button, hit the like button. That's the way you know when our next races are coming up. We've got a full set of races next weekend from Sebring, both Friday qualifying, Saturday and Sunday. So lots of action coming up here early in January. And then in February, we've got 2 races back-to-back at NOLA and Buttonwillow. So it's a lot of early racing action to wet your whistle here and spend your Saturdays and Sundays with us here on the SCCA official YouTube channel. So subscribe it and like it, hit that alarm bell so you know when it's coming.
That's right. We were just watching. There are so many fights that are going on and so many battles that are going on here in Spec Miata. It's just we were watching a few moments ago on camera Matt Stretch with Brett Kowalski, Ethan Goulart, and John Radat. A little bit further back, Max Schweid and John Hotz with Alex Acosta as well. And here we go as our leaders coming up on some slower traffic. There we go, Danny Stain and and Nick Leveroni is still locked nose to tail, and as they start to come up on some of this slower traffic, Brian, that may be the opportunity. And again, not a lot of time left to go here for a race that is going to finish on time. We should see our drivers likely getting the white flag this next time by, and so I think for Bruni and Pardis, and Bruni has gotten around Pardis, and you can see there the gap as Nick Bruni now has about 10 car lengths on Preston Pardis coming out onto the oval. Looks like that fight for third may be done, and certainly their chances of getting up and battling for the win are now finished as our leaders coming onto the front straight. Here they are getting ready to come onto the front straight. Here they come through NASCAR turn 4 right underneath us there, and white flag. There is the white flag, and we are now on the last lap in Spec Miata here from Homestead.
Yeah, you say their chance for the win is gone, but these two cars come together here on this last lap, vying for the lead. They're just going to be ready to drive through and pounce. And we saw guys have problems on the final laps twice yesterday. So, but there's tons of traffic for the leaders to go through here. The good news about it is that this class knows that the leaders are coming through. They're usually pretty good at getting out of the way of the leaders, so I don't imagine it's going to be a big problem. But with a half a lap to go here, it's Danny Stain and Nick Leveroni trying to figure this whole thing out. Here they come, right there through our screen into turn 6.
And we saw the flagger there at turn 6 showing the blue flag to the drivers ahead to let them know that there's some faster traffic right behind them. That is not a command that they have to move over and let them by. It's more for information. But for the moment, our two leaders, how they work through their way through all this traffic is going to make a difference. And we saw there, Danny Stain made a move going into the hairpin that didn't look like Leveroni was going to be able to answer. He does get underneath those two slower cars, and as they come onto the oval for the very last time, Nick Leveroni, he is still right there behind the number 39 Mazda Miata of Danny Stain. And then we'll see him coming into our view here momentarily.
And they should be here right about now.
Right about now, side
there they
by
are.
side, having to split some slower traffic. And Leveroni had some help with another flat-out car as they come down the front straight. And as they come to the line, taking the win, Danny Stain, 27 1/1000ths of a second over Nick Leveroni. Yeah, and that was, so we saw it in there coming across the line now. Nick Bruni's going to finish in third. Preston Pardis will come home in fourth. And Nick Leveroni had some pretty good timing. He had one of his teammates, and I thought that might have been Schweid, but I maybe not, as they came through the oval. Another one of the flat-out cars was there just ahead of our leaders. And great run for Danny Stain and Nick Leveroni, your top two finishers, Bruni finishing third. So let's go down through the rest of the order here. As we mentioned, Bruni taking home third, Preston Pardis fourth. Logan Stretch, great run for Logan. As Logan made up 6 positions. He started in 11th, he finishes in 5th. Ethan Goulart will finish in 7th position behind Frankie Barroso, who finished in 6th. Matt Stretch will finish in 8th. He made up 6 positions in this race. Borset Jr. will finish 9th. Brett Kowalski will finish in 10th. Then John Rodat will finish 11th. Alex Acosta will finish 12th. Cliff Brown 13th. John Hotz 14th. Chris Clark, who we're still watching Chris here, I think finishing up his cool-down lap. Chris Clark will finish 15th and made up 13 positions, Brian. So great run for Chris. Matthias Ramirez will finish 16th. Max Schweid will finish 17th. Jeremy Butts, who made up 14 positions, will finish 18th. Alfredo Zidane 19th. And Mark Gibbons rounds out the top 20.
Want to take a real quick shout out to the guy on the start stand right there, waving those checkered flags absolutely beautifully, by the way. That's Brian Phillips. He was last night given a big trophy, the 23 Florida Region Worker of the Year, and he is a starter here for Florida Region. So a big congratulations to Brian Phillips. That's the guy who was waving that yellow flag with authority there. For all of that, and I'm sure all of what he does for the region, besides just doing a really good job of waving a checkered flag, Brian Phillips, the 2023 Florida Region Worker of the Year. Big congratulations to him. And let's just say, all these workers out there in this rain, standing out there, none of them are paid. They're all volunteers. They come out here and they do this because they love it. And honestly, we wouldn't be able to come here and do this without the volunteer workers. You were a volunteer worker, Greg. I started as a volunteer worker.
Yeah.
We've all done it. Brendan, our director, producer, DriversEye Live, he started as a flagger. So we have a big space in our heart for our volunteer workers, and that's why we're able to do this weekend. So,
well, and Brian, let's talk about one more volunteer who won an award last night from the Florida region of the SCCA. And he's a little bit more behind the scenes this weekend. He's actually our chief steward for this event. It's Stu Cowett, who won the Robert W. Clark Award for officers and board members devoted to for giving devoted service to the region. He's on the board of directors of our host, the Florida region of the SCCA, and like I said, he's our chief steward for this event as well.
And Stu is a dear friend of mine. He was my mentor when I became the flag chief for New York region back in the early 2000s. When he decided to move to Florida with his lovely wife and his daughter, I took over the flag chief role for Florida region from him, and I had no idea how to do what I needed to do. And he took me under his wing and showed me the ropes. And a big part of what I became a flagger and a flag chief is because of his mentorship. Brendan, our producer, spent his first day on a corner with Stu Cowett in 2009 at the Sebring Nationals. So the legacy that Stu is leaving behind for all of us as a mentor is very, very profound. And there are a lot of people in this club, in the flag and communication ranks, who have Stu to thank for all that he's done. So could not be more proud to call him a friend. And nobody is more deserving of an award like that than Stu. So big thank you to him. And I look forward to breaking bread with him next weekend at Sebring.
All right, well, Brian, talking about breaking bread, we are going to take a break for lunch. We have 3 more races today. Next up is going to be our second open wheel group, Formula Atlantic, Formula Enterprises 2, which was a great race yesterday, and we talked to Steve Whitston. He's going to be in that field. Formula X, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. We're then going to have the big ground pounders, and then we're going to close things up with our production classes, Super Touring Light and B-Spec here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. We'll try and put up on the screen when we find out what the start time is and when we're going to be back, but it's going to be just about an hour from now. So make sure to stick around, make sure to join us for the rest of the Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by the Florida region of the SCCA here at Homestead. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the SCCA U.S. Majors Tour, Florida Region Palm Tree Winter Majors. Our final 3 races of the day. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg. We're getting ready for our Wings and Things, Formula Atlantic, Formula X, FE2, a couple of others that I'm probably forgetting.
Prototype 1 and Prototype 2.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, Gregg Ginsberg's here with our starting grid.
All right, let's go. Yeah, we'll run down the starting grid as our drivers. You can see they're behind that Dodge Challenger pace car, making their way out for their pace lap. And we'll start off much like yesterday. We're going to have 2 different groups. We're going to have the prototype cars, the Formula Atlantics, as well as, I guess, our sole Formula X car in our first group. And then we'll have Formula Enterprises 2 drivers coming out in the second group. Let's start off with that first group with your pole sitter. He's your reigning national champion in Prototype 1, driving the number 19 machine, and that is an Elan DPO2. It's Todd Vanacore. Starting to his right, our Formula Atlantic pole sitter, driving his Swift 016, Dudley Fleck. Matt Butson will start on the inside of row number 2. Matt is also driving a Swift 016 in Formula Atlantic, while Asen Yelkin, driving the Swift 014, slightly older chassis, is going to start 4th. Then starting 5th in Prototype 1, driving the number 46 Swift 014 CSR, it's James French, with J.R. Smart in Formula Atlantic, driving the number 09 Swift 014, starting in 6th. Then we've got Brandon Schwartz starting 7th today in Formula Atlantic. Prototype 2 pole sitter Sherman Chow, driving his Store WF1, is going to start 8th on the field. John Dunches in his Prototype 1 car will start 9th. Peter Shadowin will start 10th today. And starting 11th is Bart Wolf in the number 28 P2 car, with Adrian Morrow in Formula Atlantic starting 12th. Then we've got Rob Radman. We got a chance to talk to Rob a little bit earlier today. The college student will start 13th in the number 15 car, while Mark Lurden in Formula Atlantic will start 14th, driving the number 25. We've got Derek LaManna in the number 12 machine. He'll start 15th overall in his Formula Atlantic, while AJ Snyder in Prototype 2 will start 16th. Then we've got Camille Kopko starting 17th, and he's in Formula Atlantic, and our sole Formula X driver, driving a Formula Mazda, the number 99 car of Ken Denault, starts 18th. Russ Turner, our reigning national champion in Prototype, in FE2, and our winner in the class yesterday, is your pole sitter in FE2, with Paul Schneider starting to his right, driving the number 73 machine. Then in the second row of FE2, we've got Alistair McEwen driving the number 38 car, with Steve Whitston, and I want to thank Steve for sitting in with us during our Formula V race. He will start 4th. Eric Cruz will start 5th today in the number 86 car, with Brian Yates starting in 6th in the number 145 car. And then we've got Jonathan Weisheit and Russ Straight. They are making up row number 4. Jonathan's in the 67 Formula Enterprises 2. Russell's in the 91. And there you go, Brian. That is our starting order for our 5th race of the day, is that Dodge Challenger starting to lead our prototype and Formula Atlantic field around turns 3 and 4 of the oval. And wow, Brian, can kind of see it looking at some of those palm trees and the camera. The wind has picked up considerably here at Homestead.
Which is good for drying the racetrack, not terribly good for these tiny little Formula cars.
No.
But they will find a way to manage it. Green flag is in the air. Here they come down to the first turn here. And we'll just see how they handle everything. Looks mostly dry, which is very good. But there's a big spin. 1 car off, 2 cars off, 3 cars off.
As we have a couple of our Formula cars going off, as just as our Formula Enterprises 2 field comes to the stripe, we'll see if they get a green flag, and they do.
Wow.
With the car sitting there in harm's way. He's going to try and move that Formula car out of the way. We're trying to get the number on it right now as the field comes down, and we have Russ Turner taking the point in front of Paul Schneider's car with Whitston moving up into third. Air Cruz now sitting in fourth is our first group. Our prototypes move through. Todd Vanacore in that green and white number 19 prototype 1. Alon is your leader there as he is coming out now of the hairpin at turn 8. You'll notice there was another car that went on by, and I think that was one of the cars involved in the incident at turn 1 that just went around the oval. We'll see, most likely we're going to see that car come down the pit lane as we have another car go around, and I'm wondering, that might be the 23 of Russ Turner that just went around over at turn 6. I can't make out the number plate from here, Brian. Actually, it's got a black nose on it, so likely not Russ Turner. I believe Russ has a blue nose cone on it. We'll pick that up in just a second. And indeed, that one car that took the long way around, where actually I guess it's the short way around now, ends up on the pit lane. We'll get the number of that car in just a moment as Todd Vanacore leads the field down in the 1-0, and we've got another car off in the grass there, driver's left, Brian.
Yeah, that's one of our prototype cars. I'm not quite sure which one it is. I'm guessing that might be the number 2 car of Peter Shadowin, but we'll keep a close eye on that. He hit the wall not terribly hard, but hard enough to cause damage and move some tires around there, it looks like. So they're going to have to clean that up. And he might be able to get going, but he'll have to limp back to pit lane to do so. But they're not going to be able to run with those tires out in the area there.
That almost definitely is going to end up bringing out a full course caution, I would think. Here
and there it is.
Go, Brian. We go to a full course caution here at Homestead. And, you know, when we first brought the cameras up after the break, it had looked as though the oval had dried out considerably. It had looked like that run down through turn 1 into turn 2 had also dried out, and I think a lot of our drivers probably put a lot more faith into how the track looked rather than how the track felt. Well, obviously turn 1 has been a sticking point early on in this race.
Yeah, and the problem I think we're seeing maybe here is that, yes, it's dry, but all the rubber that was on the racetrack from yesterday has gone. Yeah. And it's going to take some racing here to put that rubber back down. So they probably was expecting a grip level something like yesterday, and it probably wasn't there.
Yeah, that appears to be the case here as trying to pick up and see if we can get some information on the car that is off there. And I think you're right. I think that is the Prototype 2 machine of Peter Shadow. And I'm waiting to see as more cars cross the start-finish line and complete their second lap to try and pick up who might have fallen through the order. And I think actually, Brian, and this has been a bad weekend, at least in Prototype 2, for John Dunches, probably in Prototype 1, and I think that might be the white Dunches car. Okay. That is sitting there on the infield, or just right at turn 3. And now, if you remember, yesterday Dunches had an issue at turn 1 early on in the race and had to escape to NASCAR 1 and 2, and had some issues there. But we'll keep tracking this as our drivers cross the stripe. And I think the other machine, the Formula Atlantic machine that we saw with an issue on the opening lap that had to take to the pit lane, I think that was Matt Butson.
Yeah. So let's bring in Brendan Kaczmarek. He is our producer on site at Homestead. He's got some information for us.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick point. And hello, gentlemen. Nice to be with you.
Hey, welcome back.
Once again. Yeah, thanks. The conditions have changed substantially, not just from when these cars would have last been on track, but even just from an hour or so ago when we broke for lunch. It's gotten much cooler, much drier. It's now completely overcast, and the wind has picked up substantially, which I think is maybe the biggest element of all of those changes. These cars are very light. They're very downforce dependent, especially those prototype cars. And if you upset the balance of the car at all, like maybe, say, transitioning from banking to flat, like you do at turn 1 there, it doesn't take much of a gust of wind to really send the handling of a car haywire. And I just wonder if maybe they're cold tires, cooler tires anyway, on lap 1, if that transition onto the infield road course maybe upset that car enough to send it into the inside wall.
Well, and I will tell you, looking at the radar, there is a line of storms coming our way, and one of them they've got the yellow blurb on the radar. So I don't think we are out of the woods here for more rain this afternoon. So, but I think we're fine for this race. But yeah, it does look like that line of storms is heading our way there, and we'll just have to wait to see how long it takes for it to get here.
Yeah, weather app of choice is saying potentially within 4 minutes. Now, it's South Florida, so those apps are not necessarily the most reliable. But, I mean, you could tell me it's going to start raining in 30 seconds the way it looks out the window now, and I'd believe it.
Okay. All right, so we are under full course caution and had just a single lap before going into full course caution. Brian, let's quickly run down the field here as we get a closer look at the weather as it is definitely coming our way. That little pocket around Homestead-Miami Speedway, it disappears right about now. There you go.
Well, and I believe that yellow square at the bottom of the screen is actually a severe weather warning box.
Yeah.
So it's not over Homestead right now, but that box and of course, that's that yellow blob I was talking to you about that's moving its way north and east.
That's a meteorological term, is it, Brian?
Yes, the yellow blob.
Yellow blob, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
They call it a storm cell in meteorology. I remember that from my one broadcast meteorology class 38 years ago.
Did you take a broadcast meteorology class?
I absolutely
I
did.
did too.
Yeah.
Weatherman Brian Bielanski.
So that is a storm cell. I couldn't tell you if those are cumulonimbus clouds or not, but anyway, Billy Joel would tell us there's a storm front coming. So
that's right. All right, so we see that the pace car is bringing the field around around NASCAR 1 and 2 to give as much space and room for emergency services teams to work over at turn 3, and it looks like a good portion of that staff now on site at turn 3. So quickly here, Todd Vanacore, your overall leader and leading P1, Dudley Fleck and Austin Yelkin running 1 and 2 in Formula Atlantic, 2nd and 3rd overall, with Brandon Schwartz very well now with only a couple car lengths behind here as they're all behind the safety car. He's running 4th overall. Sherman Chow is your P2 leader. He's running 5th. Then Rob Radman, then Peter Shadowin, who's running 2nd in P2, 7th, just ahead of AJ Snyder, who is running 8th overall. If we take a look at the FE2s, it is Russ Turner, your leader, with Paul Schneider, then Steve Winston, who got around Brian Yates and moved up to 3rd. Yates in 4th, then our Formula Atlanta, probably our sole Formula X driver, Kendon Alt, running 15th currently in the field. James French, who was originally scheduled to start 5th today, did not take the green in his Prototype 1 machine. Bart Wolf in his Prototype 2 car was scheduled to start 11th. He did not take the green. Alistair McEwen and Jonathan Weisheit, 2 of our Formula Enterprise 2 competitors, also did not take the green flag.
So they've got the little forklift there, which is to be able to help get those tires back where they belong. It looks like they're getting ready to. Oh, that forklift is more by the race car.
The tires are already back in position.
Yeah, tires are already back in position. So
the rain is. You can see it on the camera there, Brian. Sorry,
it's starting to come down.
To rain.
Yeah, it is beginning to rain here, and you can always tell it's raining because if you look at your corner workers, they're running to get their rain gear.
Yeah. Hey, so Brian, in the chat, James Brookshire, of course, noted Formula Enterprise 2 driver, checking back in with us, and he says he's given up his gambling addiction after this morning's Formula V race, and more importantly, and this might upset Kelton Jago, another Formula Enterprise 2 driver, slightly, but James Brookshire says that he will hand deliver a box of donuts to the booth at the Atlanta Super Tour if Eric Cruz doesn't win today. And so there is a good chance that Brendan and I will be having breakfast on site come this March at Road Atlanta. And sorry, Kelton,
Listen, I as a broadcaster, I am ethically not allowed to root for or against anybody. But when it comes to free donuts, man,
that's right.
Well, and Atlanta's I believe the home of Krispy Kreme. So
No, that's actually Raleigh, North Carolina.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
I did not know that. See,
Yes.
you'd think a guy my size would know where the home of Krispy Kreme is.
I have 4 words for you, gentlemen. Krispy
Yeah.
Kreme bread pudding.
Ooh.
Store that one away.
Let's forget
Anyway.
about racing. Let's go have some bread pudding.
Well, I'm just trying to stave off the rain for as long as we can here. Although one of the concerns that I have moving forward here, we've kind of gotten away with the rain to this point because every car that's been on track has been on at least nominally treaded tires.
Yes.
We managed to have found one of the few opportunities for full slicks.
Yes.
As this rain begins. Fortunately, it looks like we may ease into the rain here a little bit, so maybe we can stave off any sort of dampness, real dampness in the track for the next 24 minutes or so, as I think. No, not back to green.
So here's the question, though. Now, these are top cars that can somewhat quickly change their tires, and if anybody on pit row had looked at the radar, they knew that rain was potential in this race.
Sure.
So if it does start to come down, which car is going to be the first one to come in and roll that gamble and maybe give up half a lap or a full lap to try to get those rain tires on, and then drive through the field because they're the first ones to make the decision, and maybe other cars don't even have the opportunity to do so. A lot of these cars come from prep shops, so they actually have pit crews, and
Brian, I don't know if you noticed the shot that we just had as that was looking down the pit lane, but there were a couple of crews that are actually already over the wall.
Yep.
I think getting set up there. Well, they were over the wall a moment ago. I think getting set up.
you can
to
see them all
take-
and
carrying
more are
tires.
coming.
Yeah.
Yep, there a lot of people are carrying tires right now, and I just saw the driver of that car that got into the wreck walking on pit lane. So that was good news. Also, we'd like to see that as well. So positive on all of that. Although you didn't take a huge hit, you just always like to see the driver out there walking around. Alex Cox joined on, says, tickled to find live racing. What classes? These are several classes, Alex. This is our Formula Atlantic, Formula Enterprises 2, and FX. So those are our open wheel cars. And then we also have 2 prototype classes, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2 in this field. And we do multi-class racing here. So it's kind of hard to pick out which is which class when they're all looking somewhat similar. But if you keep an eye on our scoring pylon, it cuts them up for you, and you'll see which cars are which there.
All
We
right,
have
so we've got a
minutes
car
to,
coming down the pit lane. We're onto the apron, and I think, and tell Mr. Brookshire, I think that's the Eric Cruz machine coming down the pit lane now. The 46 car, and he is pulling into a pit stall. We'll see if they are going to an early tire change. I only see one person out with that car currently. But
Yeah,
if,
there's a pair of them there, and now that car is actually being jacked up on the left side. So either some issues with potentially the left front of that car, which is where the initial attention went, or they're actually just trying to get out ahead of this a little bit. It hasn't stayed, or it hasn't really picked up. It's just sort of this annoying,
But it's coming.
what one of our guys refers to as head rain. Where you see it on the visor or the windscreen and you think, oh no, it's raining, and you psych yourself out of it, the grip that's actually still present in the track.
Yeah, that's right. So we're just watching, and you can see cars really just sliding around and moving around. And that,
There's one going all the way around.
right, and I think that might actually be Steve Winston in the #1 machine. He was side by side with Paul Schneider coming through turn 6 and 7 a little bit earlier, had shown a wiggle, and we can see there that he had issues getting out of the infield and onto the oval. We should mention, and I think everybody can see it by now, we've gone back to green flag racing here, and yeah, there's now Schneider coming out of NASCAR 4 all by himself. He's got about 2 seconds to make up on Russ Turner.
Yeah, and that one car still making its tire change, it looks like, on pit lane. So he'll need to get back out and hope a bunch of other cars have to come in to get that lap back. So he's lost a lap on pit lane at the moment. Very, very gingerly through this corner section here, this 3-4 complex. And then they come down here now towards turn 6. And it's starting to, and this camera doesn't look like it's raining much at all right here. So definitely depends on what part of the racetrack you're on right now.
All right, so watch this. The white and red prototype that just came through turn 7. He got very loose. That's Sherman Chow. He's your P2 leader coming down to the hairpin right now. He got very loose on the last lap. Let's see if he goes and adjusts his line through here. But once he got on the throttle, the rear end of that store really kicked out, looked much more stable that time around. Chow running 3rd overall behind Vanacore, our prototype 1 leader, and then in that red Formula Atlantic Swift now coming through NASCAR 3. That is Dudley Fleck, your Formula Atlantic leader.
All right, 14 laps to go here in this race. 18 minutes on the clock. If the rain gets worse, the clock will probably come into play here. But right now, it still looks like they're somewhat able to hustle the cars through the oval. Still looks relatively dry. You know, it's the infield section that's going to get slippery first.
All right, if we look back to yesterday, I think I mentioned when we were running down the grid that Russ Turner was your Formula Enterprise 2 winner. He took the win over Paul Schneider, and Steve Wixton finished in 3rd. In Formula Atlantic, Matt Butson, who again we think had issues on that opening lap, was part of that opening lap incident. He was your winner yesterday over Brandon Schwartz, with J.R. Smart finishing in 3rd. Dudley Fleck, our current leader in Formula Atlantic, finished just off the podium in 4th. And Vanacore, our overall leader, took the win in P1. Peter Shadowin took the win in Prototype 2. And Shadowin currently sitting all the way back in 7th position. We just saw Russ Turner get around Shadowin. And Shadowin, I believe, is in that red prototype right there, and as the FE2 field, carrying a little bit more pace currently, or at least our FE2 leader carrying a little bit more pace than our many-time GT Light national champion, now running his Prototype 2 car.
So looking at the scoring grid, it does look as though there were 2 cars that came into pit lane. Both of them are gone now. One was Eric Cruz, the other was Matthew Butson. Cruz in the FE2 car, Butson in the Formula Atlantic car. So I'm not sure if they decided to give it up or if they got back on the racetrack. I'm trying to see if they make any laps here. We'll know more in just a minute or two.
Yeah, I was going to say, Butson, I'm still showing as having only completed a single lap, right, Brian. And again, he was involved in that lap 1 incident. I think he was the Formula car that was pointed counter race on the start when the Formula Enterprise 2 machines came through. And I think he is likely now called it a day.
Yeah.
And so we'll see what Eric Cruz can do, because we're assuming that he went to the wet weather tires. He is currently sitting at the tail end of the field of cars running a lap, and he is a lap down, obviously sitting at the tail end of Formula Enterprise 2. If this track gets any more damp, that might be his opportunity, and obviously a big gamble for him, as every other one of our drivers staying out on what we assume are dry weather tires.
Yeah, the gamble will be a good gamble if it gets so bad that everyone else needs to come in and change the reins. That's when that gamble. That's when James Brookshire goes to the bookie and doubles down, because that would be a ticket to the front for Eric Cruz. I know. Well, he says he has.
Remember, there are donuts on the line.
Exactly. So, but yeah, we'll just watch to see if anybody else decides to come on down.
The good news for Eric is that we haven't yet reached halfway. We're just resting halfway now. 11 to go, 11 complete, and with 15 minutes left in the rain, it's going to be really close as to whether or not we can finish on laps instead of time. And additionally, the rain is definitely beginning to pick up. You could see it on the lens there at camera 5. Or turn 5, headed down the infield back straightaway. So with every lap and minute that ticks by here, I think Eric is getting close to having his competitors around him do what he did just a couple of laps ago already.
Yeah,
well,
go ahead.
We might also get to the point where once we get past halfway, some of these drivers would just want to, record the race as a finished race, which is good for going to the runoffs, and they may just come in and call it a day.
Yeah, we did see an early checkered a little bit. I think it was Group Group 3,
Yes.
wasn't it?
Right.
Yeah, it was the Formula Car group. Yeah.
Yeah, so there is a world here too where we get towards the end of this race, if the rain really does pick up, that in the interest of mass self-preservation here, we don't go all the way to 22 or 35.
What could happen is they could throw a full course black flag, give everybody 10 minutes on pit lane to change tires, and then come back out. That has happened before in the past. It doesn't happen often, but that is in the steward's toolbox, that they can say, okay, we need to declare this a rain race, full course black the entire field, give them a chance to choose whether to go to rain tires or not go to rain tires, but give them all 10 minutes to be able to change their tires. Oh, and there's a car that just went around there at the exit of turn 8. I'm not sure who that was. Looks like a yellow and black car.
It looks like an FE2 for here.
Yeah. And if that
Go ahead, Brian.
I would say if that kind of thing happens a lot, that's when the stewards start wondering, okay, is this the time to maybe do that?
Yeah, waving yellow there at the
Obviously, at the
current
hairpin
corner
there.
station.
Yeah.
Yeah, almost a carbon copy of Steve Whitston's spin earlier on.
Oh, and now he's going to do another donut because the
man.
grass is wet.
It's been wet all day. This is not, I mean, it's not helping, but you saw it earlier. It's been very, very damp.
All right, so we'll watch here as the rest of the Formula Enterprise 2 field starting to move through, and I believe that may be, we'll check here, that's either going to be Brian Yates or Russell Straight, who were running a lap down. And I believe that is Russell Straight in the number 91 machine, because we just had, I think Brian Yates just crossed the start. Oh, no, I take that back. It's Brian Yates in the 145, because Russell Straight just crossed the start-finish line to start his 13th lap.
Our race leader is in the pits, guys. Todd Vanacore, or erstwhile race leader anyway, in the pits. Vanacore makes the left turn down the long pit lane, passes all of the readied pit crews, and is going to make the hard left turn back into the paddock. So that'll be race done for the number 19.
Yeah, and remember, yesterday, Todd Vanacore had issues on the very last lap. The car went dead stick on him before he could take the checker, but because John Dunches had his first lap incident and was running a lap down, Todd Vanacore took the win. Although Dunches was running at the end and Vanacore was not, and you can see here now, Brian and Brendan, how these drivers are just tiptoeing around turn 6 and turn 7. We'll see here, though, side-by-side pass for position going into the hairpin. And that is, I think that's Russ Turner going around the outside. And I believe that might be a slower car, but we'll see here as they come back around. Just now, you see Schneider going through turn 8. He is currently running second in FE2. And last time, about 10 seconds off of Russ Turner.
Checker flag,
leader.
start finish, guys.
And they're gonna, the rain's really coming down now, and we've actually turned this into the Formula Drift category here. So this is one of those discretion is the better part of valor decisions that we're trying to get going here and get these cars off. They're all on slick tires, and this is not a slick tire racetrack anymore.
And hey, Brian, if you remember last season at the June Sprints, we saw something very similar with our production car classes, with our small bore classes, of course, it was a little different because at Road America, we were on a freshly paved track that was very, very slick, and the rain came out, and the stewards almost immediately decided to checker that race, and it turned into a skating rink as many of the drivers were having trouble getting back even into the pit. So I think definitely the right decision here is just absolutely teaming, Brendan.
You know, I'm really, really impressed with how all of our open-wheel drivers handled this transition into the rain. We assume that everybody was out there on slicks, and even if you weren't and you started the race on rain tires, you were out there trying to manage a set of fairly soft rain tires in bone-dry conditions. And either way, not the easiest situation. And apart from our little incident down at turn 1 on lap 2, it's been pretty much completely clean.
Yeah.
It could have turned really ugly really fast,
Sure.
especially in downforce heavy cars, as the downforce and the speed bleeds away in these rainy conditions. But everybody did a really, really nice job.
Yeah, indeed, and certainly as we know, with the exception of probably Eric Cruz, all these drivers on full slicks here, and as you mentioned, not only was the wind picking up before the rain started coming down, but we had talked just before we came back on the broadcast, but the ambient air temperatures had dropped considerably at the track as well, and so probably not a lot of grip in the best of cases, and we saw the issues that the drivers had even before the rain started to come down, and what they're doing just to try and get back to the pit lane now. So good decision there. Let's run down, Brian. We'll break it down by class, the final order here, as we had. It looks like 14 laps in the books. In Prototype 1, Todd Vanacore takes the win over John Dunches, who, again, Dunches had that issue on lap 1. So for the second day in a row, Todd Vanacore will take a win in Prototype 1. In Prototype 2, Sherman Chow will take the win over Peter Shadowin. AJ Snyder will finish second. In Formula Atlantic, your overall winner today, Dudley Fleck in the number 74 Swift out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Austin Yelkin finishing second. Brandon Schwartz third. Rob Radman fourth. J.R. Smart fifth. And then, let's not forget, before I forget, Ken Denault, our sole Formula X driver, and can finish 16th overall. And then in Formula Enterprises 2, Russ Turner for the second day in a row takes the win. Paul Schneider second. Steve Whitston, even with that early spin, Whitston works his way back up to third place. Russell Straight will finish fourth, and Brian Yates will round out the top five. And Eric Cruz, I'm sure, is probably the one driver out here that was hoping that this race would continue, because even though we're going to get a bunch of donuts in March from Mr. Brookshire, I'm sure that is no consolation to Eric Cruz.
Yeah, and he did want you guys to put in your order glazed chocolate or hand-picked assortment is what he was asking. So,
Fielder's choice.
Yeah, for sure. I would implore people not to sleep on the blueberry sour cream from Krispy Kreme. That's tremendous.
Oh, wow. James, whatever you choose, it's up to you. All right, so
not that Greg or I need the donuts.
No, certainly not.
and I won't be in Atlanta, so you guys are going to enjoy it. I think we'll get some donuts just so I can share them.
Yeah, we'll send you one or two, Brian.
Awesome. All right, let's take a break. I think we might have a little bit of a delay here while we get all of this going. If that is the case, we'll put the time up on the screen to come back. But we got 2 races to go, rain or shine. We're going to get them in here. So stay with us. This is the SCCA U.S. Majors Tour Florida Region Palm Tree Winter Nationals from Homestead-Miami Speedway. We'll be back in a bit.
All right, welcome back, everybody, from another small rain delay here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, where we are winding things down with the Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by the Florida region of the SCCA. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along right now with Brendan Kaczmarek. Brian Bielanski will probably be joining us for our last race of the afternoon, but we have two more races to go here today, and these are the typically I'd call them the ground pounders. I don't believe we have any of our GT1 cars here this weekend, so it's the ground pattering cars here. GT2 and 3, GTX, also American Sedan and Touring 1, as they are now heading out for their pace lap, for their 22 lap or 35-minute race, whichever comes first. And Brendan, I'm going to go out on a limb right now and say that this race likely will end on time. Let's run down the starting order, and let's get this rainy party started. Starting on the front row today, scheduled to start on the front row. Here, driving the number 132 Touring GT2 Ford Mustang. He finished second at the National Championship runoffs this past year, is Barry Bowes. Michael Schmitz, our sole GTX racer, scheduled to start second today in his Norma, and I don't see him right behind Barry Bowes there, so I think it's safe to say that Mr. Schmitz is keeping that car back in the paddock. Ray Mason starting now. Well, he'll be starting second in the number 82 GT2 Ford Mustang, along with Patrick Utt in his number 49 GT2 machine, starting in third. Starting in fourth is going to be Hugh Stewart, our T1 pole sitter. He's driving BMW, an E46 BMW M3. Max Sapolsky in his Touring 1 Ford Mustang, now scheduled to start fifth. Starting sixth is Michael Smelly on the outside of row number 3, driving the number 8 GT2 Mazda RX-7 with Tim Gray, starting seventh. In the number 60 GT2 2018 Ford Mustang. Ray Stevenson scheduled to start 8th. Ray is driving his GT3 Mazda RX-7 and a third-gen Mazda RX-7. And Bill McGavick also in GT3 starting 9th. He is in the number 69 machine, and that also a 95 Mazda RX-7. Rabs Richard A.B. Smith also in GT3. He's driving a 93 Mazda RX-7. He's starting 10th with Tom West, our American Sedan pole sitter, and finished 4th at the runoffs this year, just off the podium, driving the number 56 Cadillac CTS-V. Andrew Lott starting 12th. He's driving the number 76 GT3 machine. That's a Pontiac Sunbird, with Mike Henderson starting 13th. Pardon me. He's in the number 21 GT2 Chevy Camaro. Then we've got Michael Lewis. He starts 14th. He's in the number 32 GT3 Mazda RX-7. Kelly Lubosh in his American Sedan Chevy Camaro, starting 15th. And then we've got Scott Sansone driving the number 80 GT3 machine. That is a Mazda RX-3. And then Steven Ryder in Touring 1. He has not set a time all weekend long in his Chevy Corvette. We'll see if he makes the race. And getting ready for the green, Brendan.
Yep, the field, which I think I've counted at 9 strong, heads down the front straightaway. We've lost a lot of cars to the weather, but they sail off into turn number 1 for the first time. Big puddles at the transition into the infield road course, staying well away from those painted curbs. At this point, it feels like it might not matter, though. Everywhere is going to be super, super slick.
Yeah, and we're already seeing with these higher horsepower GT2 cars, as they were kind of, I don't want to say limping through turns 2 and 3, but certainly being very careful, as we've already had a pass for position there, as we did have, I believe, that was Patrick Utt getting around Ray Mason as they came through turn 3, heading down into turn 4, as Barry Bowes drives off into the distance there. And now you see side by side for the moment going into turn 6, our GT3 pole sitter Bill McGavick was coming up on the inside of Patrick Utt as well.
Yeah, good news, bad news situation here, Greg. You'd want the track to either be fully dry or fully wet, right? You want to know what the conditions are, basically for the duration of your track time. Right. The changeable conditions are where you can very, very easily get into trouble. But So that's the good news, right? Is I don't think we're going to see a meaningful change in the way the track presents itself. The bad news is that historically, this group in particular, what we would call it, the ground pounders, big bore, whatever you'd like to call it, are very traditionally high on power and low on grip.
Right.
It makes them very lively and very fun to drive and fun to watch. Unfortunately, in conditions that are as wet as they are,
Take away that fun to drive part.
like you're putting an egg underneath the throttle pedal. It is so tentative. Yeah, and producer Ryan just makes a note there. The puddles will scare you to death. There's a big one right at that transition point headed down into turn number 1. There's a natural drainage, and you see it there with some of our RX-7s sailing off into that corner. There's a natural drainage sort of catch point where the road falls away to the infield road course, and unfortunately, even if you're a couple of feet off of the racing line, it just throws, feels like a couple of inches of water up into the air, and can really, really upset the car.
Yeah, and so I'm guessing that a lot of these drivers don't know if there is a rain line or what the rain line is at Homestead-Miami Speedway, but you are starting to see, and we saw this a little bit earlier this morning when the rain started to come out during our small open wheel group, where folks like Barry Bowes, you'll notice as they come down into what would traditionally be a heavier braking zone at this track, they will move the car over a couple feet off of the traditional braking line, off of the edge of the track, hoping that the track surface hasn't been polished down nearly as much as we saw. We have got at least one car off, and I believe that was one of our GT3 Mazda RX-7s. And I'll tell you, Brendan, and I may have mentioned this yesterday, I think one of the drivers to watch is actually our GT3 Mazda RX-3 driver, Scott Sansone. Those little RX-3s, one, none of the rotary engines have a ton of torque, which is going to help them coming out of some of these corners, I think. But that Mazda RX-3 is very square, where the track, the width between the left and right tires, is seemingly almost as large as the wheelbase. Very, very square, and they seem to be, I think, a little bit more stable in some regards than say the RX-7s that Sansone will be competing against here.
And you're not asking as much out of that little RX-3. Unfortunately, though, that little black car headed down the back straightaway now is in danger of going a lap down to the overall race leader here within the next lap or two. It's not been a tremendous start for that car, but as Brian Bielanski pointed out in an earlier session, in conditions like this, your value is not going to come from the position finish or the result. It's going to come from the fact that
the finish.
Yes, if you as an accomplishment, but B, if you're headed towards the runoffs later on this year at Road America up in Wisconsin, having that finish to your name, even in conditions like this, is going to go a long way. So you can cruise around at 40 or 50% and just get yourself home and live to race another day, say next weekend at Sebring, and be all the better for it.
And I was just about to pull up here, Brendan, the flow chart from the Sports Car Club of America on what it takes to qualify for the runoffs. And I hate to say it, but having some technical issues, not able to get that up. But I believe it does. One of the paths is three majors weekend finishes.
Yes.
The Super Tour that we'll be covering starting next week at Sebring, and I've already checked with at least one of the weather stewards, Brendan, as to whether or not we're going to have wet weather there. There's Sansone. Is of course considered part of that U.S. Majors Tour as well. So yes, certainly these drivers wanting to bring the car home safe, to get a finish, and kind of click that checkbox off after this weekend that they only need 2 more finishes in order to qualify.
Yeah. I don't drive one of these cars myself, Greg, although I would, given the opportunity. But I think one of the joys or one of the rewards of driving these cars is that they can be a little tough to wrangle.
Yeah.
As we said, big on power, light on grip. and you commit to driving particularly a GT1 or a GT2 car because they require a little bit more finesse, right? A little bit more of a hands-on approach. And if that's why you're in it, this is that times 10. I mean, this is so tentative. It's so calculated in how much grip you're going to actually have by the time you get to a braking zone or to a turn-in point, and slide really, really nicely on the corner exit. So you can play a bit, but yeah, this is you're earning it.
Exactly, and maybe the one saving grace right now for these drivers is we are about 8 minutes, 7-8 minutes into this race, is that we aren't in those mixed conditions where the rain has stopped, the track is kind of slowly drying out. With the rain continuing to fall, this is probably the best conditions for these wet weather tires that these drivers have put on. At one point you get past the point of how much water they can evacuate, and and you don't have a ton of grip there. But I think from lap to lap right now, these drivers are probably, once they find what those limits are, and as long as they don't exceed them, they're probably finding the track conditions fairly similar from lap to lap. But again, that the challenge there is, as you are working your way around, is when you hit that theoretical limit. And there we go, Sansone, I think, may have just found his braking limits there going into turn 6. Got the car. That was a good recovery though. Got the car back underway, and didn't lose a lot of time there. But again, you don't want to go too far over that limit, and you have to be able to know when to dial it back. And this is a track that has 11 different turns, and you've got to also deal with that damp oval and going around through NASCAR 3 and 4, and what would it take, how much power can you or can't you put down before the rear end does start to step out a little bit on that 18 to 20% bank.
Worth noting as we come to the conclusion of lap 5, 8.5 minutes gone. Barry Bowes continues to lead in GT2, as he's done since the drop of the green flag, with the margin now up towards 19 seconds. And I don't think it's fair to say that Barry is cruising out there, still hustling that number 132 fairly hard. But as he came by start-finish last time, he was off the throttle before he got to the flag stand.
Yeah, and it should be noted also that with these GT cars, the GT1 cars, which are not here this weekend, GT2, GT3, GT Light as well, tube frame silhouette cars with the exception of that RX3, no ABS. And so, this is something that they have to be able to judge and be able to feel that brake pedal and feel when the front wheels lock up even just a little bit, and know how much pressure they need to release to be able to get those cars to turn in.
GT3 being led by Bill McGavick at the moment, the number 69 ahead of the 143 from Richard A.B. Smith. I don't know him well enough to be able to call him Rabs at this point, so I will leave that to you.
Thank you.
And Brian, so he can be Mr. Smith. Just 2 seconds between him and Ray Stevenson, however, the number 7 car. Those two RX3s pretty close as they came by start-finish. I'd venture to guess that it's less than 2 seconds even now. So GT3, while Bill McGavick is scooted away at the front, the battle for second is still something to watch over the remaining 25 minutes or so here, and give us actually something of a pretty decent battle. And if nothing else, listening to one rotary is great. Listening to two is
absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we watch now as they come into turn 6 there, and that is Richard Smith and Ray Stevenson and Tom West, our American sedan pole sitter and leader there in the Cadillac CTS-V, very close behind there. But yeah, listening to those RX-7s, and all I can say is thank God they're muffled, because without the mufflers, they are the most ear-splitting things that you in race trim that you will find. Wow, as we see Smith there get a little loose coming out of the hairpin. It looks like Barry Bowes is closing in on those drivers as well. So, he's already made his way around. Now it appears we know he made his way around Sansone a little bit earlier. He's now lapping up to 6th position.
As I sit here above start-finish, Greg, I look off to my left-hand side, at NASCAR turns 3 and 4, and it's very rarely a jarring sight it's very rarely not a jarring sight when you see cars at speed coming around 18, 19, 20 degrees of banking. There's a reason that generally oval races aren't held in the rain. Yes, some of that is tire, of course, but it still takes a tremendous amount of trust in the car when you sail off watching the speedometer creep up 110, 120 miles an hour into that 18 plus degree banking, and knowing that the car is going to stick even with all this rain that's been falling over the last half hour or so. I'm just really impressed that not just Barry Bowes, but so many others sail out there into turn number 3 at basically still full throttle. Yeah, I mean, as we watch, for example, Ray Mason, who has years and years of experience both in tin top, in GT car, touring car, Formula car racing as well. As he's working that car, that Ford Mustang through there, I mean, it certainly takes a whole bunch of trust that the rear end isn't just going to walk on you through the oval, and how, especially in the wet, do you correct for something like that? I would put that out of my mind, try to put that out of my mind when I start a race, and hopefully just rely on instinct. It struck me earlier. I think Ray Mason was in the first race I ever called. Really? Out in California. Did an endurance race out in California. And at the time, Ray was driving for Compass 360. Yeah, he was running Honda Civic touring cars for Compass 360 in Pearly World Challenge. Yep, and I think either he or his team brought a couple of Civics out to I think he had Lawson Aschenbach as a teammate at the time. Lawson Aschenbach. Man, let's remember some guys. Yeah. I thought about Lawson Aschenbach a while. But Ray Mason, it's one of those names that you don't hear very often, and then his name surfaces again because he'll drive just about anything, given the opportunity. Oh yeah, Ray Mason, I know him. Yeah, I think we saw him a couple years ago racing in, actually, because he's out of Ohio. He'd been with Alliance Autosport for a number of years. Sure. And I believe he was running Formula Enterprises for a time, and maybe some Continentals. But I know that this GT2 car has been in their stable for a couple of years. And I mean, he'll drive anything. And Ray has been. I think this is something like his 35th or 36th year of racing, and certainly has the experience. Yeah, given the opportunity, I too would race for 35 or 36 years. I would too. Just more experience in the bank. I love watching, as we saw Sansone there in the RX-3, and then A.B. Smith and Stevenson going under braking into that hairpin, and you can see how those Mazdas, all three of them are just kind of dancing around under the brakes, and you know that those drivers are doing a lot of throttle modulation in order to get those cars woed down. Again, it's unlike touring, a lot of the Touring 3 and Touring 4 cars that have ABS now, to be able to again feel what that car is doing in damp conditions with pavement again that has been, and I think that it's been a number of years since the infield road course here at Homestead has been repaved. And so it does get polished down, and again, a lot of water out here, which is probably the best thing for the tires, but still a lot of experimentation from lap to lap. And I think it's the driver's nature, Brendan, to try to catch a rabbit ahead of you, to try and turn in a faster lap, even when we say, hey, these drivers are just trying to get through the weekend. Yeah, even when you look at not just Richard A.B. Smith and Ray Stevenson in GT3, but Thomas West in the number 56 Cadillac in American Sedan, they're both regular, or all three of them are regularly in the 150s, 151s. And I do just wonder a little bit if the three of them have decided to just ride around together for a little bit, follow each other around, maybe try and learn a decent rain line together, and then given the opportunity that Richard A.B. Smith and Ray Stevenson will go racing within the last couple of laps to pick up a second place instead of a third place. for now, they just seem very, very content to ride around within a second or two of each other. Just enough margin to be safe, but not so much as to lose contention.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of it as we watch the gap, for example, that Tom West is keeping to Stevenson ahead. You of course always want to be able to give yourself an out, and the gap that he is keeping is giving him that kind of opportunity. That said, Barry Bowes just now completed his 10th lap, just turned his fastest lap of the session, and I think the fastest time overall. We're going to see our timing and scoring there switch up in just a moment. Bowes just ran a 1:32 flat, and to get an idea, he's been knocking time off Brendan lap after lap. He started off in the 38. Actually, well, his first lap was a 42, which is understandable because it was at the start and a slower run down the front straight. But started off pretty much in the 38s, went to 37s, 37s, 36s, 35s, then into the 33s, and now down to the 32s. So he is definitely trying to find more pace in his Ford Mustang, even though he may have at this point almost a 40-second advantage. There's our leader, Barry, with almost a 40-second advantage over Ray Mason.
Yeah, the rain really hasn't let up very much at all since we took the green flag now about 18 minutes ago. Also want to report Ray Stevenson has... I was going to say he's going to call it a day. Actually,
well, it looks like they're lifting the hood up on that car.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't blame anybody for calling it a day at this point, given the conditions, but this actually appears to be some type of maybe mechanical issue with that blue number 7.
Yeah, indeed. So that Mazda RX-7 now with the hood peeled off the front, and you have to feel for the wet crew guy there who's trying to feel around that. But
if I've learned anything from my corner working days, at a certain point you just stop caring.
Yeah, you just make the call, ask the pit workers if you can get a flat tow back to the paddock, and call it an afternoon. I'm sure the driver is sitting in that car right now going, I don't want to go back out.
I mean, there is a gate to the paddock right there,
yeah.
And now that we've run 5 groups out of their final race of the weekend, plenty of open space down there in the garages to take some shelter for a while if you need it. Certainly for the next 15 minutes or so. This is, I mean, we spent 10 weekends at SCCA races last year, Greg.
Yeah.
And the worst on-track conditions I can truly remember were the Friday at Button Willow and the Sunday morning at
Underhill.
Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta.
Oh, Road Atlanta. Oh, gosh, yes.
Where I don't know what it was.
The sun
like.
hadn't come out yet.
Yeah, exactly. We were all sitting around at 7:30. The sun hadn't come up, and we're questioning whether we were going to go racing at 8 or 9.
Yeah, I mean, it was the cloud cover was like 20 feet off the track. It was the day after the clocks changed, as we went from standard to daylight time. And so the sun wasn't actually supposed to rise for another like 20 minutes after we were going to go racing. And then it was pouring down rain to begin with, and there was like zero visibility. And yeah, that was certainly a challenging day. And I actually still remember about half of the Spec Racer Ford field at one spot at one tire wall down the downhill S's at Road Atlanta. I thought you were going to say the hailstorm out at Thunder Hill, but
so we were off track before that happened. They had called it was the Open Wheel and Prototype group. They had decided to pull that group in and allow them to take shelter before the thunderstorm actually hit the track. And it's funny you mentioned that. I was just watching through that broadcast yesterday, the day before I came down to Homestead, and it was exactly like I remember it. All of a sudden, you are enveloped not just in rain, but in enormous amounts of hail.
Yeah, I heard they were.
But fortunately, we didn't have any of those cars out on track, particularly the open cockpit cars. That's been some tough dealing. That Road Atlanta Sunday morning, not only did we have about 10 Spec Racer Fords end up in the wall in the S's, but there were 10 single car incidents.
Yes.
It's not like they took each other out or somebody made a dumb move or anything. They all did exactly the same thing, just in sequence 3 or 4 seconds apart.
And somehow they would manage to extricate themselves from the wall, and then the next one would end up there. It was quite exciting. Actually, and I look back because I think the Spec Racer Ford race was the second race. The first race of the day was the STU and STL race, and I still remember the two STU Lotus Elises, or Exesias actually, taking the green flag backwards.
Yeah. That was only a few minutes before Danny Stain put the STL Mazda Miata into a wall somewhere.
In the S's, actually, yeah.
Yep. I only remember the result. I was down in the pit lane setting up cameras because I don't think anybody knew that we were going to go racing for sure. And all of a sudden, half of a Mazda Miata appeared in the support on the left-hand side of the front straightaway.
All right,
not the way it was sent.
No, that is certainly not one of Mother Nature's finer moments in racing here, as we've got 9 laps to go, or 12 and a half minutes just about, and I'm going out on a limb thinking this one is going to end on time. Let's quickly run down the field here. Barry Bowes is your leader, and I believe that he may have lapped all the way up to Ray Mason at this point. Barry Bowes in his GT2 Ford Mustang. Ray Mason also in a Ford Mustang running second. Patrick Utt currently running third. He's also one of our GT2 entries, and he is driving the number 49 machine. Bill McGavick currently running fourth. He is your GT3 leader. And then Thomas West, and we'll have to see here. I think we saw Tom sitting back behind Richard Smith and Ray Stevenson, and I think the Cadillac has managed to get around both, and Tom West now showing in 5th place overall. So good couple laps there. Smith, and then Sansone, who is showing as having gotten around Ray Stevenson as well. And again, that's because we saw Stevenson on the pit lane there with his crew taking a look at the motor. There's Richard Smith.
I'll tell you what, it's not just that Thomas West has jumped one of the cars. He's now setting personal bests that in excess of 5 or 6 seconds quicker than he was when he was sitting behind Richard A.B. Smith. Everybody there was in the 150s or 151s. That 56 Cadillac is now down into the 1-minute 44s, and he backs it up with another of the same.
Yeah, and I was going to say, and he had been incredibly consistent running in like a 50.4 lap after lap, within a couple hundredths of a second lap after lap. And this last time by, well, he just said, as you mentioned, he set his fastest lap of the race, and about 4/10 faster than he had on the previous lap. And there he is, Tom West, as it looks as though Barry Bowes just put him another lap down there. But that Cadillac, it helps to have a long wheelbase. I don't believe in American sedan that you are allowed to run ABS. I'll have to reach out to national champion Danny Richardson. I'm sure he can tell me. I think he's on the American sedan committee, but I don't think he's allowed to do that.
It doesn't feel like it would fit the ethos of American sedan.
No, exactly. But that car looking very stable through here now.
I think everybody's found their feet here. We're 15 laps in. We've been on track for 25 minutes now. And ironically, this has been the cleanest race of the day. Some of that is car count, but everybody's played really, really nicely in these tricky conditions. But I think everybody, in doing so, has allowed themselves to ease in to the track a little bit, right? Start at 50, 60, 70%, and then work your way up towards being more confident, a little bit more aggressive, and getting the most out of what car has to offer you in this type of weather.
Yeah. So Brian Bielanski, who's going to be back with us for our final race, who of course told us all when it started to rain earlier today that everybody was in the same boat, which I thought was very...
That's quite good.
Yeah, I think very good. Well, he's now saying that all of our racers have found their flippers. And that may actually be the case. But wow, as we're watching these drivers, and we were so stunned early on how they were dealing with the conditions here. But as this rain continues to come down, and looks like we've got a car that pulled over a little bit. Driver's left appears a little bit off pace. I don't know if that, given that it's staying now under the white line, it looks like at least one racer has decided to call it a day.
I think Andrew Lott. Did he come back out in the number 7?
In the Pontiac Sunbird? Yeah, we'll take a look.
Maybe not. It's tough to tell from where I'm at here.
Yeah, we'll see which car it is as it comes hopefully down onto the apron.
Oh no, I
here
think
in
it's
just a
Richard
moment.
A.B. Smith.
Oh yeah, that I think you're
As
right.
it comes into view here.
Yeah, that's the that was your second place runner in GT3, A.B. Smith in the 143 Mazda RX-7, and director Ryan was saying he was hearing on the camera feeds. It sounded like one of the cars out there, the engine was missing, maybe some electrical issues, and that may certainly be the case as Smith is going to retire a couple of laps early, and that should move Sansone up. Sansone was running a lap down from Smith, but that should move the RX-3 driver up to second place.
You did say to watch out for him, Greg.
I did. I didn't think it was all going to be attrition that would account for his move up onto the podium, but you take it. He's kept the car on course, and again, we've still got a little while to go, but don't count your wet chickens before they're hatched. But he may come away with second place today. Don't count your ducks before they're hatched, I guess.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's okay, Greg.
Yeah, your swans.
This is a tune-up for us.
Yeah, exactly.
The duck reference was there. It's
Whack.
okay. Before we wrap up Group 6 here, and Brian Bielanski rejoins us for Group number 7, I, on behalf of DriversEye Live, would like to say one or two things. First, this whole production this weekend is, yes, it is similar to our Super Tour coverage for 2024. We're very, very excited about what we have to offer the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour beginning next weekend at Sebring International Raceway. But this weekend's coverage is provided for and by the Florida region of the SCCA. If you like what you've seen this weekend and you're enjoying having a little bit of extra racing to watch in what is traditionally the off-season of motorsports, you owe a big thank you to the folks down here in Florida region SCCA. Homestead isn't the most obviously popular venue for road racing in particular, but it draws a great entry every year. We were here last year, and we're big believers in this event's standing as one of real prominence in the SCCA Majors Tour, U.S. Majors Tour, and the road racing calendar as a whole. And we're happy to be a part of it and to bring it to the best fans in motor racing. If you're interested in having your region's road racing events covered by us here at DriversEye Live, that is always an option. The equipment we're using is identical to that of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, and we'd love to be a part of it. There's a lot of racing that goes on throughout the year, and we are here to help promote both the club and amateur motorsports as a whole at a time when amateur motorsports is becoming a little bit more expensive, a little bit less accessible. But we aim to represent it just the same. Brian Bielanski and Gregg Ginsberg have joined us this weekend as well to get ourselves ready for the 10 races we've got upcoming in the next 6 months or so. And you can follow all of it here on the SCCA official YouTube channel. Greg himself also works with the... Greg, are you back with Washington, D.C. region?
Both my other Brian Donati, and I will be, for 2024, working with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. And you can find us at youtube.com/@WVCR. We'll be covering the entire Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series this season, and we should also be doing, and that includes events at both Summit Point Raceway and New Jersey Motorsports Park for the South Jersey region of the SCCA, and I believe we'll also be working some of the regional events for the North Carolina region of the SCCA at Virginia International Raceway as well. So we'll see on the East Coast, and if you'd like to reach out to us about those events, you can reach us at marsannouncers@gmail.com. Thank you for letting me get my plug in, by the way.
Yeah, of course. And Brian will also have his opportunity, but I will just name drop the Cal Club here as well. Brian Bielanski works out Buttonwillow Raceway Park outside Bakersfield, California, and does a great job out there bringing Cal Club regional and national level races as well. I think to these here internets. We'll of course be out at Buttonwillow with DriversEye Live for next month. But Brian, of course, has his weekly Inside the SCCA podcast, which you and I featured on earlier this week, Mr. Ginsberg.
Yeah.
So the three of us, I think, have found a nice little spot here.
Hey, Brendan,
yeah, sure.
I was just going to say, and we'll jump back to this in just a second here. I've just been watching as Barry Bowes, I believe, just went and put Patrick Utt another lap down. Utt has been hanging with our leader, Barry Bowes, for the last 2 laps or so, with a lot of side-by-side racing. It's been pretty exciting here to wrap things up. So, keep your eye. Director Ryan giving us some great views of that fight. I'm sorry. Let's continue on.
No, that's okay. Bowes, Mason, and Utt are actually all lapping in the 1:36 range. Unfortunately, they're all separated. Other than Bowes and Utt there briefly, the damage has been done in terms of the gaps. Far too late to bring back any of those gaps to anything manageable. But the three of us have found a nice way to represent the club in terms of live and digital content. And if you are interested in SCCA racing around the country, please do follow us here at the SCCA official YouTube channel, which is only a couple of subscriptions off of 10,000.
Wow, have we picked up? Because I think we were a couple hundred away yesterday.
We're close. We were really close.
So if you haven't done so already, go ahead and, of course, give us a thumbs up here this weekend. Wow, we are close.
Is the number.
And go ahead and push that or click that subscribe button. Click on the notification bell so you'll find out every time that we go live here on the SCCA official YouTube channel. And as Brian said, next time is going to be next Friday when we kick the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour off, and again 10 weekends all year long. And I know we're all looking forward to showing you some great new things, and we've shown you some of it here this weekend, but we've got a lot more for you.
Yep, and a lot of very, very interesting venues around the country, as we always do with the Hoosier Super Tour. We are within the final half lap of racing here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Our leader, Barry Bowes, in the number 132, heads off into turn 8, the left-hand hairpin for the final time, having taken the white flag, and will magically complete 22 laps within 35 minutes for what I think is the first time all day, in arguably the toughest conditions that we've seen all day. Very impressive work here by Barry Bowes over these last 22 laps to bring that car home, not just in one piece, but with the margin that he has. That blue number 132 off of NASCAR Turn 4, Oval Turn 4 for the final time. The dual checkered flags will wave at start-finish, and Barry Bowes comes home to win GT2 in race 2 at the Palm Tree Winter Majors.
All right, there you go. And just as he was coming across and now crossing the line, I think that's Patrick Utt. We saw Ray Mason pushing his machine very hard down into turn number 1 and 2. And as we wait for a few more of our drivers to come around the NASCAR turns 3 and 4, there is our GT3 leader. That is Bill McGavick. He's going to take the checkered flag and takes the win here at Homestead, and that is for Bill I believe that is his second GT. Oh, no. Actually, Bill McGavick, he finished third yesterday behind Stevenson and Richard A.B. Smith. So that is his first win of the weekend. Great way to kick off the 2024 season for the driver of the number 69 Mazda RX-7. In Touring 1, well, actually, we did not have any of our Touring 1 drivers take the green here today. So unfortunately, don't have a podium there for you. But in American Sedan, Thomas West takes the win. In GT2, it's Barry Bowes, Ray Mason, who finishes on the lead lap. Patrick Utt will finish in third. And so that's going to wrap up our 6th of 7 races from Homestead, and we will be back in just a moment with one more race. That is going to be what we just had our big bore race. We're going to be moving to the small bore cars. These are our production category cars: E production, F production, H production. Also, the last of our GT classes, GT Light. We'll also have B-Spec and STL. That will wrap up, that group will wrap up racing here from Homestead. I should want to also mention, Brendan, as you were talking about the great folks with Florida Region that are bringing us this broadcast this weekend, that they do have a number of other events at Homestead Raceway, that if you are a regional racer, or if you would like to bring your car, and this can be a street car, out on track, there are a number of what are known as HPDE or track events that will be happening this year. April 6th and 7th, May 11th and 12th, June 29th and 30th. Then into September, middle of September, September 14th and 15th. And then the first weekend in November, actually the weekend in November is a race weekend only. But again, early April, mid-May, late June, mid-September, all events where you can put your own car on a racetrack and watch some racing as well. And if you want to find out more about that, you can go to the Florida Region's website. It is flscca.com. And so let's take that break, Brendan. We'll come back. Brian will rejoin us, and we'll have one more race to go here at Homestead International Raceway, Homestead-Miami Speedway, where you're watching the 2024 Palm Tree Winter Majors. We'll be right back.
to the Palm Tree Winter Majors, Florida Region, Homestead-Miami Speedway. We are here for our last race of the weekend. 22 more laps of racing action if the weather gods play in our favor. If the weather steward is working overtime right now to get this one in. And our next race is our E production, F production, H production. We've also got B-Spec in this race, GTL, and
ST Light.
STL,
Super Touring
yes.
Light.
Yep. And our starting grid, here's Greg.
All right, as our drivers are heading out now on the pace lap, let's take a look here. Going to start off, we're going to once again have a split start with our production car classes, GT Light and STL in the first group, B-Spec in the second. Let's start off with that first group where your pole sitter will be yesterday's STL winner, and that is Danny Stain. Starting right next to him on the outside of the front row is Osiris Pena in the Honda CRX. And what a race that was yesterday, Brian, for the win in STL. Chris Bovis in his Honda CRX will start on the inside of row number 2. Our pole sitter in GT Light with Ken Kennard, reigning national champion in F production, starting on the outside of row number 2, starting 4th. Chris Clark in his STL machine will start 5th. I believe that's in a Mazda MX-5 with Michael Lewis in his GT Light Mazda RX-7. He'll start 6th. Chris Copley in his British Leyland Mini will start 7th with Harbir Das in his STL Mazda MX-5 starting in 8th. Mark Weber, who came into yesterday's race as the F production pole sitter. He's going to start 2nd in F production, 9th overall, driving the number 25 Mazda Miata with Paul Mavoli in his GT Light Nissan starting in 10th. Then we've got Matthew Fritz starting 11th in his E-production machine with Yuri Kolatzos, also in E-production, driving a Mazda RX-7 starting in 12th. Starting 13th will be Steve Saney in the number 48 E-production machine with Daryl Stein in the number 169, I believe, Mazda, starting in 14th. Whitfield Gregg in his STL Mazda MX-5 will start 15th. Pardon me, Stein starting 14th. Starting 16th in F production, it's going to be Stephen Clark driving the number 13 Mazda Miata. Then we've got Ted Phoenix. Ted is going to be starting 17th. He's in the number 149 GT Light machine with Paul Easy starting 18th in the number 157 E production car. Paul Capel starting in 19th with Jared Odrick starting 20th, driving the STL Mazda MX-5. Jared's your 2023 GT2 national champion. Mike Ryan will start 21st. He's in the 120 STL machine with Jack Gold starting 22nd. He's in the 55 STL car. Mike Leo in the number 96 STL machine. He starts 23rd with Mark Silverberg starting 24th. Stephen Hawk 25th. And Joe Schubert starting 26th. Let's move over, and actually we've got one more driver in STL starting 27th in the field. It's Dan Harding. As our field is getting ready to take the green, Stuart Black is your pole sitter in B-Spec in his Chevy Sonic. Chris Taylor in his Mazda 2 starting on the outside of row 1. Then Kent Carter and Luke Russell on the second row. Rob Connors and Peter Zeckert with James O'Hare following up the field. Brian, we've got a green flag for our first group as they head into turn 1.
Yep, there's our green flag, and Osiris Pena takes the early lead with that Honda CRX front-wheel drive car, trying to find its easy way here in the wet. That car's probably pretty good in these conditions, and we'll see if he can pull away a little bit before Danny Stain gets going. Here comes your B-Spec start here. And they're now going to rumble down, well, as much rumbling as a B-Spec car does, rumble down towards first corner here, and they will try to negotiate all of that. How cool is Chris Taylor, Greg, sending messages to our YouTube chat from the grid?
And then jumping into the lead.
Yeah, and then hopping right into the lead here. So that's about as cool as you're going to get here at the racetrack.
That's right, as we just saw, I think, in the mellow yellow car, the green and yellow Mazda 2 of Chris Taylor as our first packs now coming through turn 6 and 7 as they are trying to negotiate that heavy braking turn there going into turn 6 as our B-Spec field is now doing that as well, as our leaders are now coming out of the hairpin, Brian, and the front wheel drive CRX at the STU CRX that Osiris Pena raced earlier today was a strong weapon in kind of mixed conditions. We'll see how it is in the full wet here, as he is already under attack by Danny Stain, who slides underneath coming through NASCAR 3 and 4 here.
Well, there's no question Danny Stain knows how to drive a racetrack, and I think he's based in Florida, so he should know how to drive in the wet, too. A lot of that going on down there.
All right, and we see sitting in third right now, that is Ken Kennard, driver of the F Production Acura Integra. Ken took his first national championship this past fall at Virginia International Raceway, and that is actually the third championship for that Acura Integra. The first was Ken at the wheel. Chris Clark is running in fourth with Chris Bovis in that white and day-glow yellow CRX. That is car currently running 5th overall. He is your GT Light leader at the moment.
Speed World 22112 says, don't text and drive, especially in these conditions. I can just see Chris Taylor doing a PSA. Before I get into my race car, I make sure I get all of my texting done. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. Here we go. All these cars doing a really good job of negotiating these conditions early, and no real issues so far. Usually what happens in these, as we learned in the earlier races, is they'll be really, really gentle here in the first couple of laps, and then they'll kind of figure it out, and then they'll get a little racy, and that's when sometimes the chaos can happen.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for that chaos, Brian. By the way, I think I picked out the wrong CRX that Bovis is in. Bovis now coming under braking into turn 8 in the kind of dark blue, orange, and white CRX. There he is going through the hairpin. But I was going to say, as I'm waiting for mayhem, it is Chris Copley in that little silver British Leyland Mini. He was all over the back of Stephen Clark's F Production Mazda Miata. I don't know if Stephen can see that car behind him. It is so small, and Copley, he took a couple looks to the inside going through 6 and 7. We'll see if he decides to try and make the move on Clark there. Again, not for position in class, but for 7th overall.
There goes your field there through NASCAR's turn 4. It seems as though our speeds on our cars are such that they can pretty much take the oval without any issues in this rain, and really the problems are in the infield section, not on the oval. It does seem to be that I do see rain drops, but they do seem to be less than they were in the early parts of the last race that I was able to keep an eye on while I had stepped away. So no question we'll get through this race. We'll get 20 laps to go here, 28 minutes. Not quite sure if we'll get to all the laps in, but we'll definitely get the 28 minutes as we keep moving here through our final race of the day.
Yeah, indeed. And in the last group here is we're going to jump over and watch some of this STL battle just ahead of Mark Webber, who is running, I think, currently 3rd in F Production. We've got just ahead of him Jared Odrick, Whitfield Gregg, and Yuri Colossos in the number 77 RX-7, the F Production RX, or probably E Production RX-7 is leading that little pack now through turns 6 and 7. And as Stain and Pena start picking up the pace here, staying already into the low 38s, Brian, and we're starting to see some of these lower powered, in many cases, in the case of Stain's Mazda Miata rear-wheel drive cars, matching the pace of the GT cars that were in upwards of some of them in upwards of 450, 500 horsepower just a few moments ago in our 6th race of the day. It looks as though, and Brendan might be able to chime in as to whether or not the pace, or probably whether or not the rain has slowed down here. If it's still coming down, it certainly doesn't look as hard as it was about 20 minutes ago. Yeah,
much brighter is what we're being told by Brendan. He's in our ear talking to us. So that's a good sign. Hopefully it'll stay that way for 26 minutes, and we'll get this one in as we get our final race of the day going here. Denny Stain first, Osiris Pena second, Ken Kennard third, Chris Clark fourth, Chris Bovis in fifth, Steve Saney sixth, Chris Copley seventh, Stephen Clark eighth, Yuri Colossos is ninth, Whit Gregg is in 10th. If we scroll down here to our B-Spec field right now, you've got Stuart Black, Chris Taylor, and Luke Russell. That's your top 3 in B-Spec.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that that Director Ryan can get to the front of that B-Spec field. They should be coming through turn 3 right now with the red Chevy Sonic. There he is. Perfect. Stuart Black, who was your pole sitter in the class. He was involved in that lap 1 incident that I think also involved Kent Carter's in that white Mazda 2 yesterday. But you can see there Chris Taylor giving up the point in B-Spec and being hounded there by Luke Russell in the Honda Fit. And look at the paint scheme on that Honda Fit. Looks like one of the old Marlboro McLarens. And I think that actually goes back to a couple of years ago, Brian, when we went to the runoffs at Indianapolis Motor Speedway back in 2020. A number of the B-Spec drivers came with some liveries, we'll call them historic or classic liveries of different NASCAR machines and F1 machines, and I believe that owes to the paint job that we see in Chris Taylor's car also there.
Yep, that's the Cole Trickle paint scheme from Days of Thunder.
That's right, exactly.
One of my guilty pleasures, by the way. Because, you know, if you're not first, you're last.
You're last, exactly. All right, here, Brian, let's jump back on board. We saw him a little bit earlier today in Spec Miata, and where Chris Clark, I think at that race, had picked up like 13 or 14 positions. He's back out racing again in STL. That Mazda Miata, a little bit, I think, overmatched in STL, a little bit down on power to what a car built for the class can do. But we see here coming through the hairpin and how tight that hairpin is over at turn 8 and how difficult that's got to be to navigate, not only in the dry but in the wet as well.
Now, in the last time we had Chris Clark's camera up, it would go dead here right coming out of turn 4. So it's some sort of a cell phone dead spot here. Let's see if we lose it here coming out of 4 and going onto the main straight. Right here is where it normally died, but no, it stays solid for us here, which is fantastic. And you can see, look at how bumpy the track is going through NASCAR. That's my big takeaway from seeing that. It looks really smooth from up above. Can you imagine how much they were jiggling their insides on those Formula cars when they were doing that? Wow.
There is that transition, Brian, from turn 3, the left-hander 3 to turn 4, and you can see how much steering input Chris had to give the car to get it to move all the way over driver's left so he could set up for that right-hand turn. It really, it shows you from inside the car how hard those drivers have to work at that single transition. But you know, a lot of switchbacks here, very, very difficult, and it is not an easy lap for these drivers in dry conditions, and as they're again trying to figure out on a track with changing conditions and going from very damp and very wet to maybe somewhat damp, trying to figure out where that grip is. It's definitely a tough fight for them behind the wheel, especially for you know, a race that is 35 minutes long or somewhere along those lines, as we've got 22 remaining here at Homestead.
All right, so 2 points of content here. The Clark Motorsports car, that's a different car, and camera, so that may be part of why we're keeping a solid signal here. So it's not the same car that he ran earlier. Secondly, I got my hokey NASCAR movies mixed up. If you ain't first, you're last is Ricky Bobby from Talladega Nights. So I think Brendan was about to have his head blow off the top of his body when he heard me say that. But there were still good quotes from Days of Thunder as well. Like, go hit the pace car.
Can't come in now, we're eating ice cream.
Exactly.
If there's somebody on the pit lane right now eating ice cream in the rain, 10
Oh,
points.
send us a picture.
Or if Mr. Brookshire has given them any donuts and they're on the pit lane, that I definitely want to see a picture of. That's right. They repel water.
Oh my gosh. All right, so Danny Stain has opened up an 8.32 second lead here. And then another, 6 seconds back to Ken Kennard, but he's in an F production car. So 8 seconds between first and second in STL. With Osiris Pena in second. Then you got Ken Kennard in third in F production. Chris Clark, that car we were watching the in-car on, he's third place in STL, but he's 43 seconds back from Danny Stain. So he's going to have his work cut out for him. That's probably too far without any kind of issues to come back at this point. But Danny Stain's got the whole field in hand.
All right, as we take a look now at that B-Spec field going down into turn one once again with Stuart Black leading Chris Taylor, and again sitting in third right behind him. That is Luke Russell in the fit, as we'll go back and jump back over to Chris Clark's in-car.
15 laps to go. Chris Clark crossing the start-finish line at 120 miles per hour. You can check out the data on that screen as well. He's got his lap times there, and this is one of those Sentinel cameras. And again, a reminder to any of the drivers out there who might be streaming their cars anytime throughout this, well, we're done with this race again, but through the Super Tour, let us know the information on your stream so that we can get your cameras here on the big TV here. Yeah, I should have known this was a different car because the car he had earlier did not have that big wang on the back of the car there. So definitely a different race car.
Yeah, and it should point out, and I guess we'll put in a little plug here for our good friend James Candelaria. And again, glad to see that James is home and recuperating. If you want to find out more about the Sentinel system that Chris has in his car and how you can get onboard video, streaming video in your race car for use on the Super Tour, you can go to Candelaria-racing.com. That's CANDLARIA-racing.com. And I believe Wine Country Motorsports carries their system as well. You can probably go there as well. Now let's take a look here as Chris is coming up on a car just ahead. And I think this is going to be a car that he's going to be putting a lap down.
All right, you can see there's a lot of waters down there as they make that transition into the infield there. And that looks like an old second generation RX-7. That he's trying to get around there. Yeah, beat out a convertible on a day like today, not my idea of fun. Or maybe it is, I don't know. Oh, coming right back at him without. Yeah. Might just have better rain tires.
We were just Director Ryan was talking about the massive amounts of torque that RX-7 is showing, and I think you can see here. Well, maybe it doesn't have massive amounts of torque. Is Chris Clark able to come underneath him and put him a lap down? All right, so let's see if we go back to some of the other live action here on track. As there is our leader, Danny Stain, and he's looks like he's about to put Stephen Clark a lap down. Stephen Clark there in that yellow F production Mazda Miata, currently running 8th overall. So we can see how far up. It was pretty interesting to see how far Barry Bowes went through that big bore field a couple laps ago. But Danny Stain now.
Let's stick with this camera for just a second, because right behind Danny Stain, I believe that is Mark Webber there.
Yes.
Mark Webber starting his 51st year of racing action in the Sports Car Club of America. I know that because I'm holding his little wristband that he was giving away at the runoffs for his 50th anniversary. But one of the legends of the SCCA, and one of my heroes, one of the best motorsports photographers in the world. So big shout out to Mark Webber as he's out there getting done again. 51st year of competition. Go 13 laps. We could get that in on all 13 laps here if we can keep this race full course green. And there is Kent Carter coming through our screen. He had a little issue early in yesterday's race, but he's back out there right now, and he is currently in a 4th place in B-Spec. Stuart Black is your B-Spec race leader. Chris Taylor 2nd, Luke Russell 3rd, Kent Carter 4th, Peter Zeckert is in 5th. He's coming over to us from GT3.
Peter Zeckert, driver who actually GT Light,
yep.
Who has for years been a huge proponent of that class, has fostered cars, has helped put cars into the hands of drivers to bring them out and to boost the fields. And he got a little taste of B-Spec at the runoffs this past fall at VIR, and it looks like he has definitely caught the bug. And I don't know if he's going to be racing any GT Light cars this year, but I think that the plan is for him to run a good portion of the season here in that Honda Fit that he's got on track right now. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, looking to see if there's any real tight battles going on for class in the field at the moment, and everyone looks fairly well spread out right now. Even the distance between 1st and 2nd in B-Spec is 2.5 seconds, so lots of action on the track, but not real many battles for class position right now with 11 to go.
Yeah, and that we're watching right now. They're coming through turn 6 now into turn 7. Chris Bovis, who is our GT Light leader in the Honda CRX out of Chicago, Illinois. He's trying to work his way through some of that slower B-Spec traffic. Here he's going to, I think, get a lot of it probably right on the oval as that CRX comes through. And I believe that CRX, though, is, I have to double check if that is one of the rear wheel drive CRXs custom made. Obviously, in GT Light, they are tube frame cars. The major restriction is that the engines, besides the size of the engine, I think being limited to somewhere around 1.3 liters, is that that it must be from the same manufacturer as the silhouette body that is on the chassis. But there's nothing that says that a Honda CRX must be front-wheel drive. And I know there's his Peter Shadowin's, I'm fairly certain, is a rear-wheel drive chassis as well. All right, so I was going to say here, Stuart Black coming through turns 3 and 4, and with Chris Stewart in that Mazda 2, he's starting to close things down again on Stuart Black. Brian, that last time by, ran about 0.3 of a second faster than Stuart Black, but still the gap just about 2 seconds. We'll see if that closes down a little bit as Ken Kennard gets past both of them. That's our F production leader here, and it looks as though Chris Taylor is starting to close things back up on that red Chevy Sonic.
Dane, Pena, Clark, Craig, Whit-Greg, and Jared Odrick, your top 5 right now in STL. And here is that Chris Clark in-car camera here. And you can see the water still beating up on the windshield and heading up to the top of that windshield. Wonder if he's put the old Rain-X on there, Greg, because that's what it looks like when you lube up your windshield with the Rain-X. You can see all that water beating up and then flying off, allowing you to not run your windshield wipers in a lot of situations. And even in the rain, windshield wipers annoy me. So I I like that move.
You see, and I was going to say that every time the camera shakes, and I almost go into a convulsion every time it does. I figured that was him kind of, shake like a dog shaking the water off of the windshield. Here as he's coming up on Chris Taylor's Mazda 2 as they come down into turn 1, and thinks a little bit better. Thinks better of going underneath the 34 machine going into the corner. Here we'll see if this impacts that B-Spec race, because once again Chris Taylor, Brian, for the second lap in a row ran his fastest lap of the race, and that time a half a second once again faster than Stuart Black, and he's now knocked that lead that Black has in B-Spec down to 1.7 seconds.
Yeah, there you see Clark getting by Taylor without too much issue here, and he should be able to get around the next Stuart Black B-Spec car here in this next little straightaway coming up. If not, he'll do it on the oval. But being really respectful, trying to do this without impacting those races, like you said, and all of these drivers really skilled at the multi-class type racing. So Chris Clark did a real nice job of giving a little time, taking a breath, and then making the move on the straightaway.
I want to thank SS Road Race 427 for chiming in on the chat, and did fill us in that Chris Bovis's car is one of the original CRXs built by Jim Dentisi, who's I believe out of the
Yep.
we'll call it Wisconsin Road America area there, and I think it was actually, I guess it was technically a King Motorsports car that was built, and now I'm probably now bring out a whole bunch of more comments in the chat if it wasn't, but I thought Jim was with King Motorsports back then. Jim actually. I was going to say, Jim, when I first went, and the first time I raced at Road America, Jim gave me a couple of laps around the track as I sat in the passenger seat, so I thought I was probably learning from one of the best.
Absolutely. So Jim Dentisi, absolutely King Motorsports, that was his company, and he helped us build our first IT CRX car, helped us build the motor and the suspension systems. They were the Midwest version of Mugen. They were the Mugen distributor in the Midwest. So yeah, definitely big Honda team out there.
All right, so we've now got 8 laps, or a little bit under 12 minutes remaining, and so I think pretty clear that this one is going to end on time, Brian, but at least it should be ending on time. Let's recap here. Your overall leader is Danny Stain. He's now opened up almost an 18-second advantage over Jose Osiris Pena, both of those drivers running in STL. And here, Brian, is that battle for the lead in B-Spec, just as our overall leader, Danny Stain, is coming through, and Chris Taylor is now right up to the back of Stuart Black's Chevy Sonic as they come down. It looks like Stain has been able to clear both of them, but now side by side going into the corner, we can see Stuart Black keeping about a half a car width to the inside under braking, going into 7 to hold off Chris Taylor, keep him from following Stain through as they come onto the back straight. So that buffer that Black had built up, it's now gone.
And we've got ourselves a little over 10 minutes to go here, and trying to keep this thing moving in the right direction as we finish up our final race of the weekend. And despite all of our weather issues, everyone has really done a fantastic job from top to bottom, getting through all of what's been going on. I believe we've only had 2 cars with any kind of impact with the wall this weekend, so that's a big deal. And we've had a green flag racing action. Real testament to what these drivers are out here doing this weekend. Part of that, I think, Greg, is that they all know that the vast majority of them are heading to the Super Tour next weekend at Sebring.
At Sebring, yeah, absolutely.
And if you ball up your car this weekend, you won't have one to drive next weekend. But nonetheless, they're still out there doing their thing and really doing a nice job of showing how to get it done in these very much changing weather conditions.
All right, so we talked about Stain leading the field, with Pena running in 2nd in STL. Running 3rd in STL is Chris Clark, who we've seen a number of onboard videos from. Ken Kennard, your leader in F production, over Mark Webber. Margin now, last lap was at about 1 minute. In E-Production, Steve Saney leading over Yuri Colossos and Paul Easy in GT Light. Chris Bovis in his Honda CRX about a half a minute over Chris Copley and Ted Phoenix. And then finally, we're watching that battle for the lead right now in B-Spec between Stuart Black and Chris Taylor. Luke Russell running a very distant third at the moment as he is falling a bit off the pace. We're seeing Luke's Honda Fit now, that red and white machine just now coming into the hairpin.
Richard Jones asks why I'm not out there in my Honda Fit. That's because my sponsor, Brian Bielanski's checkbook, has not been able to come through with the proper funding for this race season. But if I can do it, I would love to put a Honda Fit out here with these B-Spec guys. They're having a ton of fun. Our producer says I should terminate my contract with myself. Good idea. I like that. I like that. We'll see. Maybe we'll have a DriversEye Live sponsored car out there next year. I'll have to go into deep negotiations to see if we can get that done.
All right, looks like Danny Stain putting Chris Clark a lap down there to get Clark running in third in STL. And I should mention, in a field of 9 STL cars, and Danny, the STL leader, has now put him a lap down. I think that's we're looking at the race that Danny Stain is putting on in the rain, and it is definitely a very impressive, I think probably one of the most impressive runs of the weekend here. As we're going to jump back, hopefully, to the battle for the lead as time is running down here in B-Spec, and here they come with Stuart Black and Chris Taylor right behind Jose Osiris Pena's STL Honda CRX, and it's neat to see, Brian, there is those two B-Spec cars through 6 and 7. They carry about the same cornering speed in the wet as that Honda CRX. Then you can see the gap that the CRX opens up as things start to straighten up.
Yeah, it's been a real testament to the quality of the drivers in this group. They're all, I mean, Danny Stain is circulating at the 137 range right now, and that is a pretty stout time considering the amount of rain and water that we have on this racetrack still. So they're all getting it done. We have 6 minutes and 50 seconds left in this race. This is going to end on time and not on laps, folks. There's your B-Spec leaders. That's Stuart Black in first and Chris Taylor in second. And you can see they're doing a little bit of, I don't know if they're protecting the bottom as much as if they might be looking for water on a rain
That's what I was wondering, if they're out there on dry weather tires, or at least if Stuart Black is on dry weather tires, as he came all the way down the inside. I can't imagine, given how wet this track was at the start of the race, that either one of those drivers would be on dry weather tires. I would think that, you know, if they feel the car is starting to go away, that they might be hunting for water. But, you know, given that we know the time is running down and only probably 4 laps to go for these B-Spec drivers, it could be that Stuart Black is doing a little bit of both. He's protecting the inside there going into turn 1 as well.
Should also mention that these B-Spec tires are on the new Goodyear tires for this race, and they're probably also learning how to work these tires. You know, this will likely be the first time they've been in the rain on the B-Spec rain tires, and it's a learning process for all of them. And but all of them seem to be keeping the wheels underneath them and not having any big issues. So so that looks to be pretty impressive as well.
All right, I want to welcome another B-Spec driver to the chat. We've got Blair Deffenbaugh out of Silva, North Carolina, joining us. Drives a Honda Fit, and good to see him joining with us. I think he got his first majors wins last season, and certainly looking to improve upon that in 2024.
I want to take an opportunity here as we come into the closing laps to give a big thank you to Ryan Bauer, our director, and Brendan Kaczmarek, our producer. Those guys are the ones who are doing all the hard work here this weekend, letting Greg and I look good and and making us sound as good as possible. So a big thank you to them. And of course, a big thank you to Florida Region for stepping up and bringing us on to do this race. This is on their dime, not the SCCA Nationals dime, and really forward thinking for them to put the effort in to make this thing happen. And I also want to remind if there's other regions out there seeing this coverage, if you're interested in having us do a race for you in your region that's not part of the Super Tour, reach out to Brendan to have that discussion, and we'd like to do more. So really fun to do this stuff. So.
And hopefully we'll be able to get that email address. I think Brendan, would you be happy to take emails, or what is the best way for folks, and you can tell us in our ear what the best way is for people to get a hold of you? Getting silence. All right, yeah.
That's one way. Yeah.
Yeah, it's slide into their DMs. Okay. Go to @DriversEye Live on Instagram. I guess that's the best way. You might even get a date out of it. It's great.
There's no swiping left, Greg. That's the apps I'm doing.
Oh, that's the other app. Oh, that's right.
Brendan @driverseye.live is the email address if any regions are out there wanting us to, interested in finding out how we can cover their races as well. There's the mini coming through there, as I've liked to call it. It's just, it looks so tiny out there compared to the other race cars. But really doing a great job following that accurate Integra through the field here. And all of these drivers, Greg, really doing a great job today.
Yeah, absolutely, Brian. As we see here, well, looks like Chris Clark's got a good view of Chris Copley's Mini as they go through the hairpin over at turn number 8, and it's good to know that hairpin looks as hard in real life as it does on iRacing, by the way, because I don't think I've ever been able to hit that correctly in iRacing. But let's take a look here. If we can jump back, hopefully, as things are winding down. We've only got about 2 minutes, a little bit over 2 minutes left on the clock. Take a look at that battle for the lead in B-Spec, which is still pretty darn wild here. And I think they should be coming down to turn 6. Okay. Actually, I think that's right behind it. Yeah, that's Luke Russell and Ken Carter. And Ken Carter's made up a ton of ground. A good fight there. He's working his way up for a possible podium spot there. As Carter was originally back in 5th, but there it is. There's that battle for the lead in B-Spec coming out onto the oval. And the one thing that we've seen, Brian, is it looks like the Chevy Sonic, which they consider to be the big bore car in B-Spec. I think it's got a 1.8 liter motor compared to the 1.6s for the majority of the B-Spec field. Stuart Black has definitely been able to open gaps up on the oval. Chris Taylor's been able to close things down on the infield, but look at this, as Taylor getting a great draft. He's going to try to come underneath the 40 machine as they go into turn 1, but just cannot get there. Once he gets out of the draft, you saw the 34 car just drop back like a stone.
Yeah, this Mini is trying to get around these cars on the final lap. Hopefully he won't get into this winning front battle here. And still waiting on the white flag. Danny Stain should see that next time he crosses the start-finish line. And that, I'm hearing now the white flag is out for Danny Stain. So about a lap and a half left in this B-Spec battle. And we should stick with that here to the end of the race. That is going to be our biggest discussion point here. And then once that's over, we want to check back in with the, and look, a little bit of a lead opened up there by the first place car.
Yeah.
We'll also want to look back into that battle for third place. That's a podium position battle right behind this one.
Yeah, indeed. And as we saw Copley try to get around Chris Taylor going into turns 3 and 4, it gave a little bit of clearance to the 40 machine to Stuart Black, and he was able to open up about a 3-car length advantage. You see here now as they come down into the hairpin, Taylor going and trying to close that gap down. Let's see if we can get back. Yeah, let's get back over to this here as we can actually see both of those battles in B-Spec at the same time here. As Stuart Black leads Taylor onto the back straight with about a 3-car length advantage. That's going to be very difficult for Chris Taylor to close up. Oh, as we've got the the Toyota MR2 of Mark Silverberg running wide there over. That's the F Production MR2 of Silverberg, ex-showroom stock car. But there you can see as Stuart Black has really started to open things up as they're going to begin their very last lap.
Yep, this will be the final lap for B-Spec. That lead now is opened up to a little over a second here, and it'll be tough to be able to make that gap up between first and second place Black and Taylor here. So we'll pick that race back up here just a second and follow the B-Spec cars all the way around.
But Danny Stain, and Danny Stain, Brian, takes the checkered flag, commanding win for him today. We'll still wait to see when Osiris Pena and his Honda CRX comes through, but almost I think almost a 50-second advantage there to take the STL win. With Ken Kennard just now crossing the stripe, he's going to come in second. So let's jump over to that B-Spec battle and see where things play out. As there you go, as Pena just passes the stripe to come home second in STL.
We need to find probably turn 8 now is where the B-Spec lead is. If we can pick that thing up there, and we'll see the B-Spec battle coming right down, keep coming right down, and here they are.
Yeah, and Taylor's really closed things back up again.
He has.
There in the infield, we were saying that Taylor was a little bit quicker through the infield. He tries to open up that hairpin as much as possible, kept the front wheels off the curbing, and already he jumps down early, trying, Brian, to take the shortest path to the checkered flag exactly, forcing Stuart Black wide. But we saw here a couple laps in a row where Stuart Black was able to just motor past, and there you go, Stuart Black now opening up, even though he's taken the high line, almost 2.5 car lengths on Chris Taylor, and I don't know if Taylor's going to be able to close it up. No, taking the win in B-Spec, it is going to be Stuart Black. Chris Taylor will finish in second, and we should see that battle for third here coming up here momentarily.
Yeah, the second and third and fourth place battle for B-Spec was right behind Danny Stain when he took the checkered flag. So that battle ended with Ken Carter 0.2 of a second behind Luke Russell and just off the podium there. So we saw that happen earlier. With the multi-class racing, sometimes that happens. But just a fantastic race for all of these drivers. And of course, just like yesterday, B-Spec putting on the best show in this race group.
All right, so let's run things down by class here. Taking the win in STL, your overall winner, Danny Stain. Jose Osiris Pena finishing in second. In his Honda CRX, Chris Clark finishing on the third step of the podium. Whitfield Gregg, great run by Whit. Takes fourth over Jared Odrick, who finishes in fifth. Paul Kappel and Joe Schubert, fifth, sixth, and seventh. Jack Gold, Dan Harding rounding out the 9-car STL field. In F Production, Ken Kennard is your winner, finishes a lap up from Mark Webber, who finishes second. Then Stephen Clark will finish in third, and Mark Silverberg rounds out the 4-car field. In E Production, Steve Saney takes the win over Yuri Kolatzos. Paul Easy will finish in third. In GT Light, Chris Bovis takes the win, margin of victory about a full minute over Chris Copley, but they do both finish on the lead lap. Ted Phoenix will come home in third, and then finally in B-Spec, Stuart Black, Chris Taylor, Luke Russell, that's your podium. Kent Carter over Peter Zeckert, with James O'Hare rounding out the 6-car field.
Oh, big thank you to everybody who's been following along for us this weekend. Of course, we'll be right back here next weekend, starting with coverage on Friday for our Super Tour qualifying. And that's going to kick off around 1:40 on Friday afternoon Eastern time with qualifying. And then we'll be up at 8 o'clock on Saturday and Sunday morning with a little qualifying on Friday before our races on Friday afternoon. And then our races... Saturday, that's right, Saturday. And then, of course, we do it again at 8 o'clock on Sunday morning with only races on Sunday. Also want to shout out to our associate producers in the chat. There's going to be some fun games with our friends in the chat next weekend. So come and check that out. And I assure you that you will not be disappointed. So a good weekend of racing, Greg.
It has been a good weekend of racing, and to see how these drivers handle these mixed conditions, not only the wet today, but we saw some in qualifying, some changing conditions yesterday. And I think, a lot of very clean racing here this weekend as, again, drivers many of them are going to be heading up to Sebring next week. Many of them, we talked to a few in the booth this weekend that primarily race down in the Southeast. This is the start of their, in some cases, regional racing season, and but some tight, close, fast racing all weekend long.
All right, is that going to do it for us here, Greg? Anything else you want to chime in before I send us home?
So before you do, and I think we ought to give you the opportunity, Brian, we know that there is a majors race at Buttonwillow Raceway Park next weekend, and also that you will be handling and you will be covering the majority of the regional races at Buttonwillow Raceway Park Cow Club's race season. And I got a chance to put in my plug for the Washington, D.C. region in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. I think it's only fair that you do the same, and where people can find Cow Club's races out on the West Coast this year.
Well, if you follow the Inside the SCCA podcast on the Racing Network on YouTube, it's the exact same channel on the Racing Network. We also have the Cal Club race coverage. Not quite DriversEye live quality, but we do the best we can out there. But I've got my broadcast partner Tristan Parker's with me on those races, and we do our best out there. A lot like what Greg does with Washington D.C. regions races in that Middle Atlantic Series. We cover all of the races out at Buttonwillow, and some excitement coming to Buttonwillow this year. We're pretty sure the second track we're going to open and debut sometime, hopefully in the summer, and we'll have whatever race is happening there. We'll have that as well. And we head to Willow Springs this year, which I'm hoping that we can actually do a broadcast from, because there's no very good cell phone.
That's a black hole out there.
Yeah, that's a cell. Yeah. Well, there'll definitely be a radio feed from there. Not quite sure if we're going to have cameras. So there we go. So it's all going to be good. Appreciate that. So it's on the Racing Network on YouTube, same place where the Inside the SCCA podcast is. And I guess I might as well make a plug there. We do that podcast live every Wednesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Some great stuff there, if I don't say so myself. And we'll have a Sebring Super Tour preview this week. And now that I see who has been good here this weekend, I'll invite one of the drivers from this week on this weekend's podcast, and we'll get that whole thing done.
All right, so Brian, with that, why don't we wrap things up? Again, make sure to join us here on the SCCA official YouTube channel next week from Sebring International Raceway, where we kick off 10 rounds of the Super Tour. Sebring first, but they're going to come fast and furious early on there in the spring. You don't want to miss it. So for Brian Bielanski, I'm Gregg Ginsberg. Again, thank you so much to our director, Ryan Bauer, our producer, of course, Brendan Kaczmarek, and we'll see you next Friday afternoon from Sebring. Have a great week, everybody.